comes down to facts and math, and that is it. They have been doing this for 175 years, almost 100% accuracy, and that's how we're going to be reporting those calls. But I want you to react to what we heard from Laura about what they're seeing on the ground, why they have hope at this moment. The Puerto Rican vote in Pennsylvania in particular, high turnout on college campuses. I mean, this feels like momentum may have swung a little bit in the last 2 or 3 days for a race that's otherwise been kind of calcified for many months.
Right. And if you look at Pennsylvania, high turnout in Philadelphia, by all accounts, I think will break some records, knock on wood, which will be good news for Harris. She needs to do very well. Then you look at Allentown and Reading. If you look at after the Puerto Rican island of garbage, whatever joke at the Madison Square Garden that we heard, it mobilized. And from what we're hearing initially, I think we'll find that Allentown, Reading, which significant Puerto Rican populations, found that there was higher turnout than expected among those populations. When you move down to Georgia, North Carolina, one of the things I look at a lot on that is like the campaigns know where their strengths are, and they tell you that by sending the candidates there. And if you look at Georgia, for instance, what's interesting, we would all think that Gwinnett, Cobb, right outside of Atlanta, those areas, the exurbs, women are going to perform strongly for them. College-educated folks will perform strongly for them. In addition to that, the Harris campaign made a huge bet on Savannah. If you look at Savannah, Chatham County, a large number of visits there. Why? This was an area that Nikki Haley voters did quite well. If you looked at how did Donald Trump do in the primary, these were the people peeling off from him. So here they go. They say, you look at the Walz and Harris visits, large numbers of them. Then you go to places like North Carolina. Where do they go? They're looking at Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, which you would expect, but then looking at the rim around where they thought, Winston-Salem, maybe it could have some losses there for Trump. Meanwhile, Trump, if you look at him, he's got to hit all these rural areas, from Asheville to the west, all the way to Fayetteville. He's all over the place in North Carolina. They're focused, the Walz-Harris campaign. There's those kinds of things, I think, if we see the vote returns and we look at, they know where their strength is, and I think they pinpointed them with their visits.
Let's bring in our Lisa Desjardins, who's over at our PBS News Super Screen. Lisa, I understand you have some new information about Georgia. Walk us through it.
We do have some more information. Just to reset where we are right now, these are the races that have been called so far in the presidential race. Not a lot of them. Still, many states still voting, of course, but this is where Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont. And if you look at where we are watching closely, as you know, 7 key swing states here: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. I said that fast because only one of them has the polls closed right now. And as you say, that's Georgia. So let's take a look at what we know about Georgia right now. We're getting results in. Not a lot, folks. We just have 3% in right now. With the 3% in, Trump is up by 2 points. But I want to point out a couple of places here. Let's look at here, Twiggs County. This is an important rural county, small, but a place that might tell you what's going on with Trump and his campaign if he's turning out more people than in the past. At this moment, with 51% of the expected vote in Twiggs County, he is outpacing his 2020 numbers in this rural county. Something else I want to talk about here in Georgia is that we have had those bomb threats, and we know we can report right now in a very important county for Democrats, DeKalb County, around Atlanta, that voting will be extended there for an undetermined amount of time right now because 5 precincts has been reported there were bomb threats there. So we're going to be watching that. Those are important numbers. It may delay the decision here in Georgia. Now, some other things to look at. Indiana, the state of Indiana has closed most of its polls. And an interesting county that our team found popping up here is Hamilton County. Look at this, 65% of the results already in here in Hamilton. This is a suburban county north of Indianapolis. Right now, you've got Kamala Harris just up above Donald Trump. Now, a lot of the early vote here, they had historic early vote in Hamilton County. So this doesn't mean she's going to win this county. But what's notable is look at how she's doing compared to Democrats in the past in this county, outpacing Biden, outpacing Clinton. This is what the kind of turnout that the Democrats want to see around the country. They don't expect to win Indiana, but we're trying to find places where we're getting results so that we can learn what's going on. Also want to take a quick look at what we have with the House maps. We have a few House races being called, 11 out of 435. So guys, we got a long way to go. These are mostly uncontested races. I want to take people through one way we're going to try and help understand the dozens of races that will determine control of the House. We're looking at 8 of them, and we'll look at others as well during the night. But among those, this one right here in Virginia, polls have closed here in the Virginia 7th district. So we want to take a look and see where that stands right now. Womp womp, no results yet, but it's something I'm watching closely. This district is sort of an ex-urban and suburban district. Right here, a lot of Civil War battlegrounds in there. Got a lot of attention, of course, because Eugene Vindman, he is the twin brother of Alex Vindman, who testified in the first Trump impeachment investigation up against former Green Beret, Derek Anderson, retired Green Beret, I should say. This was a real test. This is a district that Joe Biden won by 6 points. Democrats were hoping to keep it an open seat. Used to be Abigail Spanberger's seat. She's running for governor. Vindman campaigned on this idea of a MAGA threat. Anderson, who did work in the Trump administration at one point, campaigned more on the economy. So there's a real test of messaging here in this district. We're going to watch it very closely. So back to you guys.
All right, that's our Lisa Desjardins at the super screen. We're going to keep sending coffee your way over the course of the evening. We talked a little bit about the importance of those suburban counties surrounding Atlanta, in particular in the state of Georgia. That is where we find our Miles O'Brien. He's in Gwinnett County in the northeast Atlanta suburbs. He's been following not only the voting process there in Georgia, but he's also covering how that vote is unfolding. So, Miles, give us a sense right now. Polls have closed in Georgia. What's happening on the ground? Any problems or issues so far?
Amna, the big issue right now is all the plans to get speedy results out of here have been thwarted by perhaps more than a dozen bomb threats. Most of them clustered in the Atlanta metro area, one of them down in Brunswick on the coast of Georgia. And those bomb threats closed polls for upwards of an hour in some cases. And so those precincts will stay open for an equal amount of time that they were closed down because of the bomb threat. I just spoke with Zach Manifold, who is the election supervisor here in Gwinnett. I asked how long that might delay some of the releasing of information here. And he said, we should be getting something as soon as 7:30. So that's about 9 or 10 minutes from now. We'll see how much the bomb threats might slow things down. What's worth pointing out here is that you're looking at about 300,000 ballots here. Those aren't trash cans. Those are actually ballot repositories with their scanners. Those are early voting ballots. It's about half the county votes right there. The rest of the work here in this facility here in Lawrenceville, Georgia, has to do with dealing with the mail-in ballots, which are still being processed and sorted. But they've been busy with that all day long, unlike Pennsylvania, which has to wait till the end of the day to open them up and get busy with it. They are in a position to release, and as a matter of fact, are mandated by law to release the early voting and the absentee ballots that they have 1 hour after the polls close. Now, as I said, those poll closings are changing a little bit, so we'll just have to sit tight here and see. But generally speaking, in theory, among the 7 swing states, Georgia should be in the vanguard on giving us some indication of how things are going tonight.
Miles, do we know anything about the origin of those bomb threats? I raised the question because earlier today, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger reported another set of bomb threats that he said had Russian origin. They were Russian foreign interference, and he deemed them not to be credible. Rather, U.S. officials deemed them not to be credible, and that's what he told reporters. Understanding this is breaking news, and you've been at that polling site, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I was watching that news conference, and we've talked to some sources at the FBI who tell us that it is, in fact, attributed about half of them to Russian sources. There was Cyrillic writing on the emails, etc. They have all been dismissed as bogus, but it just goes to show you the system can be gummed up with just a random email or a phone call. So, obviously, if you get a threat like that, you have to take the cautious approach and evacuate the facility. But it didn't take long because, after all, there are law enforcement personnel at all these precincts watching out for any kind of trouble, including this. It didn't take long to clear the threat, so to speak, and get those precincts back in business. But in some cases, it took an hour, and so that might delay the results that we had hoped to be so speedy here.
Miles, we should say we are glad they were just threats. There's no actual violence. We hope that continues to be the story for the rest of the evening. And thank you for your reporting. We'll continue to check back in with you. Miles O'Brien with us in Georgia tonight. David and Jonathan, I know you and I, we've spoken about this before, just the potential for violence, even just the threat of violence, how it's sort of looming over this election in a way that it hasn't in previous elections. You heard what Miles was reporting there and what we've heard earlier from other polling locations. Just, do you think this will throw off more polling locations, could further delay results, fuel even more distrust in the system? David?
Yeah, I'm just driving around DC. Everything is fenced off here.
Yeah.
The number of storefronts with boarded up windows is high. Kamala Harris is up at Howard University, and the mayor said at construction sites they had to shut down by 7 p.m. because they had bricks and they didn't want anything that could be a projectile. So it's just the atmosphere of violence is here. And it grows out of a little of the rhetoric, obviously, but just the deep divide, which is
A
deeper.
little of the rhetoric or a lot
of the rhetoric.
Okay.
I knew you would not let me get away with that one. And one of the things, it's super early, but one of the things I'm looking at is the red places getting redder and the blue places getting bluer.
Mm.
And so Lisa mentioned Hamilton, Indiana, which is Carmel, sort of northern Indianapolis, and that's a suburb, and it's was 65% in. It's a little better for, well, significantly better for Harris than past Democrats. I'm looking at 4 counties in Florida, including Flagler County, which is sort of north of Jacksonville. These are big Trump counties. And in Flagler, for example, Trump is doing 7.5 points better than he did in 2020 with 95% of the vote in. And so it could be, we see this all night, that the suburban places, you get the college-educated voters and the Nikki Haley voters who overlap. And then in the rural places, you get rural voters. And we could be just seeing, it would not surprise me, a wider bifurcation in this election than in previous elections.
That's interesting too, Jonathan, because part of the Harris campaign strategy here has been to make inroads or try to make inroads in some of those more deeply red parts that previously did go for former President Trump or for Nikki Haley. I mean, this is very early, very limited data we're looking at, but what do you make of that?
Well, look, the vice president has made it a point of her campaign to reach out to as many people as possible. I mean, I remember when politics was about addition, not subtraction. And so she recognizes, her campaign recognizes, and American politics used to be that if you want to be president of the United States, yes, you have to talk to your base, but then you have to make your campaign open to people who might not otherwise give you a chance. And this is one of those elections where she unapologetically went into red states, red counties, and asked people for their votes. In the same way, she went into blue states and, you know, again, the narrative about Black men, but as she said, they deserve to be asked for their vote. And so if she's going to win, she needs those Nikki Haley voters. She knows she's not going to, and we all know she is not going to get the diehard MAGA Republican. But the people who voted for Nikki Haley consistently after she got out of the race, those were people who are open. And to the atmosphere of violence, we need to recognize that this atmosphere of violence that we are contending with is because one of the 2 candidates for president throughout his entire campaign has invoked violent rhetoric right up until the last couple of days. And so we are here because a person who used to be president of the United States and should know better and should be about bringing us together has decided not to do that aggressively.
Let's shift our focus back to Georgia for a second and take a closer look at the politics at play in that state. With Donna Lowry of Georgia Public Broadcasting. Donna, it's great to have you with us. So my first question is this. It's about early voting, because early voting ended in Georgia with a record 4 million ballots cast before Election Day. A huge turnout with lots of first-time voters, lots of women voters, folks over 50 years old. What are you seeing based on your reporting?
A lot of enthusiasm. Georgians know that this is a swing state, so they have been very enthusiastic about voting. So with that 4 million added today, Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, says another 1.2 have voted. And he believes that that is better than Georgia has ever done. So I think the enthusiasm has people going to the polls all over the state on both sides of the aisle because they want Georgia. They know Georgia is having a moment here, certainly playing a part in all of this, and they want to be a part of it.
And no hiccups so far, apart from the ones we've talked about with the polls staying open later in DeKalb County, I believe. But no hiccups so far with the administration of the vote or the counting.
No, and and Miles O'Brien dealt with this a little bit. A new law says that the voting has to take place for early voting and for absentee voting within an hour after the polls close. So that's already begun. And so there has been a lot of movement already with all of this and no other problems. Actually, it's been fun. I mean, in some areas, they've had DJs at the polling booths in the precincts, actually. And people are just engaged in the process here in Georgia.
All right, our thanks to you. Stand by for us. We'll come back to you later this evening. Judy Woodruff, the fact that Georgia, I mean, we sort of take for granted now that it's a battleground state, but if you take the longer view, the fact that it's in play is really remarkable for Democrats.
Well, it is. And I have to say, as someone who went to high school in Augusta, Georgia, home of the Masters, for those of you who follow golf, this is, you know, we were talking a few minutes ago about how it's important. I think it was Kevin talking about it's important to look at Savannah as well as, or maybe it was Fez, as well as Atlanta. Augusta, Richmond County is a place that I was just checking. Joe Biden won 68-31. It's a heavily black county. Kamala Harris is not just Atlanta suburbs, not just Augusta. I mean, not just Savannah, but also Richmond County, Augusta. There are places she can go to reach to pick up voters who would be interested, would be sympathetic, would be inclined to vote for her.
It's just past 7:30 here on the East Coast, and polls have now closed in 3 more states. We have some calls to bring to you now. Former President Trump has won the state of West Virginia. Too early to call at this hour, however, is the key swing state of North Carolina and Ohio. So here is a current look at the national electoral map so far as we begin to fill in some of those calls as they're made. You see former President Trump has 23, Vice President Harris has 3.
And there are other races we're watching tonight in the Senate, House, and state governor's races. 3 Senate races that have been called are West Virginia, Republican Jim Justice. This is a flip after the Democrat, Senator Joe Manchin, decided not to seek re-election. In Indiana, Republican Jim Banks is the winner. And in Vermont, the independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who often caucuses with the Democrats, has been re-elected. Faz, I see you do the old fist bump for your old boss.
Sweating that one. Most popular senator in America. And let me just be honest, Jeff, he's led the state of Vermont. When he first was Burlington mayor, he first became senator, Vermont was not a Democratic state. It was a mixed state. It was conservative leaning. It was still a rural state. As went Bernie Sanders, so went Vermont. And Vermont is now one of the most progressive.
Wait, Faz, did you work with Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders, honest, authentic, and the people of Vermont love him too.
Amy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
As the results come in, there is this dynamic of a red mirage and a blue shift. A ballot is a ballot is a ballot, no matter when it's counted. But in the order that they're counted, it could give an impression that one side is doing better than the other.
Yes, although I don't think we're going to have that to the degree we did in 2020 because obviously it was a pandemic and so many people turned in their ballots by mail. And in many states that really don't have a history of vote by mail, and Pennsylvania is a perfect example of this, this was a whole new experience for them to try to count all of those ballots. And what we knew, because Donald Trump then in 2020 was saying things like, we need to not vote by mail because it's rigged. So his voters came to the polls, Democrats voted by mail. And so there was a mirage. The election day vote got counted early. Mm-hmm. So you saw this red. And then as the ballots were counted that were mailed in, it became less red. That is not expected this time around. I think we're going to be able to see. We do have to pay very close attention, though, to when they talk about, 65% of the vote is in or 72% of the vote is in. And anybody who's worked on a campaign, like my friends down here know, it's not just what percent of the county is in. We don't know what part of the county is still out. And so if you look at somewhere like Bucks County in Pennsylvania, it really is what they call lower Bucks County. That is the more sort of the battleground. So if you don't know which part is in, it's even saying, this candidate's up here or this candidate's behind, even if it's 80% of the vote, I think we have to be, very cautious about reading too much into that.
Got it.
All right, well, let's bring in a guest at this point. Joining us now is Representative Tom Cole of Oklahoma. He's a Republican who represents the 4th Congressional District in the southern part of that state, as well as parts of Oklahoma City. Congressman Cole, welcome back to the News Hour. Let's just start with how you're looking at the evening at this still relatively early hour. It's been pretty much a toss-up for the White House going into tonight. How confident are you in former President Trump's chances?
I feel very comfortable. Look, the polls are very close. Obviously, real clear politics average, I think this morning was 48.5 to 48.5. So we've got a close race. But honestly, that's probably better positioning than President Trump has had either in 2016 or 2020 going in. So one of the questions here will be, is there a silent Trump vote out there? There was in the previous 2 times he ran nationally, he ran better than he polls. So if that's true again, then being tied at this point is pretty good. But again, there's just a lot of guesswork right now. It's going to be a close election, no question about it.
It is at the moment, and we don't want to get ahead of where any of the race calls are, of course, but the fact that North Carolina is as competitive as it is, a state that former President Trump won comfortably, what does that say to you?
Well, look, I think North Carolina is an interesting state. Remember, President Obama actually carried North Carolina in 2008, so it's always competitive. I would expect it to be close early. Our vote tends to be rural. It comes in a little bit later in North Carolina. The exit or the early voting numbers look pretty good for us. So, but again, it's going to be tight. All the polling that's come out of that state has had this within a point or two. There's no question that Vice President Harris has put a lot of emphasis on North Carolina. She's gone there quite a few times. President Trump was there, I think, today, as I recall. So again, each side recognizes as being competitive, but he's been able to win there twice before. I think he'll probably do it a 3rd time tonight.
Well, as we know, control of the House of Representatives is also on the line tonight. Over the summer, you'd said if former President Trump were to lose, that you believe Republicans would also lose the majority. And we know, polls and analysis today have put control of the House as essentially a toss-up. But do you still believe that to be true?
I do. Look, I think our fate's very closely tied to the president's, and I think it's going to be close. I think we'll probably know who the next president is before we know who the next speaker is, quite frankly. And we have to win in some tough areas in California and New York, where we know that Vice President Harris will win the state. We have to win enough of the Republican areas in those blue states to actually pull it off. So again, I like the candidates we have. I like our positioning. I've talked to a lot of them in the last couple of days. They feel good about it. But again, I expect it to be a very long night for both sides in terms of determining what's going to happen in the House of Representatives. And again, there's no question our fate is very closely linked to President Trump's.
Congressman Cole, as you know, neither former President Trump nor his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, have said that they will accept the election results, however they turn out. Will you accept the results, regardless of how they go?
I will. I won't be shy about voicing where I have disagreements. My Democratic colleagues haven't been in the past. They, quite a few of them in the House objected in 2016. Obviously, 2004, we had 30-odd Democrats vote against certification. So I don't rule out objecting to things, but look, I think we'll know, and I have a lot of faith in the system. I think eventually we'll get there, but it has been manipulated in my view in the past, could be again, but I don't think to the point that it really changed the outcome.
As you also know, there's concern that former President Trump could come out early and declare victory if this does go late into the evening and there hasn't been an official call. Do you anticipate that happening? And how should Republicans respond if that does happen?
Well, I just would be cautious about interpreting the results of any election too prematurely. People tend to look at these numbers and see what they want to see. The reality is all the polling we have suggests it's going to be a very close election. It's been that way all the way through. Neither side's had a substantial lead. So I think this is going to be close. I think it's going to take a while, and I would advise everybody not to be premature in declaring anything. But there's going to be some early signs. Obviously, if you're a Republican, if we can win in North Carolina and Virginia, North Carolina and Georgia, then that's a good sign. If something like a Virginia or New Hampshire flipped our way, that's a good sign. By the same token, if Vice President Harris is successful in North Carolina, a place where the Democrats have not succeeded since 2008, that's going to be a big win for her. Again, I expect this to be a night full of ups and downs, but and there's a lot of participation, a lot of interest. It's been a hard-fought campaign, but let's just let it play out. I would not be out there declaring anything one way or the other too quickly.
We'll be following all those ups and downs, as I know you will be as well. Congressman Tom Cole from Oklahoma, thank you for joining us tonight. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much. A privilege to be with you.
Back here in the panel, Judy, I'd love to get your take on what we just heard from the congressman there. In particular, this idea seems to be urging former President Trump to not come out early and make any kind of premature declaration.
Yes, I think Republicans were burned, felt burned, some of them, by more than burned by what happened in 2020. And we know there's been a huge division in the Republican Party with most elected Republicans sticking with the former president. But I don't think that means that they are comfortable with certainly with what happened on January the 6th. And I don't think any of them want to see a repeat of that.
Yeah. Let's shift our focus now to Ohio, where Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is fighting to hold on to his seat. Karen Kassler of Ohio State House News is in Columbus. Karen, it's always great to have you on the program. So let's talk about this Ohio Senate race. You were saying earlier it's the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history, something like $476 million. That's what I read on Sunday, so I'm sure it's much more than that now. Give us a sense of how it's playing out.
Well, I think we're up to $500 million. And it's one of these three races that Democrats had really been eyeing as being critical to keeping control of the U.S. Senate. And certainly Democrats were hoping with Sherrod Brown seeking his fourth term, that they could hang on to that seat, while Bernie Moreno, a political newcomer endorsed by Trump, they thought that maybe he could knock off Sherrod Brown. Republicans did. And so this has been a really competitive race from the get-go. I mean, it's thought that Trump is going to take Ohio. He won Ohio in 2016 and 2020. And so Republicans have really been hoping that that can translate into a win for Bernie Moreno as well.
How has Sherrod Brown tried to remain competitive in this race? What's his strategy? What's his approach?
Well, his strategy is to go after some of those Trump voters, some of those voters who voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020. He's distanced himself somewhat from Democrats. He didn't go to the convention. Even in one of his ads, he talks about working with President Trump on fentanyl legislation. So he's really been trying to angle toward those voters, especially in areas like around Toledo and in the Youngstown area, to try to bring those voters in. He has won before with Republicans leading the ticket, but this is the first time he and Trump are on the same ticket. And so he's really battling Moreno for some of those same voters.
All right, Karen Kassler, we'll come back to you when we get a result in that Ohio Senate race. Thanks again for being with us. David and Jonathan, it's really interesting because the issue that Sherrod Brown faces really speaks to the macro case, in my view, of this election. It's this right track, wrong track question. An NBC News poll out in September showed that 2/3 of the American public believes that the country is on the wrong track. The current president is unpopular. The affordability crisis is real. Inflation is real. Many Americans think the economy is bad, even though on paper it isn't. That's a real obstacle for the Harris-Walz campaign to have to surmount, David.
Massive headwinds, yeah, you would say. When everybody think, or vast majorities think the country's on the wrong track and you're the incumbent and you haven't broken with the president, then that's just massive headwinds. And I think if Donald Trump were not around, the Republicans would be doing normally well in this kind of election. Sherrod Brown's an interesting case because over the last, all my adulthood, Democrats have been fighting about whether they need to win back working class votes or whether they should shift to the suburbs and go with college educated votes. And there's a guy named Stan Greenberg years ago, a Clinton guy, who wanted to heavily go into working class. We can't lose these people. Then there were more new Democrats who said, no, let's go with the college educated. Chuck Schumer famously said, I think in 2016, 2017, for every blue collar worker we lose in Western Pennsylvania, we gain 2 college educated workers in Eastern Pennsylvania. That turned out to be bad math, by the way. And Sherrod Brown's been an interesting case because he has been a populist before populism was cool.
Yeah.
And I was in his hometown, helped me, Mansfield, Ohio. Closed Westinghouse plant there. I mean, it was the picture of a post-industrial town that had been really hammered. And so he has been speaking to this. And I think Amy said why he's survived in Ohio. Partly it's the money, but partly because he speaks to the people whose communities have been left behind and been doing it from a democratic and progressive perspective.
Can I jump in for just
Please.
on this real quick? Also, Sherrod Brown is the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And one of the reasons it's being targeted so aggressively is because the crypto industry has decided that they'd like to take him out. Crypto industry is, wants to rewrite the rules in favor of them. So you've had outside PACs, like some things called Fair Shake. Have you ever heard of Fair Shake? No, they're hundreds of million dollars running it against Sherrod Brown to try to defeat him. And, a testament to this populist bona fides of Brown. He has led the Senate Banking Committee on a whole bunch of things, clawbacks of CEO bonuses and such, and fighting for onshoring of American jobs. But it has made him a target in that race. And one of the reasons why Bernie Moreno is competitive right now is because he got a lot of outside money support.
Well, let's put that race, the Ohio race, in the context of some of the other Senate races in which we know Democrats are on the back foot. Incumbents who've been popular in Pennsylvania and Nevada, for example, they've had to outrun President Biden when he was at the top of the ticket.
And I
President
think
Harris
they
has
will
closed it a bit, but how do you look at those?
I think they'll largely, hopefully, knock on wood tonight, from my perspective, they will also outrun Kamala Harris. When you see Alyssa Slotkin win in Michigan, when you see Tammy Baldwin win in Wisconsin, when you see Bob Casey win in Pennsylvania, Ruben Gallego in Arizona, I think you will find that they were able to get some percentage of people who voted for Donald Trump and still voted for them. That small margin, whatever that number might be, 5%, is the difference maker for them. And I'm hoping that, for this debate that David was talking about, non-college and college, working class, non-working class, I've always believed it's all of the above. But it's really critical when you think of the non-college working class. They're 2/3 of the workforce. They're a huge number. That's why the math doesn't work, right, Dave? When you start leaking from the bucket of working class voters, that's a big bucket. And you don't want to leak those votes. So you don't know where the bottom is. You want to maintain some high degree of support among working class, even if you don't end up losing them. You want enough to sustain and win an election.
And just real quick, too, I think the key to all of those victories, should those Senate candidates be successful, will have been getting out of the national jet stream.
Should the Democrats be successful?
Yes, right. And look, even if McCormick runs ahead of Trump in Pennsylvania as well, it'll be getting out of the national jet stream, personalizing and localizing your appeal to these voters. I mean, one of the things that we've seen right now with how voters are sort of just looking at just politics overall is there's just this, they hate the partisanship. And they want to see some folks who are going to talk to the big issues that they care about, the economy, childcare costs. We saw the housing issue be a very important issue in places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So the more that these candidates had an ability to do that and not have the election become a proxy of either Trump or Harris, that's how I think folks like Sherrod Brown and others could potentially prosper in this environment.
Let's bring in our Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, I see you have Florida up there on the super screen. What do you got?
I know. We used to talk so much about Florida. Remember those days?
Once upon a time.
Right. But, there are some interesting counties here. We are getting some results in. 76% actually of the expected vote in now from Florida. And one place I want to look is Osceola County. This is one of 3 majority Hispanic counties in the state of Florida. It's an important place for Democrats and also largely a Puerto Rican community. You heard Laura talk about, you guys have talked about that as well. Let's show how this compares to what's gone on in the past. We've got Harris right now with 76% of the expected vote in this county, up by just 1 point. That is definitely a decrease from what Biden got in this county and Clinton. Now, there's still 24% of the vote left, but in this heavily Puerto Rican county, this is probably a disappointment at this point. Again, we still have more results to come in from Florida. Let's look at North Carolina, going back to the swing states for this election. Still waiting for a lot of results, but I want to point here one of Amy's favorite counties, Cabarrus County. She'll talk more about it. 5% of the vote in here, and Harris is up 59%. This is somewhere where you see her at the moment, just with these first early votes outperforming Biden. These early votes likely in North Carolina to be better for Democrats than Republicans. All right, we talked a lot about Ohio. I heard you all at the desk talking about Ohio. Let's look at where things are right there. Just 5% of the vote in. The polls just closed there. But I want to pay attention to the margin here. With 5% in, we've got Trump up right now by about 16 points. Harris, 42% at this early stage, stressing that. Why am I stressing that? Because I want to compare that with the Senate race you've been talking about right now with 4% in, and we've asked the AP about why there's different percentages here. We've got 45% for Brown to win this race. And you can talk about this at the table a little bit more. the thinking has been that Brown really needed to outrun Harris by more than this, maybe 6, 7, 8 points. So this is not kind of the early sentiment that they want to see right now in Ohio. And then one more check. Let's see what's going on in Georgia. We are getting more results in for the presidential, 14% in, and we've got Trump up. But again, it's early and we haven't seen these big centers of population come in around Atlanta, but we have seen some places you guys have talked about, Chatham County here in Savannah, that Harris spent so much time, so many resources. And look at that right now. She is up by an extensive amount. But we'll keep watching. It's still early.
All right, Lisa, thank you very much. So Kevin and Faz, let's just get you to react to what Lisa broke down. There's still very early, very little of the expected vote in that Ohio Senate race, but what's your reaction?
But I mean, from my perspective, too little of the
Too
vote
little,
in, and
yeah.
also the vote modality, as Amy talked about, like how do they vote by mail, vote in person? Those are going to be mattering a lot because we think Democrats did very well in the early vote, and so we'll have to know by what modality are we counting.
Yeah, I think some of those counties that I saw there where the votes are coming in they're rural counties. If you look at that I-75 corridor of Ohio, that's where Republicans usually, that's the backbone of your turnout model. So those are where some of the numbers are coming in. I think it really comes down to that 30-mile radius around Columbus, Ohio. And then also, I'll be watching too, if you look at Sherrod Brown's appeal to a lot of blue-collar manufacturing workers, the Mahoning Valley, like that was an area that used to be a huge place where Democrats used to do really well, and it became Trump counties over the last couple of elections. And if Sherrod Brown can compete in the Mahoning Valley and hold down some of the traditional numbers that we've seen go towards Trump there, or maybe get some ticket splitters, that'll be key to winning that state.
Yeah, and that was, Lisa made this point about this where Sherrod Brown needed Harris to be, right? And I think the largest in the era of Trump, so since 2016, the biggest gap that any senator has been able to make up. So only one senator has won in a state where their presidential nominee has not.
Mm-hmm.
That is Susan Collins. And she outran Trump by about 9 points, little less than 9 points in Maine in 2020. So that's the kind of number that if you're Sherrod Brown, you say, well, if it's 8 points, I could maybe do this. If it holds at Trump winning by 10 points, that's a different story. That is harder.
What about North Carolina? In essence, the reverse of what you just said, where you have the governor's race. Josh Stein, the attorney general,
Right.
the Democrat in that race, is polling at something like 17 points higher than
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
Yes.
Has there ever been an instance where the bottom of the ticket affects the top of the ticket in terms of turnout and the outcome?
Not when it's also a battleground state,
Okay.
but I could see there may be some instances where in these non-battleground states where they have a really competitive top of the ticket, say Senate race, or maybe there is a House race or a couple of House races. Iowa is one of those places where the House races are in the Des Moines media market. So there's a whole lot of attention that those races are getting, and they're kind of the conversation that could have an impact. But what we saw, at least in the votes or in the polling in North Carolina, was that Stein was winning something like 20% of Trump voters. So people were making a very clear distinction between, okay, there's this Republican, and then there's Trump, and this guy, no, Trump, fine. And it's almost as if, right, because the more that these salacious stories came out, I think the easier it made it for some voters to say, oh, well, that's not a Republican. You can't attach the R next to his name and say, oh, he's just like every other Republican, because there's something just about him that is so much more dramatic than anybody else.
David and Jonathan, let me get you to weigh in on this also, because the thing we're not saying here are the very specific circumstances around that governor's race in which Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, it was reported, made a number of comments on an online porn site. Let's just get that out there. Could this be a drag on Trump in a state he needs to win?
I don't think so. I think, to what Amy just said, I think people are making a distinction between Mark Robinson and Donald Trump. But I would like to go back to the conversation we were having initially about the right track, wrong track, and how bad it is. And yes, it's bad. It was bad in 2022 during the midterm elections when everyone was predicting a red wave and that this was going to push, a huge Republican majority. It never materialized. Why? Because people, even though people thought that the country was on the wrong track. A lot of people. They were also afraid about the threats to democracy. And we cannot discount the role that is playing in the people's thinking, and also reproductive freedom. And so you put those two together, and I'll be interested to see if those two issues swamp the sort of dyspepsia in the country about we're on the wrong track. And maybe people think we're on the wrong track because reproductive freedom is in jeopardy, and the threats to democracy.
Yeah, it's interesting. As far as I know, and I don't want to overgeneralize, but I think it's true that presidential candidates who have the advantage of the voters' top issue, they almost always win. And so the top issue now is the economy. And at least in the polling, I haven't seen the exit polls today, Trump has an advantage on the economy. The complicating factor here is democracy is also a big issue. And it's a little behind the economy. And so it may not be that we have one major issue in this campaign. If you're running on are your real wages declining or rising, then Trump would be way ahead because real wages have been declining until recently. But when democracy gets thrown in there, that makes it a lot more complicated race. And so it's almost as if, like I was saying earlier, if you really are polarizing as a country, you're not only polarizing on how you're voting, you're polarizing on what you're voting on. And so it could be Team Blue is voting on democracy, Team Red's voting on the economy, and they could both you could see dual surges in both quadrants for each party.
Judy, in your travels, when you talk to people about what's animating them, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights. And sometimes this issue we saw back in 2022, what a mobilizing force that was. Do you think that's just going to continue to be a force today, especially for women voters?
Well, there's no question in several states. It is because it's on the ballot. What is it, in 13 states and in a number of the battleground states, it's on the ballot. I know everybody was shocked over the weekend about the Iowa poll that showed Harris up 3 in a state that everybody assumed was going to be red. Abortion has been an issue. They are not that it's on the ballot now, but it had been an issue. So I think yes. Is it going to be the issue that drives more people than anything else to the polls? I don't think we know that yet. I think the economy, based on my travels, is just more.
Can I just say one thing? Judy and I can compete with frequent flyer miles.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, I've been in probably 35 states in the last several months, and the economic.
Hold that thought, just a moment.
We'll get right back to you because we're going to take a short break right now so PBS stations can report on some of their state and local races.
We'll be right back at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is when we'll have many more states
On this
with poll
election night,
closings.
you're watching
Stay
for
with
one
us.
big reason, to find out who won. As more and more polls close, we'll be reporting race calls from the Associated Press. They're calling winners in thousands of races, from the presidency and Congress to state legislatures and mayor's races. I recently sat down with David Scott, the head of the AP election team, to find out what information the AP needs to make those calls.
It's the team at the decision desk that comes together once every 4 years on an enormous scale to say who's won in more than 5,000 races that are contested in a general election. We're looking to know one thing: can the trailing candidates catch up? And once we're certain that they can't, then that's when we call the race. You're looking for patterns on election night when we're calling races. What is happening in the election day vote? What is happening in the advance vote? Are there a class of early ballots that have yet to be counted? And what do we expect those early ballots to say about the course of the election? If we had to wait for 100% of all ballots to be counted, we wouldn't know what has taken place in the election for weeks after election day. That's how long it takes to get to certification. In California, it takes weeks to even get to 95 or 96% of ballots being cast. And so we're looking for patterns as the vote count takes place over the course of the night or into the next day or in through the end of the election week, to be able to have the information and the data we need to say definitively that the trailing candidates can't catch up.
Can you talk about the priority of accuracy versus speed?
Sure. I mean, our number one most important goal on election night is to be 100% right in our race calls.
100%.
That's our standard.
In how many races?
About 5,000 contested races. So far during this primary season, we've declared winners in more than 2,000 contested primary races. We made 2 mistakes, and one was because the data at the source from the county, they got mixed up, and one was a little bit of a black swan event where some data that came in at the end of the vote count was very different that came in at the front. And I will tell you that one mistake We spent several days picking it apart and changed some of our workflows and analysis to make sure we never make that mistake again. It's that important to us. We do care about speed, but only as a secondary factor. It's, never compromise on the accuracy in an effort to be faster. It's also really important that it doesn't start when its polls close. Like, we are able, and we do, think really hard ahead of Election Day. What data is going to be available? What are we going to be looking for? What are the things that we think are going to happen? And very importantly, what are the things that we don't know and we want to find out, or we want to be surprised by, or have the potential to be surprised by? We try to game that out or play that out so that on election night, we're not looking at something cold for the first time.
Welcome back to PBS News special live coverage on this election night. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Navaz. It's now 8 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in 16 additional states and Washington, D.C. It's still too early to call in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which, of course, we are tracking very closely tonight. It's the biggest prize of the battleground states, part of this so-called blue wall of states as well. We can, however, call several states at this hour. Former President Trump has won in Florida with its 30 electoral votes. He's also won Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama.
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris has won the states of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, and Rhode Island. So no surprises there.
Polls have also now closed in these states where it's too early to call. If we take a look at the national map in just a moment here, in Delaware, in Illinois, in Maine, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, and in Washington, D.C., still too early to call. So there you have the current updated electoral votes counts. Former President Trump with 56, Vice President Harris with 13. In the meantime, PBS News weekend anchor and our correspondent tonight, John Yang, is out in the field. He's inside a vote counting center in Allegheny County. That's home to Pittsburgh, in a county where both presidential candidates have held rallies just yesterday. So, John, we've been hearing a lot about long wait times in different parts of Pennsylvania. Have you seen those there? And what should we know about those?
That's right. The reports are all around college campuses of long wait times. There was at Villanova reports of 90 minutes, Temple 2 hours, and at Lehigh in Bethlehem, some students told reporters they had been in line for 7 hours. The ACLU has gone to court trying to extend voting hours at those places. But of course, if they're in line at 8 o'clock when the polls close, they will vote. They will get to vote. We have also been seeing some problems from earlier in the day in Cambria County, which is east and west of here. That's where Johnstown is, if that helps place it for people. They had software problems earlier in the day, so they are extending voting by 2 hours until 10 o'clock. But you're about to see the big drop of all of the mail-in ballots. The work that county boards, the 67 county boards across the state have been doing all day while simultaneously running a live election, counting these mail-in ballots. And people should be cautioned that these are heavily Democratic. The applications for mail-in ballots were about 60-40 Democratic. Obviously, we don't know who they voted for, but we do know that they were registered Democrats.
John, stay with us just a moment. I just want to update our viewers on another presidential race call we can make at this hour. That is that former President Donald Trump has also won the state of South Carolina with its 9 electoral votes. That additionally goes into his win column. When you take a look at the national map, that has now been added to his electoral total there, 95 to Vice President Harris's 35. Back to you, John.
And John, in the meantime, I understand Donald Trump has been making unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud in and around Philadelphia. Bring us up to speed and give us a fact check.
He went on social media earlier this afternoon, said that there was massive fraud or massive cheating, is his words, going on in Philadelphia, and that law enforcement was on the way. The first denial I saw came from Seth Bluestein. Who's Seth Bluestein? He's a Republican city commissioner in the city of Philadelphia. He said there's no substance to it and that he has been in touch with the RNC all day to assure them and reassure them that things are going smoothly in Philadelphia and that the vote is safe and sound.
So John, can I also ask you, you mentioned some of the delays because of long wait times and et cetera. We were already tracking and trying to understand how long it would take Pennsylvania to count ultimately. What do we know about how that might delay the entire counting and tallying process?
Well, obviously, if these voters, it doesn't matter what time they close. The polls close. They close at 8. But if they're in line, they're going to be able to vote. So that means a lot of ballots are going to be coming in late, and that could delay things even more. There is some confidence in this state that they can get all the mail-in ballots counted by midnight, which would be a big step forward from 2020. But then the in-person vote has to be counted.
John Yang in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. John, our thanks to you. Let's bring it back to our panel here and get your early reaction to what we've reported so far, starting with you, Amy.
Oh, well, I was deep into crosstabs. So I feel like I got called out in class for reading, trying to figure out
Should we
like,
come
what's
back to you?
coming in. You come back to me.
All right. So
Yes.
Faz, over to you, friend.
Well, going into tonight, North Carolina obviously closed, and we're looking at the results there. Trump visited there, I think by my count, 21 times. It was one of the highest visits. They indicated their level of insecurity about that state, given Mark Robinson's weaker performance in the state. We'll see how that holds. By contrast, Harris did a far fewer number of visits there. Even yesterday, I think Trump started his day in North Carolina. So they were telling you we are insecure, and I'm watching that state to see if their insecurity holds, because if it obviously moves in a different direction from Trump, then this election will be quick.
Yeah, what about that, Kevin? Because the vice president spent all of her day yesterday in Pennsylvania, and the Trump campaign did have that one stop in Raleigh. You can tell a lot about the campaign strategy and how they're feeling by how they spend their time in the waning days. You seem skeptical of the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, well, no, I don't. No, I agree with the point you're trying to make. I was kind of thinking about earlier in the week when you started to hear talk of going to places like New Hampshire and Virginia, trying to expand the map. And I think that had much more to do with the attitude of the Trump campaign than maybe some of the internal numbers. But that's always been their approach, which is to end the week or end the campaign looking like you're the campaign that's on offense, that you're the campaign that's sort of expanding the map. But, one of the worst ways to wake up the day after Election Day is realizing that you deployed resources improperly, and that in a close race like this, you could have spent one more day in Allentown versus up in Nashua. But we'll see. I think this is one of those things where, if you look at how the campaigns closed, I would say one of the criticisms I had of the Trump campaign was the last 2 weeks were a distraction, starting with the Madison Square Garden rally. It really did take sort of 72 hours of critical time away from them, driving a closing message. And the issues that are going to matter in this campaign, the economy, housing, even the abortion issue, I think were largely sort of left in the background, while Trump kind of still focused on a lot of his grievance politics and relitigating all of the past elections, and that's always a problem.
On that point, just very quickly, because that was really important. Think about how Trump closed this, because it was awful. I mean, those last 10 days, not only that Madison Square Garden event, which got its own, but then enemy within, the shooting of journalists or whatever the heck he was talking about, women, whether they like it or not, votes are rigged. You had all kinds of nonsense of antics around Arnold Palmer and microphones and all kinds of stuff that was it affirmed for a lot of people, this is not what we want in office. And I think it was just an awful close for him, because as Kevin says, in a normal environment, I think we were talking about in an earlier panel about the economy, you would have just focused on an economic contrast. You talk about your vision and feeling good about whatever Trump felt about his economy. And he could do none of that. And he had lack of discipline. And I do think it hurt him in a big way.
Yeah, and that's what speaking of digging into the exit polls, one of the questions they ask is, when did you make up your mind?
Yeah.
And so you're always looking at those people who made up their mind at the end. How did they break? And so that's what I was looking for. And that goes to that point, which is just from a campaign strategy perspective, you could not look at the last week and a half of the Trump campaign and say, boy, they're closing strong.
Yeah.
And whether it mattered is really going to be the question. And I just keep coming back to this idea of who are in the states that are getting all the attention, both from the candidates and the advertising and the targeting, and who are the states where they're not. And so we're looking at some of these results out of Florida and I think Lisa talked about this, Osceola County, heavily Puerto Rican county, where it does not look as if that did any damage at all. In fact, to Trump's margins, in fact, he did a little bit better with not all the votes counted yet, but at least it looks at this point that it did. So is it going to have a different impact in the places where people are actually talking about the election a lot more and where they're communicating these sorts of things to the candidate,
And Judy
to
Woodruff,
the voters?
you have been on the ground in a number of those states talking to people. And this idea of the lack of message discipline, to put it kindly, I think, from former President Trump in these last few days, was that something voters were attuned to? It's something that could push them away from him?
I'm really interested in this question about how much voters are affected by the kind of language that he uses and these late in the campaign and even earlier in the campaign, frankly, harsh rhetoric, ugly language. I don't know if the exit polls, you all are more familiar. Amy, I'm looking at you. Are they going to tell us anything about whether that turns some people off? Because as I travel the country and talk to people, so many people who are voting for Trump saying they plan to vote for him, I'd ask them, well, what do you think about what he says about X and Y? And they would say, well, that's the way he talks. I still like the way he handled the economy, or I like what he's doing about immigration. So I'm really interested in getting inside people's decision making on
Yeah.
And that's something we'll learn?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily, but I think one thing we can get at is if you look at some of these numbers of Donald Trump's approval ratings, they're asking that in the exit polls, who will do a better job on the economy? If he's winning on those metrics, but not winning or winning by a smaller margin, then he's winning on the economy. That suggests that there are plenty of people who are saying, yeah, I think he'd do a much better job on the economy. I think he'd do a better job on these issues, but I'm not supporting him because of that, right? Why would you not support if economy is the number one issue, you think he's doing a better job on the economy, what would be the reason not to vote for him?
Right. Yeah, I hear that a lot. But just to introduce a wrinkle, the 1980s were a golden age for conservative books. There was like the Closing the American Mind. They were doing really well. Then I talked to a conservative publisher in the early 1990s and said, our strategy for selling conservative books is not publishing good books. It's getting liberals mad. And so their books would come out with titles like Liberal Fascism. And the theory was, if you can get liberals mad and they attack you, then the conservative readers will rally around you. And so Donald Trump does a lot of that. He gets progressives or Democrats to attack him, and it causes Trump voters to rally around him. And in the massive version of this was, frankly, all the trials he undid, which did not hurt him. And so it's not totally insane what he's doing. It's a manipulative way of getting his people to rally around him rather than getting them to drift off from him.
That Madison Square Garden rally, though, to use your phrase, really did get liberals mad. And it's interesting because we're living in this universe where the competition for attention is so fierce and people's perceptions of these candidates, more so with Donald Trump, is so calcified that it's hard for really anything to break through. But what that insult comic said about Puerto Rico really broke through, Jonathan. And we'll see if the degree of the blowback tonight. But why do you think that resonated when, John Kelly saying that Donald Trump fits the textbook definition of a fascist, you could say didn't resonate in the same way?
It didn't resonate in the same way, but I do think it resonated. Look, that Madison Square Garden rally was just a hate fest from beginning to end. And the fact that you had this comic there to say these jokes that were racist, xenophobic, sexist, and that's the beginning of the night. And then it just kept going in that tone for the rest of the night, including from the headliner of the evening, Donald Trump. And for that to be part of the closing message, and I'm with Judy, I would like to know how much this language impacts the way people are going into the voting booth, and impacts the way they're thinking about who they want to lead them. I mean, I think that's also why this election is such a stark contrast. Do you want someone who is saying, I'm here for everybody, I want us to work together, or someone who says, there are all these problems and everything's going to hell, and it's that person's fault, that person's fault, that person's fault, and I'm the one who's going to fix it? And none of your proposals don't speak to unity, do not speak to bringing us together. And so, I think that's liberals getting mad, is one thing, but I also think that Madison Square Garden concerned Americans. And let's not put the labels on it, but I do think a lot of Americans looked at that and thought, what the entire hell is happening, if they hadn't been paying attention up until that point.
And we will see how much of an impact those remarks did make. Meanwhile, coming up on 8:15 here on the East Coast, polls have closed in a number of key states that we are tracking, and that includes the state of North Carolina, which is a battleground this year. We're joined now by Colin Campbell, who's at WUNC covering the election there. Colin, thanks for being with us. It's good to see you. Give us a sense of what you're seeing there on the ground in terms of turnout and what it could mean for how the results go in North Carolina.
Yeah, we've seen pretty heavy turnout today, some long lines at the polls, most notably a campus polling site at Appalachian State University. At one point today had a 4-hour line of mostly students trying to get their ballots cast in the final hours of voting. So certainly a heavy surge in the final hours here in North Carolina. We're starting to get some results back with Harris just ahead in the results we're seeing so far. But the caveat there is, of course, those are mostly early votes, people who cast their votes early, and those votes got reported faster than the votes from today, which I think may favor Republicans more. So still a very close race in the state, and probably a long time before we get a race call tonight for North Carolina in the presidential.
And we should clarify, still too early to call in this key state, which we think could be a bellwether to some degree. But we should also know the last time Democrats won here was back in 2008 with President Obama. Former President Trump won there in 2016 and in 2020. Just help us understand what happened in North Carolina in the last few years that makes it a place where Democrats think they have a chance.
Yeah, we've had a lot of in-migration in the state, a lot of sort of college-educated, left-leaning folks moving to some of the urban areas of the state that have been some of the fastest-growing metro areas in the country. So that's made Democrats more optimistic that they can start to shift the state more in their direction in this particular presidential election. We've also got some down-ballot races where the Republican candidates are pretty far to the right. Democrats are energized around that. And you certainly see the Trump campaign not taking the state for granted at all. We had 3 different days of rallies in the final days. He was here Saturday, he was here Sunday, he was here Monday. And that's not what you do if you feel like you've got a pretty good confidence that you're going to win a state. That shows that we really are in play this year in ways that we weren't the last couple presidential cycles.
Meanwhile, Colin, I know we reported on the devastating impact of Hurricane Helene. Of the 15 counties that were impacted, previously 2 had broken for President Biden, but the rest were all counties where former President Trump had won by wide margins. What can you tell us about the impact of that hurricane on the ability of election officials there to carry out the election and for people to vote?
It certainly created some challenge. There were polling places that would have been used today that got flooded or were inaccessible. So some of those counties actually had to move where people were voting and then make sure all those voters knew where their new polling site would be. What we've seen of the turnout, both in early voting and today in those storm-affected counties,
everything so far
we don't see a huge
been as
impact on turnout.
expected.
People, even though they're having to go to an extra hassle to vote, they're dealing with a lot in their personal lives. They're making the time to vote in those areas. So we haven't seen an appreciable decrease in turnout from a normal year in some of these counties,
Indiana,
even as they've had to scramble to make the polling process work this year.
Trump wins.
That is Colin Campbell from
West
WUNC
Virginia.
joining us
He's
tonight.
supposed
Colin,
to win
thank you
those.
so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks a
When
lot.
you see something that
Meantime,
he's
let's
not
hop back
supposed to
over to
win,
Lisa Desjardins at our super
then it's
screen
a
for a
problem. If you
closer
see something
look
that
at the
she's
state
not
of North
supposed to win,
Carolina. Lisa?
it's a
Hi,
problem.
guys. Yeah, let's take a look at the beautiful Tar Heels state. What's going on right now, as you showed viewers? We've
This
got
state is interesting right
9%
here.
of the expected vote in, so still a long way
North
to go
Carolina.
right now. Harris is up by 5 points. We do think this is a lot of early vote, but it's not just that. It's that she's getting some of her key counties are coming in. Mecklenburg County has 6% coming in. Up here, Wake
70%,
County, that's
72%.
Raleigh. That's got 6% in. Some very big Trump counties, Union County, the county where he got the largest number of votes in 2020. We don't have any results yet. So caution, of course, this is still early, but this is where the presidential race stands. Let's keep an eye on this number for Harris for a second, because I'm going to take a look now at the gubernatorial race. Harris with 52% at the moment. Gubernatorial candidate Josh Stein, the Attorney General of the state, now 58%.
Robinson is not. He's
6
horrible.
points ahead of Harris.
This dude
I think
basically said
some
that he
folks might have
thinks
expected to be running even more
slavery
ahead
was
of
a
her
good thing.
than that, but obviously he
Black
has a very
dude,
comfortable
Robinson.
margin, still with just 8% of the vote in
Uncle
right
Ruff is
now
like,
in
for
North
real, for real.
Carolina. Speaking of
Crazy.
governor's race, it's not the only state that has one right now. New Hampshire, where polls have closed, we've got looks like a really close race between former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte here, who is right now behind 2 points. One reason I want to look at this race is because if Kamala Harris is able to win the full blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and also keep Nebraska's 2nd district, that essentially closes a major path for the Trump campaign. We saw Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance in New Hampshire just in the last couple of days because they are hoping that perhaps there's a backdoor path to the presidency in New Hampshire's 4 electoral votes. They are counting on Kelly Ayotte to do well in this gubernatorial race to give them a chance. It's a bit of a long shot, say a lot of people, but Republicans I talk to think they have a real shot. Certainly for Kelly Ayotte to win the governor's mansion there, but also potentially it's something the Trump campaign is watching. All right, Pennsylvania, we're going to be talking a lot about this tonight. We are actually getting real results in. This is what I want. 7% though. I know it's not as much as we like, but here we got almost a 50-point margin early here for Kamala Harris. This is, as John Yang was saying, we've seen some of the mail vote coming in, but also this is because this is key Harris areas, these collar counties that Kevin was talking about. Philadelphia County, 15% of the vote is in. Look at that margin for Harris, 65 points. Here we go, Delaware County, Bucks County, you guys have been talking about. We've got a 33-point advantage for Harris right now. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. John Yang, that's where he's at. Also a big margin. So, she's running up the tables early on in Pennsylvania, but we still have a long way to go. These are places that are favorable to her. We're waiting for the Trump counties to come in. Finally, let's talk about that House race, Virginia 7 that we've been watching. Is an indicator of where the House will go. Right now, we've got 44% of the vote in. And remember, this is sort of suburban Washington, up here, Fredericksburg. Right now, the Democrat Eugene Vindman is ahead in this open seat fight with Derek Anderson. We'll see, 44% in. Democrats probably like this right now, but I'm going to have to keep saying this. We still have a long ways to go. Back to you guys.
A long ways to go. Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much. In the meantime, we want to update you now with the winners of some of the Senate races we're tracking tonight. In the state of Florida, Republican Rick Scott has won his race. In Tennessee, Republican Marsha Blackburn is the winner. In Mississippi, also Republican Roger Wicker has won that race. In Delaware, Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester has won her race and made history as the first Black person to represent Delaware in the Senate. In the state of Connecticut, Democrat Chris Murphy has won his re-election bid. In Massachusetts, so has Democrat Elizabeth Warren. In Rhode Island, Democrat Sheldon Whitehouse has won again. And in New Jersey, Democrat Andy Kim, the former congressman, has won that race. All of those are polls for their respective parties, so no changes in the seats there. And here you see the Senate map updated. Again, control of the Senate is on the line tonight. Republicans with 43 seats so far and Democrats with 34. I want to turn back now to the presidential race and take a deeper look at the nation's largest battleground state, that is Pennsylvania, of course. I want to bring in Katie Meyer of Spotlight PA. That's a nonprofit investigative journalism site in that state. She joins us from Philadelphia. Katie, thanks for being with us. This is obviously the state any other tonight. Just give us a sense of what you're hearing from voters on the ground. We've been hearing a lot about some of the long lines and frustrations. What are the issues animating people you talk to?
Yeah, I have been out at the polls a lot today. One of the things that you hear over and over again is abortion. I heard that from men. I heard that from women. I've been pretty much exclusively in Philadelphia.
It's running pretty much according to plan right now.
The other thing I've heard, and I was in, sort of Republican areas of the city as well as Democratic areas, the economy was the big one. Those were the two issues that I kept hearing over and over again.
Do voters there get a sense of how closely the rest of the country is paying attention to them right now?
I think everybody knows. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of texts and calls and door knockers. So yeah, everyone knows that there's a lot of attention here.
Katie, we've also been tracking the Senate
background as a part of a sorority at a historically Black university, and also a key part of this that Harris's campaign has long talked about is ensuring that Black voters.
Katie, we've also been tracking the Senate race. Of course, the incumbent Bob Casey there is running for re-election against Republican challenger and Dave McCormick. Help us understand why Casey finds himself in such a tight race this year.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things is money. Dave McCormick is an extremely well-funded candidate. Casey, of course, has been in politics for a very long time and has a lot of reserves to tap into, a lot of deep relationships to tap into, but it's been an extremely expensive race. And I also think, Pennsylvania is just an extremely purple state. So any race, especially with
Yeah, this
two
is an
well-funded
interesting state right
candidates
here,
like this,
Pennsylvania. We're gonna
can be
see.
very close. And
It's
that's
really
what
gonna
we're seeing.
show pretty much,
We also
I
just
think,
want to get your
how
take
this
now
whole
because we
race
saw
is gonna
Lisa
go.
Desjardins sort of breaking down what we've seen in terms of the expected vote that's come in from Pennsylvania so far, which is a very small amount. But you do see a big lead for Vice President Harris because of the way the votes are tabulated. Again, for our viewers, edification here, every state counts and tallies differently. Help us understand, for their sake, how Pennsylvania counts so we know what we're seeing over the course of the night.
Sure. So one of the big things to know about Pennsylvania is that we have widespread mail voting, but we cannot start counting those ballots until 7 a.m. on election day. So that was 7 a.m. today. It's a lot of ballots to get through. And big counties especially have kind of a long road for those ballots. So in Philadelphia, for instance, they're hoping to get through about 100,000 ballots, up to 100,000 ballots, I should say, by the end of tonight. Ballpark, they're expecting to see 200,000 overall. Again, these are kind of broad numbers, but it gives you a sense of how soon to expect results here. The answer is, if the race is very far apart, there could be results sooner. If it's very close, it's going to take a minute. But yeah, Philadelphia and Pennsylvania broadly just count ballots relatively slowly.
Katie Meyer from Spotlight PA, a long night ahead for you. We wish you well and good luck. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back here in the panel, before we move on, I know we're going to talk about Pennsylvania a lot. We will return to it. But Jonathan, can I just get your take on that little bit of history that we reported there? And I don't want to go unnoted. The fact that Lisa Blunt Rochester made history in her Senate race in Delaware.
Right,
That's
made
big.
history. First
real
Black person
big.
elected to the Senate from Delaware, the home state of President Biden. But she also made even more history. She is now the third, she will be the fourth Black woman to serve in the United States Senate, the third to be elected. Senator LaFonza Butler of California, who is there now, she was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom to serve out the rest of the term from the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. So, the first Black woman elected to the Senate was Carol Moseley Braun in 1992.
Illinois.
32 is my math, right? 32 years ago. And we should also note that there is one other Black woman running for the Senate, and that is Angela Also Brooks, a Prince George's County executive in Maryland. And so, even though the state has been called apparently for the vice president, still waiting to see whether more history is made tonight.
Wow.
And it was President
That would
Biden
be
who
5
encouraged Lisa Blunt
Black
Rochester
senators.
to run for that seat, in large part because he knew that she would win and make history. Can we return to something that Katie Meyer said about the degree to which, Faz, abortion is an animating issue in Pennsylvania? And I raise it because talking to a Harris campaign aide over the weekend, they said that there are really three things driving this race: Donald, democracy, and Dobbs. How do you see it?
Yeah, well, I agree with that, and we'll, I think, hopefully learn at the end of tonight that what a motivating factor it continues to be when you look at a lot of Democratic victories.
Yeah, it's
over the
crazy,
past
man.
couple Years, Jeff,
I'm sitting here,
almost all
I'm looking at my
directly
feed.
to the Dobbs
I'm like,
decision
man,
and
there's
the
a lot of people who
intensity
are
of
just
turnout
are very
and the persuasive
surprising
effect it's having, where you have
that have their
conservative-leaning
opinions. You know what I
women,
mean?
conservative-leaning
Like if
men
they're on,
saying,
if you're
"Well,
online,
I'm
tap in.
sort of
You know what I mean? If
innocent,
they're
choose to
definitely online, I
vote
love them to tap in
vote
with
this
their
way."
opinion. I
Just wait
see.
one point.
I got a few
For his
people
part,
with my
Trump has
family. You
not
know what I
done
mean?
much on
So
persuasion
I'm like,
on this. For
I kind of
anybody who
knew
was
already
concerned about
because
the
we had
fact
these
that Trump came
conversations.
in, overturned
You know,
Dobbs, he didn't
but
give him much to work with in trying to suggest
it
he had
is what
learned
it is.
anything or suggested a different course. In fact, he kind of fed back in tonight. He couldn't even tell you where he was on the Florida ballot measure. And I would say,
See
you know,
me tap
it was
in.
generally a problem for Trump all the way through, is he couldn't talk to a persuasion universe. And instead, he buckled down on saying, here's my diehards. I'm going to continue to affirm to them. There are some lessons to learn about when you are in that kind of an approach. You know, he went very hard at
I left my mouse
to people in
at my place of
alternative
business.
to the working class people through
We
Joe
all right, we
Rogan,
good.
through Tucker Carlson. We talked to Madison Square Garden. The other factor was, Tucker Carlson there. You know who was there last night?
I'm gonna try to see if I
Megyn
can get
Kelly,
my.
who's another right-wing influencer. He spent a lot of time trying to talk directly
Because
to
I
people
love to
through
hear. I love
TikTok,
to hear
through
why
Ross, Logan
people
Paul,
like what just their
professional
point of view.
wrestler.
Not
This
saying
was
that
the
a
way in
person
which he
shouldn't be
conducted
able
his
to vote
campaign
for
to the
whoever
extent
you
he's
want to
going to
vote
get
for.
new voters.
Now, that
There's
doesn't
something
mean
to
that
learn
people
about
are not
the
going
approach that
to
they took with media and how they tried
feel
to
how they want to feel about who you're voting for.
Well, I think first of all, if you've been living
You
in
know
the
what I mean?
Philadelphia
Yeah.
area for the last 6
Like I'm,
months,
you
you've
know,
probably
me
seen a
personally,
million
like I
worse
said,
rating
I'm not.
points in advertising.
I'm gonna take
the Harris campaign on this
exception,
They think it's a key
especially
issue,
when it's
as Faz has mentioned, to winning
people who
those
have a lot to
suburban
lose in this election. You know what I mean?
think one of
Especially
the
when it's
big,
one of those type of
things
marginalized
exploited
groups.
is that,
I'm gonna take
for years
exception.
I've worked on
But I
presidential
would like to
campaigns,
hear
Yeah.
what people have to
state
say.
Senate campaigns. I've worked on city council campaigns for
The
Republicans.
the fact that they want to get rid of the Board of
Very good
Education,
understanding of where we stood on the messaging
and the reason they want to do it is because they don't want them to learn about Black and Indigenous history.
There's really no through line. And
Yeah,
also you have
it's
a
crazy,
very
man. I mean,
sort of compromised
that's
message
it's
at the
part
top
of it, you
about
know.
Trump,
But I
that
really
he's
want
never
to
come
see
up to
why
the
people
pro-life
are
movement.
taking the stance that they're taking.
He doesn't spend a whole lot of
You
time
know?
focusing on
Yeah.
policy or Supreme Court decisions. And what he's doing now is sort of the way he ran his real estate industry. He's like, what do I got to do to get you into this property?
Because I mean, hey, did you see that though? Right now in Delaware, right now they just had
my
a
position,
black woman become senator, the first black senator of that state. You know,
and that comes off as very
as a black woman. Right now, there's 4 Democrats that are 4 black Democrats. Another 5th one is running right now. I think they said Maryland. It might be 5. That'd be like if you add in Tim Scott too from the Republican side, that'd be 6 black senators, 6% of the total Senate. But that's probably one of the highest numbers that we've had since probably 1800 and something. You feel me?
Yeah, they
Not
got
too bad.
Lost in the primary last
Florida's cooked.
when he was campaigning.
You know, you know how that's gonna go.
Yeah. They gerrymandered it enough.
He had made some pretty
But Florida just votes red, though. I mean, that's just Florida, you know.
We know they gerrymandered a part of it, so they made it so the black vote didn't matter anymore.
When you look at it, though, at the end of the day, the senator who won, he's a Republican. The senator that's a majority vote. So that's like you can't gerrymander that. They voted red because that's what Florida feels. That they're Republican. You know, so it's not. I can't fully knock.
This is right now. Florida has a 6-week
You
abortion
know
ban. This
where they're
will
coming from, how they feel. You know what I mean?
To the state constitution, and it needs 60% to pass. It's at 57% right now. There's about 88% of the vote in, but that is a high bar to get 60%, but right knocking on the door. So again, this goes to that exact.
I like how
You have
they show the map
by 8-9 points.
of who's winning. They're like, oh my God, Kentucky, Indiana. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's like that every year.
And if I may, that's a place where Donald Trump was slow to
Yeah.
declare himself. Right. He was wouldn't be pinned down on it. He finally said he would vote against it, but it took several asks.
Well, it is a little after 8:30 p.m. Eastern here on the East Coast, obviously, and the polls in Arkansas.
You know
have
we can,
closed, and we can now say that the
Lupia.
state's 6 electoral votes will go to the
Yeah,
former
this is
president.
crazy, man.
David, get it, the dog.
To report that Vice President Harris has won the state of New Jersey.
What the hell is going on here? This is crazy, man. This is crazy, man.
The
Hold on.
national electoral map at this point in the race, former President Trump with 101 to Vice President Harris's 49 electoral votes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring in Harris campaign co-chair Marcia Fudge, the former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the Biden administration, and a former Democratic member of Congress from Ohio. It's great to have you back with us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. It's good to be with you, Joe.
I know that you and the Vice President are close. Have you spoken with her this evening or recently?
Man,
How is she feeling about her chances, and how is she really feeling about this moment?
I haven't spoken to her today, but she's feeling good. I mean, just think about it, Jeff. She's in 107 days. She changed the entire dynamic of politics in this country. She gave it everything she had. We left it all on the field. She feels good about her work. She feels good about the work of the campaign, and very, very optimistic tonight.
We were talking here among the panel about the impact that abortion and reproductive rights might have on this race. Do you think that women will be decisive in this election. The loss of Roe was really seismic to women, especially women who were alive
Yeah,
before
you see Robinson right
1973,
there from
and
North
saw a
Carolina.
right extended to them as it relates to bodily autonomy that was later removed for their daughters and granddaughters.
Certainly, it's a major issue. But I think that as I've been looking at exit polls, more women are saying that democracy is their number one issue. Democracy and then freedom. Yes, it's going to be important because no one wants to live in a nation where we are rolling back the ability to control our lives, our families' lives. No one wants to live in that kind of a nation. So I think that it is going to be important, but it's not the only important issue. And so I'm really glad that she's talked about freedom of choice, but also about what kind of country do we want to live in, Jim?
Her closing argument was really focused on pragmatism and compromise. In fact, I don't think she even mentioned Donald Trump by name yesterday. What was really fueling that strategy?
Well, the strategy was that everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We wanted them to know who she is and where she stands and what she believes in and the kind of America she would lead. And I think it came across very, very well. I thought the speech was excellent. We were very pleased.
West Virginia's killing it.
And I think it just became time to just turn
Back
the
to
page
Alabama.
on what is in the past and look solely at the future. She did a good job with that.
Oh, my bad.
You know, as we look at the arc of history, Shirley Chisholm on this day back in 1968 became the first
Over here
Black
smacking.
woman. Watched her run. You were heavily involved in Hillary Clinton's campaign. You're now the
crazy.
national co-chair of the Harris campaign. How are you feeling this evening?
Okay.
I'm a wreck, actually. You know, I mean, I have watched them all. But what I do believe is that Kamala now has an opportunity because Shirley Chisholm ran and because Hillary Clinton ran. And they just kept breaking that glass. And I think now it is time for her to just shatter it all. But yes, I'm a little anxious.
All right. That is Secretary Marcia Fudge. Always good to see you. Thanks for being back with us.
Thank you. Good to be seen.
All right. Be well. And we have another race call. Vice President Kamala Harris has won the state of Delaware, President Biden's home state. No surprise there. Let's bring it back to the panel. Amy Walter, I see you pouring
I know
through
I'm pouring through some numbers.
Excel sheets.
I know. I wanted to
What do you
go
see?
back to this point. Fez was talking about how the outreach that Donald Trump has done with talking to Joe Rogan and YouTubers and all of this as a way to reach out to
The young men
really
vote.
young men vote. And so I'm just looking right now in Pennsylvania, and the biggest gender gap, and we'd seen this in some polls, but it is holding up that the biggest gender gap is between 18 to 29-year-old men and 18 to 29-year-old women. The women voting for Harris by 27 points and the men voting for Trump by 10 points. So even among, if we go into the 30 to 44, it's not much different. Men voting for Trump by 2 points, women voting for Harris by 8 points. So that's a pretty narrow range. It is an older voters, it's a little bit bigger than sort of middle-aged voters, but that young voter gap, and that was the whole reason to go on to those shows. Now, they make up a small, that's 7% of the overall electorate. Younger women are 9%. So obviously, I can't do that math right now, but the point being, there's still, yes, there are more younger women who are voting, but the percentage to which women are voting for Harris and that younger men are voting for Trump is quite notable, and it's not represented in any other generation.
But Kevin, is it enough for Donald Trump to sit down for a couple hours with Theo Von or 3 hours with Joe Rogan? Is that enough to drive out the young male vote, or do you have to do more than that?
That's the test, and this goes back to the conversation that we had earlier about getting out the vote and your infrastructure. And going and talking to those voters, I think, is very important. Many of them are very disaffected, and also many of them are casual voters. They're not as necessarily dedicated to making sure that they have their ballot ordered and mailed in, or showing up to the right polling place on time. So they're sort of a lower propensity audience to begin with. The challenge that you have is, now that you've talked to them and you've got them on the hook with your ideas, and you've motivated them to support you, how do you make sure that they get to the polls and that they take 10 friends with them? And that's where the organizational advantage of having a campaign where you own the infrastructure and you have been building it over 2 years inside the RNC or in an integrated fashion with your own campaign makes the big difference. So this will be a big test of whether or not they were able to do that. They've definitely knew that they had an opportunity with these voters. Were they able to take the curiosity and convert it into actual votes?
Well, the other thing we're seeing, though, again, in the exits is Trump is doing better with Black voters than he did in his previous election in places like Georgia and North Carolina. So going from 9 to 15, again, it's not a huge jump. He's not winning these voters, but in a state, especially like Georgia, where to win there, Democrats need to get not just Black voters to show up, but to vote overwhelmingly for them. That is probably a good sign for Trump.
Can we go back to this idea of that gender gap you pointed to, particularly among young voters? And David and Jonathan, I'd love to get your take on this, because we've seen this trend across the country, right, of younger women becoming more progressive, younger men going further to the right. It was interesting too, Faz mentioned Megyn Kelly, who appeared at a Trump rally, who's previously been a very vocal critic of former President Trump, saying you're not doing enough to reach out to women. I think she called one of his rallies like brotastic and urged him to do more. He has not. He's resisted at every turn. We've seen this persistent gender gap. Will that be the death knell for him in some states?
So far, no. I don't see it. I mean, it's sort of been a wash so far.
Yeah.
And I don't think the campaign had much to do with why young men are going for Trump. I think it's because if you look at 2/3 of the people in the bottom of high school classes, 2/3 are men. If you go to the top of high school classes, 2/3 are women.
Yes, no, this is the
College
trend we've
enrollment.
been seeing anyway,
So this is
right?
a
That
trend. So
lines
I
up
think
politically.
the young men are just like, the system is out to get me, and they're voting. I'm looking at all the New York Times has a very handy piece where they take counties where all the votes are in. And they do a red arrow if Trump is doing better than 4 years ago, and a blue arrow if Harris is doing better. And I'm looking at a sea of red arrows. Now, most of these are in Trump country. So it's Trump doing better in Trump country. That's not important. The one that leaps out at me here is Loudoun County, Virginia, which is an exurb of Washington. It used to be the fastest growing county in the country. It's now solidly Democratic. Harris is up by 16. But compared to 4 years ago, Trump is performing 9 points better. And so if we see a lot of red arrows in places like Loudoun County, then that's a warning sign for Harris.
Jonathan?
What?
After
that.
Can we also clarify here, these are places where you say most of the vote is already in? It would tend to come in
It's plus
faster in
95%.
some of these rural counties,
They're rural
correct?
counties, but Loudoun
Right.
is a straight up suburban.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I look at the fact that Trump is doing better in Loudoun and better in these red counties already. I can't remember who said this, who said it on another network, that really what's happening tonight is America is basically on trial, in that we're going to find out who we are through this election. And the fact that despite the things that Donald Trump said on the campaign trail, the things that he's promised on the campaign trail, a lot of things that are concerning to millions of people, and he's still getting more votes than he did the last go round, that to me is more concerning than, the vice president's not doing as well, say, even though she's up plus 16, even though, it's not as good as 2020. And so for me, that's what I'm looking at and what I'm most concerned about what I'm about to learn about the American people through this election.
A lot of questions about what's going on and what's going to happen. I have to say, I brought a little cheat sheet here. To the extent the economy is driving where people are, we know the Democrats point out the numbers, the inflation number, the rate, it's down to 2.4. That's better than it's been, a lot better than it's been compared to when Donald Trump was elected, 1.7, when Joe Biden was elected, 1.2. But average price of a loaf of bread was $1.36 when Donald Trump was elected, $1.51 when Joe Biden was elected. It's $1.97 now. The average price, median price of a house sold in the United States this quarter it was 8 years ago, it was 303,000. It's 420,000. I mean, those are the practical things in people's lives that people are dealing with. So we don't know what's going to happen, but just pointing it out.
And we certainly don't want to get ahead of
Right.
where the results are.
But it's a good point. There is this sense that it really is a luxury to be concerned about the fate of democracy when you're trying to pull together 2 or 3 jobs in the gig economy and put food on the table for some folks.
Yeah, people can care about both things, though. Yeah. So you know, I think a lot of this argument that it's a luxury if you can't afford bread, you don't think about democracy. No, you think about your country. But I do think you think about how's my community doing. It's not only how you're doing individually, it's how my community is doing. And if you're an affluent person in a community that was in West Texas where the community is just, the grocery stores are leaving, the shopping stores, it doesn't matter how rich you are, you see your community failing and you're upset about it and you definitely want change. I don't know, I'd be curious to know if Amy has run across which candidate is the candidate of change in the
Right.
exits.
I have not seen that yet, but that's a great point.
We'll continue to come back to this issue, I'm sure. In the meantime, I do want to update viewers with another race call we can make at this hour coming up on 8:45 here on the East Coast. That is that Vice President Harris has won the state of Illinois. 9% of the expected vote in there. So
Illinois.
can be called again.
That's
AP
normal.
calling those based on historical data, trends, and votes as they've come in. So when you look at the national map right now, here's where the electoral vote count stands. Former President Trump with 101 to Vice President Harris's 71. Amy, I want to return to the state of Georgia if we can.
Can you hear me breathing?
We're closed back at 7 o'clock. We're still waiting, obviously, to be able to make a call.
We will be waiting.
We've seen this phenomenon of split ticket voters.
See, I think I got
Do we expect to see those again?
I
What
put
do you
stereotypes
think?
myself because this lady over here sign language. I keep thinking like she's trying to hit me up.
Yeah, and you know, for the first time in a long time, we do
Stupid,
have a
bruh.
Senate race on the ballot in Georgia.
Yeah, man,
It feels like every 5 minutes there's a Senate
it's
race
sounding
in
kinda,
Georgia for
not
various
good.
reasons.
Some good, a lot of
Yeah, it's like
a
same
lot
with
of bad
Arizona. There's
signs
Can't hear
right
you.
now. I would say. Can't hear me?
No.
But
Hold on.
Gotta turn
for
it down.
retirements and such. But the and this was why Democrats.
I said it's a lot of bad signs coming through right now that I'm hearing just from them. Just like different little things, different counties that are shifting a little bit further away from where they were in 2020. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we
I
don't know
mean,
how this is going to turn out. This is.
oh, you thinking it's gonna be bad?
It's possible, man. Just depends. You know what I mean? Because you
Yeah, it
got a lot
depends
of
who you
people
want to
who,
win.
yeah, you know, what I mean? It just at the same time though, it just depends on how things kind of turn out. If it depends on which states flip, which states don't. If you can hold the states that you already had, that's a big thing. So we'll see.
We got Texas turning red. Yep. Texas has. They have about half the vote out in Texas. Trump is leading her by a good 8. Oh,
8 points.
6 points. Yeah, with 51% of the vote in. Let's see. Nothing coming out of Iowa right now. Nothing out of Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and nothing out of Louisiana. And New York still too, unexpectedly.
It's a smaller county, but this is a place where they need to be getting closer to Biden's numbers if they're going to win the state of Georgia.
I mean, look at the. I don't know if you can see this right now, or you can't, but like, I mean, the vote. They've only calculated 7% of America, right? That's kind of crazy if you think about it. Like all these states that are here right now, it's about 7% of the expected vote, and so I mean, it's still close. Donald Trump has about 20. He has 20 million votes right now. And Kamala Harris has 17 million.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at the West Coast is a big, a big bag for her. So we'll see. Like I said, this just kind of you're not seeing a lot of good signs right now.
No, there's no good sign.
Harris.
Bro, nobody's happy right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, nobody. I mean, I remember I used to be able to sit through, I guess because I was young, I knew what was going on, but it's like I can sit through elections and not even care about them. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I know somebody's gonna win. We're watching this. Everyone is looking at their phone. Some people, I wouldn't even doubt. Like, hey, what's happening? And a lot of people that know that you voted before, you're fine. You're like, you wait for the final, Hawaii, I guess.
Yeah, just that a lot of like ours aren't going to. So our polls don't close till 8 o'clock over on this side. You know what I mean? So we're not going to get a lot of those until that time. But what you're really trying to figure out right now is a lot of the East Coast states. That's Georgia. That's North Carolina. That's Pennsylvania.
We're seeing her underperform by a lot. Even Hillary Clinton in Michigan, again, still many more votes to come in.
It is not looking good for her. This might be a big, it's just not looking good for her. The counties that she needs to win by large amounts, she's not.
Across the country, including two with both of the campaigns. Laura Barone Lopez is with the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Will democracy continue, or will we be in a full-blown revenge dictatorship? Imagine you got that much beef with so many people, and now you got the power to do whatever you want to do to them, and it's legal. History tells stories of monsters like that. Ooh, who's this?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not, like I say, from what I'm seeing right now, she's underperforming a lot in places that she needs to really, really bring home in order to win this thing. What's that?
Seen that. Yeah, man. I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't know.
It's not like I say.
I'll just wait. It's still early.
Yeah, but it's like this. If you don't win certain counties, like a lot of this is like we look at America. America is mostly a lot of rural places, a lot of rural. There's not very many actual
big cities and stuff, metropolitan areas.
Yeah, and so in those areas, she has to they're showing you kind of okay. Biden won by this amount right here. He didn't win. He didn't win a lot of these states by a lot, and she's underperforming him. And so if she doesn't bring in her vote in that area, and these other areas are a blowout for Trump, still the same numbers that they were before, she loses those. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She loses those places. So that's
I think it was kind of, what's crazy, bro? It's like when they would talk about them both on the news, she had to prove herself, and he could just be crazy and say whatever he wants.
Yeah, but
But no one doesn't know the reason they didn't question him because they're like, look, bro, he might be president. So you have to look at if she's president, they can still question her like they do Democrats and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like when Donald Trump's president, you can't say nothing bad about him. Nothing. And so, because he'll just be like, I think you're a threat to this government or whatever.
That ends up cannibalizing a lot of your actual election day turnout. And the Trump campaign saying so far that has not turned out to be the case. That those voters turned out early, and more of them are now turning out today. So overall,
I went to vote today, and it looked like it was a pretty. I went out kind of in a rural area myself to vote. So but I'm looking at the crowd. I'm like, yeah. This is definitely a Trump crowd. If this dude, Mark Robinson,
my bad,
he better not win. Mark Robinson. That's just crazy if he wins. Even in North Carolina.
they have coordinated with the local election officials to account for that?
Well, election officials, this is their responsibility, right, to make sure that they've accounted for over the past historical numbers of elections that there are enough poll watchers, basically voting assistants at these poll sites. So that's a failure of the state if there's too long a line. But it's also a good problem to have, from my perspective. You want people voting, you want them to stay in line. So I urge everyone who's watching, who's in the line or watching it, please stay in line.
Well, Kevin, take us inside. I'm curious from both of your campaign experience here, as Laura was reporting that they're deploying surrogates to get people to stay in line. I mean, imagine being out there in line and the actor Paul Rudd walks up to you and says, "Hi, I'm asking you to please stay here." I mean, is that literally what's going on in each of these places? Is that it seems so haphazard in some ways, whether or not someone will stay in a long line to cast their ballot.
It is, yeah, but it goes on. It's actually, if you go behind the pipe and drape in a campaign, that's going on all day. I just remember 2004, our political director, Mike Hartley, kind of just walking around the headquarters in Ohio where we were stationed on election night, just like a raving madman. He looked like Mike Ditka on the sideline of the Bears campaign with like a headset on, talking and yelling at people. But that's the big part of the campaigns, and I think with the campaign sort of modeling that you go through early on, and the practice that you put into that, and the work that you put into that, so that on election day, you do know where you're not just randomly haphazardly calling volunteers and asking them to go out and get people in line, but that you've anticipated where the turnout could be, where the turnout needs to be, so that you have your volunteers out there making sure that everybody's voting as best they can, and that they have the opportunity to vote in all of these crucial battleground counties inside the states.
Amy, when William was sharing his reporting from the Trump campaign that they feel good about the turnout for them in North and Southeast Philadelphia and the rural parts of Pennsylvania, is there anything that you're seeing that tracks with that?
Well, I need to dig into Lisa's map. I wish I could just go on over there and type it in. But I think what we're really going to be looking for, and if you're the Harris campaign, I think this has been their key all along, is doing just well enough in those rural areas, holding on to Biden's margins with that white working class voter, even if you're not getting the same margins out of Scranton or Erie, but really running up the score in and around the suburbs. And if Philadelphia is coming in, if those people are standing in line, remember, Philadelphia has been a real sore spot for Democrats for the last few cycles, because it used to be this huge vote driver. And two things have been happening. One, fewer voters are turning out, so lower turnout out of Philadelphia. And then, as we've seen in these last couple of elections, and this is what Trump was leaning into as well, in parts of North Philadelphia, which are heavily Latino, he made up some ground there. So I think that's going to be a fascinating part of the city to watch. It's going to take a long time before we see those final numbers. So.
Well, we got all night together, guys.
We did.
Thank you so
That's
much
what's
for
so
being
great.
here. Thanks to all of you for being with us as well. David Brooks is getting an important call. We're going to ask him who's calling him at this hour. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break so our PBS stations can report on some of their state and local races.
We'll be right back at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is when polls close in many more states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. So stay with us.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be a long night. I think it's gonna be a very, very long night. I can just see it right now. I can kind of tell just by the way that things are starting to fall. We'll see what happens with with the rest of the states, but it is what it is, man. Like I say, either way.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. Like, we shouldn't even be in this position. I don't even know why I'm sitting here acting like I'm stressing. Like, we shouldn't even be in this position at all, and we're here.
Again.
So even the fact it's a 50-50, that's what I keep saying, man. It's like, it's not going to be the same.
What you mean?
It's not going to be the same. Family. Think about it. Like, elections make families split up, but like this one made families split up. People chose sides.
I mean,
I hope everybody that gets to watch this and you're beefing with your family tonight, like, say, hey, call them and say, I don't like your politics, but I still love you.
I'm not telling nobody that. I'm gonna be real with you at all, because I mean, we're about to have to play. We're about to have to go through what we got to go through for the next 4 years. If this happens, it depends on how it floats and how it goes. But you're
4
going to go
years,
through what
you
you
say,
got to
huh?
go through for the next 4 years. 4 years, man.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Well, it
If he
depends.
wins 4
It
years,
depends who wins. He
depends.
ain't leaving after 4.
I mean, he's old.
You think anybody would even like survive under that for 4 years?
Oh, yeah, we did it once. We do it again.
Nah, not this time. This is different. You know it's different.
It is different. It's different. It's definitely different. It's definitely different.
The first time he was just winging it. Like, I didn't think I was going to win. So he's just, but now it's like, he lost. You embarrassed him. The man was embarrassed. You dogged him forever. You know what I'm saying? Now he gets to come back. And I mean, the people that knew him was like, yo, I'm gonna have to flee the country because he's gonna lock me up and he'll have every right to do it. That senile old man being a dictator. Oh, it's gonna be some Game of the Thrones going on in here. Wow.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm looking forward to see how things kind of start turning out. I mean, I think soon enough we're gonna get some pretty big results from certain places that are gonna let people know what it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Once those Midwest states start popping up, Rust Belts place starts popping up, Michigans, your Wisconsins, your Pennsylvanias, that's when you're gonna know. If those states all flood red, it's a wrap. It's over.
Yeah.
If he even takes one of them, you know what I'm saying? It's over. And that's how it goes. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Of course, you don't want to see it, but that's life, man. Like I said, we've dealt with this before. It's not the end of the world, but it's like, it's about to be. People don't. I don't think people don't really understand.
I don't think it's
man.
gonna be good either. I'm just thinking.
I don't think they understand.
I'm thinking of it now, like if when Kamala gets elected, there's gonna be a war that pops off somewhere.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean by war?
There's gonna be a war that pops off somewhere. It's finally gonna kick in. And then with Donald Trump, there probably will be a war because we'll be destabilized. Either way, we could be destabilized. I'm worst case scenario, right? And say they have this election, right? And America's already split. So half the country is like, nah, I ain't taking that. And the other half of the country is like, you're going to take it or else. And then it starts some issues. Now, if we're divided as a nation, we're the weakest nation in the world. If we're united, we're strong. That's why we've been looking weak. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be divided, and it'll be easy for any foreign entity to come in and be like, all right, cool, it's time to do this thing. You know what I'm saying? And start firing at us from all sides. I mean, it could just be bad.
I just feel like it'll be the same thing. I think he'll be able to. I mean, if it did happen, they'll be able to enact their whole agenda. And unless he doesn't have the House. If he doesn't have the House, he's going to do whatever he can do by executive order.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we'll just see what happens here. I mean, it's still a lot of election left, but the numbers are not looking good. No matter how you shake it or bake it, the numbers are not looking good.
Yeah. I mean, it's still early in the race.
It's still early, but it's like, whew.
Yeah, I was using this one earlier on the stream, and it kept moving on me. It just kept moving. Anyways, though.
Moving.
Yeah. How was your day, yo?
It's been hectic, man. I had to get out. I was up early this morning, mostly because I was worried about going to where I was going to go vote at. I was like, man, I got to get out here, go get myself registered, vote. This, that, and that. It was easy as hell, though. Really, I was already in the system. I just had to make myself active in the system, pretty much.
Yeah. So, so I got you here, man. I want to, we got time. This election's going to be going. I want to let's talk about some things. I read this article, and where it at? Is that yours? Is that something you about to put up there?
What?
There we go. Boom. This. So Israel's Netanyahu fires defense minister Gallant.
Yeah, Gallant. I saw that today too.
Yeah.
He fired him today on election day so that it can bury the story.
You think? Yeah.
He did. It was why he did it today, because he knows everyone's going to be focused on this. Gallant's his biggest adversary.
Without him, there's nothing stopping him.
I mean, he pretty much works for him, though. He's like, basically, what if your defense minister always came out and refuted what the information that you were putting out? That'd be like the president's secretary of defense, like, no, I don't think what the president's saying is right.
Yeah.
And everyone knows that this dude wants to run and be president. Would you have him in your cabinet?
Nah, especially if he's dogging me in public.
The last time they fired him, one other time, I think it was some earlier this year, they fired him. And then like tens of thousands of people flooded the streets protesting the fact that he was fired. And so he put him back in. So you like retained him in the office. So go ahead though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he did fire him on the election. I didn't even think about that. I just saw it and I was like, dang. But yeah, we are focused on this because
brilliant, man. It's brilliant. I'm not saying that I like him or what he did, but the move was brilliant.
Because it won't be on the news for like 3-4 days. It'll be dead by then. And by the time someone brings it up, everyone will be like, huh?
It just tells you the kind of cunning that he uses when it comes to stuff. I mean, could you have planned something else and did the same way? You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of stuff that you use. This is a really big, important person within your cabinet, but you also know he is your enemy.
You can do whatever you want on this election day if you're a foreign country. There's nothing they're going to do, or it's not even going to be news.
I mean, pretty much right now, man, it's if results kind of turn the way that, that we think they might turn, they're looking. Now, I'm only saying they're looking that way because I'm looking at, you're looking at past results versus where we're at right now. And past results showed that you barely won in these certain places. And right now, you're not really getting you're not even reaching the same margins you were reaching before. So it's just not looking good for you.
I think it's still early.
Man, it is, but I mean, numbers matter. They say what they say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie.
Oh,
numbers don't lie, man, when it comes down to it.
The chunk on Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming.
He's going to get all those middle states too. Maybe not Colorado, but those other two. Which one's that? Is that Kansas and Missouri? He's going to take those too. Even though they look bluish. Okay, I see Maine went blue.
No. Oh, Maine went blue? What?
But they're supposed to. It's supposed to. That
was like crazy. That was all for Trump. I mean, like, it's still early in the whole, like, I mean, think about it. You got everybody's probably, I don't know anyone that's sitting this vote out. I don't know anybody that's not voting. Like, everybody at my work went voting today. They were like, nope, gotta go vote. Everybody went to go vote. I'm at the voting place to go vote today, bro, and everybody's there. You went to the voting place. There was lines. You know what I'm saying? And like, I was like, forget this line. I just took mine.
I'm gonna tell you who I saw when I went to go vote though. People who didn't look like they was gonna be voting for Kamala Harris. That's where I looked. I'm like, this dude who was sitting next to me, like sitting across from me, voting, bumping into the table a couple times. I'm almost thinking like, is he doing it intentionally? Do I need to say something to this dude? You know what I mean? Are you trying to get me to act out? You know what I mean? To say something to you.
Why? How was he bumping the table?
You know how like, okay, you got the voter, the dividers kind of set up. And he's like across from the other side on his divider, but he's like he's scooting up to the table. Like, anybody got to scoot up to the damn table that damn close where you're bumping the table so hard that it's shaking both, you know what I mean? Like 2 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. You're doing too much, man. You know what I mean? You know who I'm voting for. You try to make conversation with the registration lady, like, yeah, I heard they're burning ballots, and I could tell to where you were going with this, but you didn't want to go too far because you know who I'm voting for. You get me?
You think so?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, I went, man, and like the only thing that I saw some people out there, these 2 women, they were leaving out of there. They had their Trump hats on. They had Trump on the front of their hood or whatever. And they were like, you can see them coming out. Then they tried to post up in the parking lot. Like, I'm like, you can't even do that. Like, it was crazy. And I'm looking like, how embarrassing.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm like I said, I saw one of my family members talking about, Trump is for something like, that Trump is for Kamala's for they, them, Trump is for us or whatever. You know how you seen that commercial? This is a commercial they run heavy down south. Like, okay, down south in Arizona, they run this commercial. I mean, I saw it so many times, it was crazy. You know what I mean? When they use it, they show that, and they have like it's an effective commercial in those places. You know what I mean? He used that for his for a caption that he just did. And I'm like, okay, let me see if you want to tap into the show. If he's out on the, he might be out on the road though, I'm not sure. But I definitely want to get him tap in and let him speak his piece because he's a bona fide Trumper. He's from the same place as I'm from, pretty much. Over in Ohio, and now he's living down south or whatever the case may be, and he's a bona fide Trumper. And I kind of want to get the perspective of like, what is he, what are his views? I know personally, but I'd love to be able to get him so we can talk about him a little bit. You know what I mean? See what he says. But yeah, man, I think, see if we can shoot back to the other, I think it's back on right now.
Got you. So there's no sound. Yo.
So there's no sound?
Yeah, you got to turn the sound up.
Gotcha.
The interesting thing, Ahmed and Jeff, she said she didn't want to talk about it. She was what
It's really not even, I'm not really even.
So she talked to me readily, but
It's not even so much to hear them. I just want to see the numbers. Numbers are what really matter.
Still got to count all them votes. We won't know by that till like closely till 8 o'clock.
I mean, yeah, definitely. You got Ohio, which is expected to. If she gets Philadelphia and keeps the other Rust Belt states, which is Wisconsin, Michigan.
Man, I went to my local grocer. I tell you about the cheese I found.
No,
man, I didn't realize. I've been getting into like charcuterie boards and stuff, right? So I've been buying these olives with oh man, garlic in them, and like specialty cheeses. And I've been going to this grocer for years, and I just didn't know that they had a whole section dedicated to olives and cheese. Like a section where somebody stands in the middle of it and serves and helps people with cheese.
Okay, it's a local grocer, huh?
Yeah,
so they're basically trying to push the cheese in. What you're saying?
No, it's been there forever, man. I found this cheese. It's like a Gouda cranberry with cranberries in it. Woo! Boy, I found
cranberry.
Gouda with cranberry. Hey, check it out. I found, what did they have? They had pepper jack cheese with habanero.
Okay.
It was delicious. I found some bad cheese. I think it had mold on it, and I'm probably gonna be sick from it.
Man, listen, don't they say certain cheese is supposed to be like that, ain't it? I mean, that's pretty much what cheese is.
That's what blue cheese is. Blue cheese is just mold in it. But no, I mean, like they had all kinds, but they had these little boxes where you could find, and they had like different cuts of cheese, there's like $5 sticks of cheese, or under $5. So I grabbed a bunch of those. I'm hooked on cheese right now. Cheese and olives.
You know what they say about cheese, right? You heard that, right?
Makes you constipated?
No.
That's what I heard. That's what I did.
Let me see. No, not that. Just they were like, I was watching. Who was that? I think it was what's the show called? Boondocks. I think it was. He was the first episode ever of Boondocks. He said something about cheese on it. It was funny.
What's your favorite Boondocks episode?
I mean, I really don't. I've probably just started watching them just recently. You know what I mean? But yeah, again, I've seen them before in the past, but I probably just started watching them. I don't really,
Yeah, man, my kids watch them all the time. So they love the Boondocks. My cousin was really into Boondocks too. My favorite one actually is the MLK one. Actually, it was that one, and then the Bushido Brown one. They had Stank Meter. But the MLK one, right? It was like Martin Luther King was just in a coma and he came back alive. Did you see that one?
Mm-mm.
All right. So in the episode,
No, go ahead.
In the episode, right? Martin Luther King, he was in a coma and he woke up out the coma and he woke up in present time and everything was still the same. And they acted just like he was dead or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But he was in a coma. So like he's going everywhere. He's seen his name trademarked, people doing all kind of stuff. And so he starts his own like political party. And at the party. You know what I'm saying? All the black folks show up to see him, but they got the DJs up there. The annual fight. The girls half dressed, and like he tries to get in, and they're like, "Yo, you ain't getting in." And he was like, "I'm Martin Luther King. It's my thing." He's like, "Yeah, you ain't getting in with them shoes." The bouncer was telling him. Like he had saw like he was so upset about what he saw, like, and what the people had devolved to or whatever. And so he called him out. He said, "All you ignorant N-words," and they stopped and listened to him, and then he gave him a big speech at the end. But
Arizona is going to be an important state too. That's a really, really important state. They're gonna drop theirs probably at like 7:00 our time. I think they're an hour ahead of us right now with daylight savings. They don't have daylight savings in Arizona, so that's gonna be a big one for us. You know what I mean? So when that passes, we're gonna kind of be able to tell a little bit more where things are gonna go. But it's really, I'm telling you, it's really Philadelphia, man. I mean, not Philadelphia, but Pennsylvania and Michigan.
I'm telling you, nobody's gonna concede this race. Usually
I think she will. I think she will.
You think she will? Nah.
I don't see no reason why she wouldn't. If she loses,
so.
I don't see a reason why she wouldn't concede.
I think she'd be like, let's count all the votes first.
I mean, if you're getting beat, if you're getting beat resoundingly, you're gonna. I mean, I don't see her not conceding. That's just me.
Oh, he get Texas. Damn, that shit's almost over.
He's supposed to get Texas. Texas is like, that's regular. Right now, I mean, like I said, I want to see something where somebody wins that they're not supposed to win.
Yeah.
We see that, then that's a different situation. Like, okay. But right now,
think about people that don't watch politics. This is like the first time they're watching this happen, and they're just like, "Oh my God, she's about to lose!" Like, because the rest of the states haven't even kicked in.
Nah, but I mean, at the end of the day, though, what you got to look out. I mean, she's underperforming in a lot of places, and that's the biggest thing right there. She's underperforming in a lot of spots right now. And that's what you got to kind of look at, because everything's a numbers game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's going to concede tonight if she loses. I don't see that happening. I don't see him doing it either. I don't see anybody doing it. Look, because it's going to take days to count all the votes and get all the real numbers. So if someone concedes now, tonight, I don't think she will. I don't think she will have a concession speech. I think hey, let's count all the votes. Let's make sure everybody voted.
I think this. I mean, I feel like if it's a blowout, she's going to concede. That's just how I see it. She's going to concede if it's a blowout.
Let me see the popular vote. Yeah, and see the popular vote. That's what's crazy about it. He has 26 million votes. She has 23 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
It's that close.
I mean, the popular vote will swing, though, when you get California. When California comes in, they're probably going to be 60% to 40%. I mean, California got I think 40 million people in that state, 30-something, 40 million people, and that's a crazy amount. It's it's a huge state.
We got 12 electors too, so you can just add that on there.
Yeah, and then also Oregon as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then you got to look at Nevada. Where's that going to swing to? But all this stuff hinges really on numbers, like short numbers. Like, okay, how well are you doing? If she doesn't do as badly in some of the other places, but she doesn't do as well in some, in the places that Biden did well in, it could even out. But that's a lot of ifs right there. There's too many ifs involved.
Yeah, Virginia's really close, actually. It's only a point off. Yeah, and it's only half the vote is in Virginia.
Yeah, but it's probably a lot of the vote. I mean, and it also depends on where the vote is coming from. If the vote's coming from suburban areas, more of the urban areas as well, if you've got most of that vote in and it's close, it's going to swing the other way, because it's going to be a lot, in rural areas, he's going to win 60, 70% of the votes in those areas. Even if they're not like large pocket areas, you add them all up, it'll equal out. So, I mean, like I say, I'm not writing it off. Not sure,
Yeah, there's still a lot of time. Still a lot of time. That's crazy how I feel like they should election day. Well, I mean, if we survive this, Election day should be a national holiday where everybody gets a day off to vote. Like you shouldn't even have to go to work until you vote. And if you do, they have to pay you for your lost vote. Like a lot of money. But everybody, the day should be off and everybody should get to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that too. I mean, so what he said, they're basically just said that, they asked for more time for voting, but the judge is like, no, because if you're not in line by 8 o'clock, you're just not in line by 8 o'clock. You had all day. If you're not there, everyone knows voting stops at 8. It's not like at 8 o'clock they cut the machines off. If you're in line by 8 o'clock, you still get to vote.
Well, there's a lot of factors. Think about what if you got to go to work from 10 to 7?
Well, you had 2 hours before.
Did you?
And you had an
how
hour
long is
after.
how long? I mean, think about it. They got one voting booth for like counties. You know what I'm saying?
They
One
don't
voting
have
booth.
one voting booth for counties. I don't know about that one. I just
Excuse
think
me. They have one place you can go vote for counties. Like
all
one
it-
place.
all they're saying. So if he got off at 7, depending on where he lives, if he goes straight there and stands in line, he still gets to vote. I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? I think everyone, like you said earlier, everyone should have that time off. They need to also show like how is he performing in those same counties. If he's overperforming, then that matters as well.
Yeah.
Bucks County, parts of it, as Amy has said, I think, are very purple. Some of them are red. So this is a place we'll be watching very carefully. Allegheny County, this is a huge Democratic county. Let's see how much of the vote is in there. 40% of the vote. So this is a place where Kamala Harris can continue to make up ground. But a lot of these counties down here, Lancaster, here's Franklin, all of these kinds of places.
And see, the news doesn't make it any better. Like, I mean, they're just analyzing like what's counted already. It's like if they all just waited, be like, yo, this is that after everything was
But
counted.
they're
even though
kind of
it takes
showing
time.
you
How
the
it's gonna
trend
go,
and
yeah.
where it's heading. You know what I mean? That matters. Those trends matter. All those, even though it makes you feel like, oh my God, it matters. The same thing kind of was going for the last election too when we looked at Biden, but he had better numbers. His numbers came back better. That's just, it is what it is.
This is where we expected things to be at this moment because West Virginia has been called. This is the first flip of the night in the U.S. Senate. It was expected.
Joe Manchin.
I just keep bugging, bro, because I'm like, damn, they're really about to erase African American history and Native American history.
This is the direction they've been
Like-
wanting to go in. Whoa. You know how long Sheldon Brown's been in office for? Sherrod Brown, sorry. A long time.
And it was the other way around. So this is a race that I think we could see go back and forth over the next couple of hours. Right now,
He's been in office probably since like over 20 years or something like that or more.
these Democratic areas come in, Cuyahoga County, up here, right here on Lake Erie, all of this starting to fill in.
If you look at Akron, it's red right now too, like in Summit. Where's Summit County at?
Let's check out an important House race as well.
Wow.
This is Ohio's 13th district, right up here, Akron, Summit County. It's redrawn. It's a sort of a new map up there. 42% of the expected vote in. Amelia Sykes, freshman House representative, someone who Republicans were hoping to unseat. Right now, she's up by a nice, comfortable margin. But again, we still have the majority of the vote to come in. Kevin Coughlin and his crew are probably watching right now, hoping that it goes their way.
All right, Lisa Desjardins, thank you very much. Let's turn now and take a deeper look at the state.
He said, "How can he tap in? How can I can send him a I can send him an invite, huh?"
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, just go invite, and then you can send it through Messenger, Gmail, or just a regular email.
What you're hearing, polls have closed there. What do we know about turnout and what it's looked like on the ground so far?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Starting up in Green Bay and coming all the way back down to Madison. And the one thing we ran into everywhere was rain and voters waiting in rain. Their turnout was really good in a lot of the places. We hit some rural places that had long lines. Ripon, the birthplace of the Republican Party, or so it lays a claim to be so, had lines stretching through their halls and out and around the block, people passing umbrellas back to wait it out up to a half hour at times for people to get in and vote. There was a really large early in-person absentee vote in Wisconsin that lasted a couple weeks. It's closed now, but we're not quite to 2020 pandemic style turnout for absentee ballots, but it's very high, higher than the normal presidential. And what that means, it's just going to be a long time before we have results from a lot of these communities. The city of Milwaukee does a central count for all of their 100,000 plus absentee ballots, and they actually had a tabulator error earlier in the day. So 30,000 that they'd already counted, they're going to redo. So we're looking at late into the night, probably tomorrow morning before we have results. Some of these smaller communities, we're not expecting to have as many absentee ballots. Some of them more than 53% of registered voters went absentee. I checked in at one, they had 9
Zach, you mentioned some of those larger metro areas and counties, Milwaukee and Dane, tend to come in later. As we expected, it could be a very long night for you as well. But help us understand what other counties you're watching much more closely as the night progresses to give you a sense of where this might go, especially if Wisconsin expects another incredibly close margin of victory for either candidate.
Well, one county that we've looked at throughout this election in the last couple of cycles is Ozaukee County. It's just to the north of Milwaukee. It has a rapidly growing Democratic population, that typical educated, college-educated workforce, with a lot of turning blue in a lot of those areas. And it used to be a stronghold of the Republican Wild Counties. So Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. If you've ever heard the Wisconsin Wild Counties, it was the deepest red traditional Republicans. And it's really bled a lot of voters in the Trump era. And the question there is whether it'll keep going. We were there earlier this election cycle, and they couldn't keep up with the yard signs, getting 1,000 in at a time for Harris' campaign. So Democrats are really looking there. As for the rest of the state, where Wisconsinites, where Republicans are looking, it's western Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's still too early.
Like I'm saying, man, them numbers don't lie though. You know what I mean? Them numbers coming back kind of funny right now.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's gonna concede, bro. I'm just telling you, I don't see it.
They gotta concede. There's nothing they can do about it. I mean, if you losing, you lose, you losing. That's all there's to it. There's nothing you can do. You know?
Yeah.
You don't want to see that. Don't get me wrong. I don't. You know.
Okay, so Harris is up in Iowa right now, 58% to 40% of Donald Trump.
That's a good flip. Don't get me wrong.
In Missouri, Kamala is up 56% to Donald's 42%.
She's not winning Missouri.
That's 15% expected vote. Kansas, Kamala is up 51-46.
Win Kansas either. Kansas is tough.
In Colorado, she's up 59% to 38%, but that's only 16%.
I can see her winning Colorado. I can see her winning Colorado though. Colorado's it has been a blue state lately. They got a lot of
and New Mexico it's only 7%, but it's Donald up 53 to 44.
I mean, normally New Mexico flips blue too a lot. You know what I mean? So we'll see where that comes in at, where those votes are coming in at. It's really about Arizona. Honestly, it's really about Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are the states right there. Nevada matter too, but those are the ones that's really like where those states go. That's where it's going to go. He can take Georgia. He could even take North Carolina, and she could still, you know what I mean? But I don't know though. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a tough one.
You gotta have faith, yo. You gotta have faith.
I'm not saying
faith that your history can keep carrying on.
Ain't that crazy that you gotta even say that? Ain't that crazy?
No, I know where I live at, bro.
You know what I mean? We're gonna see. You know what I mean? Right now, we're gonna see what it is.
There's Milwaukee, first of all, to give people a sense of place. Here we go. There's Milwaukee. Right next up top there, Ozaukee County. We have not gotten any results from there yet. We will watch it closely. Obviously, they still.
We're gonna have to see. I feel like there's a lot of black males voted against Kamala Harris, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not to say they have to vote for her because they black at all.
Nah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people are doing that shit for clout.
Man, listen, I'm telling you, man, they was voting against her, man. I'm listening to this. I'm hearing them say it. You know what I mean? I'm watching them talking about this, man. And it's crazy to me that they really feel like I'm not sure what's going on with them either, but they got their own reasons, and I would like to hear about them. You know what I mean? Like, what do you see?
I just think about how they're gonna act as soon as things pop off, and they'll be like, "Wait, this isn't what I voted for." I'm like, "Nah, this is what you wanted."
Excuses. They're gonna make excuses.
They can't make excuses. There ain't no excuse for it. None at all. We
He
live in
should
a
have
day and
complied.
age.
They're gonna say he should have complied.
We live in a day and age where everything, all the knowledge that you want to ever find out in the world is at the grasp of your hands. If you choose not to use that so you can remain in whatever world you like to remain in, that's on you. I don't want to hear nothing from it. Nobody after that. There's no excuse you can say. You voted against your best interest.
Political Twitter all aflutter. Will we know soon what that really means on the ground?
Well, this was a big outlier, and I think people were taking it, and what it may show, and this is sort of interesting. As
Yeah.
we're watching some of these
People, like I say, I'm not like, you know, but I'm like, man, you gotta pay attention to the numbers, man. The numbers tell the story every single time.
in the past. So a state like Florida going even more red, but a state like Virginia or New Hampshire is likely to be a smaller Democratic margin in those states, even though
Amendment 4.
states. So what we have
Someone just said, like, I saw this online here. They say Kentucky rejects Amendment 2, the ballot measure that would have allowed public funding to go to private schools. Yeah, on my initiatives, man, did you check out the initiatives?
Yeah, I see Florida Amendment 4 election results, right to abortion. This amendment limits government interference with the procedure before viably or when needed for the patient's health. This measure needs 60% of the vote to pass. And it looks like it right now, it's 92% of the vote. They voted no on it. So, yeah, 57 to 43. So the women lost their right to abortion in Florida for sure.
That's crazy. They need 60%. They're just like, you know what? You need a super majority to pass this law. You can't pass. That's crazy to me, man. That people are even like we're at that point in time, like where they can tell you can't even pass a law with just a simple like up or down vote. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's crazy to me, man. Like that just tells
that's
you they
crazy.
know.
Actually, I just thought about that's crazy. They got 57%. And they're like, nah.
You're still gonna lose. They're like, it's basically because they understand that their measures are flawed. People don't really want this. So they're like, what they really said was they want men to be able to have a say-so in this. Period. That's what they said. They want men to have more of a say-so. So now you got to get not just 50% of the vote or 51. You got, or just enough to win by, the ballots. They're like, man, you got to come through here and get even more than that. That's crazy. That's life.
And they got 57%.
Is that so? How many people? What percentage is
92% of the votes in?
Oh yeah, they're not making it probably. Depending on where those other votes are at.
Florida Amendment 3 legalized recreational marijuana. This proposal amendment to Florida's constitution would legalize the recreational use of marijuana for people ages 21 and older. And how much of the vote is in? 92% reporting it passed with what the hell?
Where's this at?
This is Florida.
It's better not been flawed, but it's better not be. So they said that didn't need a 60% though, huh?
No, not at all. And it actually votes counted. It says yes, no is 42%, yes is 55%.
And they just say, you know what, straight up and down vote for that.
Yeah,
it's cool. Dang, that's crazy, bro. Like when you really think about that right there, that's just like
they put restrictions on the women voting for their rights.
Yeah.
Nuts.
You got to win 60. They're acting like they're the Senate. You got to have a filibuster-proof majority to win it.
They said you got to have 60% to keep your rights, ladies. That's sad.
It is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like I told you, man, either way it goes with this situation right here, we're good. You got this dude's going to be in here for another 4 years, acting crazy, saying all the craziest stuff in the world, making headlines every other day.
Sir.
Or I'm really hoping. I'm keeping the faith that
it's gonna be a revenge tour.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be sad to watch.
it's gonna be sad to watch if it does happen that way. It'll be sad to watch the unraveling of our
I
country.
mean, I don't know why I'm holding back, bro. We about to watch democracy die. Like there will be no more American democracy. We will not be the United States of America anymore. At all. They've said it the whole time. They're like, no, we're going to do what we want to do now. That's what's at risk. At least with her, there's still democracy. You know what I'm saying? Democracy. We won't be under imperialism where somebody's going to be the king, a dictator, and he will use that power. He's like, hey, it's whatever. You know what? We did it to ourselves.
I mean, we've done it to ourselves before. We were good with it before. If they're good with it again, we just have to look. We'll see what happens, man. Let's just let it roll out. But the way that it's looking, I'm going to be honest, for the numbers, that the way they're coming in, they don't look good. It all just depends on how things fall in a lot of the other states. You know, everything is not going to fall the same exact way it did in 2020. There were different circumstances then on the reason why they fell the way they did then. You know, and like I said, I feel like there's been a large vote of just, you know, I'm gonna say black men, but you know, probably men in general who just are not into seeing a woman president. I've heard women say it. I've heard women say it too, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of people can say, but what are you going to vote for at the end of the day? You're gonna vote for your. I mean, honestly, like
they're voting for their rights to be taken from them. They're voting for, you know what I mean, like education systems to be dismantled. They're voting for the dismantling of America. That's what everyone's here voting for. It's just, I'm like, wow.
Do you want to keep going in America like the way that's going now?
They think that we're just talking, but wait till they see what he does. He's already said it, and then he's going to be like, he can't do this. Wait till you see how the situation plays out. You'll see it.
No, watch the states. The states are going to separate. Either way, that's what I was thinking about the other day. I was like, I wonder which state's going to really succeed because it's going to happen. Once they like, nah, we don't want no piece of this. We're good. Think about it, the whole West Coast succeeded. It could actually survive by itself.
It would be difficult for.
It would be half of the West Coast. So it'd be Western Washington, Western Oregon, Western California, because everything on the other side, that's all Republican.
I just don't see it happening. I mean, you think if it's me, and it's me personally, if I'm running the country, am I going to let any state secede from me? Do they have a military enough to be able to secede from me? They don't. Am I going to allow a adversarial government to take up residence inside of America?
They won't be the only ones.
It doesn't matter.
Have you seen that movie Civil War? They actually did a really good way of doing it.
You're talking about they went in blocks or something like that, probably?
Nah. The movie Civil War, it had it was like, you know, Texas and California were a united country, and then or united place, and then it was like the way they split it up, and it was all
Texas and California.
Texas and California, yeah.
That's a tough one. They're like a different size of the spectrum. They're big enough to be both of them by themselves are large, are like have a strong enough economy to be their own country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, it was a good movie. And it's about these journalists, and they're trying to get down to they're figuring that they're about to kill the president of the United States. He's about to get killed because something happened where everybody split. Whatever he was talking about, whatever he was doing, everybody was like, nah, we don't want no piece of it. They split. So they were going down there to try to interview him before, you know, it hit the fan because all his forces were gone.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. And they spent a lot of money on this election too. It's been, I think, over $10 billion. It's been spent on this election, not just by Kamala and Donald, but just respectively, just by everybody combined, over $10 billion, man, spent on this election.
Also, the number one issue polled on the economy in terms of both Trump and Harris.
I mean, it is what it is. That's what it's going to be at the end of the day. The people, we can say whatever we want to say all throughout this thing, but it's all about what the people want.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what it's going to be from the beginning. You know, like I told you we'll see what happens. There's still a lot of time left in this situation, so we'll see how it plays itself out when the bigger prizes start popping up on the board, when the who knows kind of states start popping up. We'll kind of see where it's at then. But you know,
I think the yellow means they're starting to count it over here. So it looks like they're starting to count Nevada and Arizona.
Arizona got about 22 minutes until their polls close, I believe.
Kansas is tied.
Purple. It's purple right now, 50-50.
No, it's blue, 49.2.
Kansas is going red. It's just a red state. And I mean, they had like a election just here recently where it went blue for, I believe, the governor or someone else, but they had abortion on the ballot.
Kamala's up 10 points in Iowa, but it's only that's only 14% of the vote in, so you can't really. I wouldn't give that to him, so I can't give that to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah,
yeah. Kansas 50% of the vote. Colorado's 53 to that's only 34% of the vote, 53% to 44.
Who's that going, Kamala?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Colorado's a pretty safe Democratic vote right now. They've been pretty reliable. They flipped, I think, in 2008, and they've been pretty reliable since then. 2008 or 12, 1 to 2.
Akin to 2016, Donald Trump got elected, but so did Kamala Harris in 2016. She was elected to the Senate. This is a big day for those states, but also for that chamber, because it's always good when there are more women in institutions, and it gets real good when there are more Black women in institutions, because you just get a different perspective, a different way.
Jesus, guy.
Yeah. It is my hope that he's a safe person because of the way his head's shaped.
He said he's safe, huh?
Yeah, he's safe.
Now, I mean, he's just giving a point of view, because right now it's like there's not a lot of good that can be said. I've seen this guy on a lot of different shows. He used to be on, I think, on MSNBC a lot, or maybe even CNN 1 to 2. But,
he seems like the guy that he looks like the guy that works for the goon in the movie. He'd be like, "Now let me tell you, man, if you mess with him, I'm gonna have to get back to him."
Man, I'm telling you, man.
He's like, and you can bet that.
I wonder who's winning Texas. I think I might have missed it. The Senate race over there. They got the Senate race over there. They got who's that? Ted Cruz running against Colin Allred. I want to see who's winning that one.
Yeah, I want to see if Ted Cruz is going to survive. I don't like that dude.
He generally wins, man. He generally pulls it out. He generally pulls it out. Ted Cruz has been a survivor. Even when he left the country, even when he left everybody to freeze, and he went to Mexico on vacation, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a survivor out there. I'm like, you didn't even take a private plane. You got on public transportation and showed everybody you was leaving the state. You ain't care. You had no care.
That's like this dude I see on IG. He's Asian or whatever, but he got in trouble because he ran his car. He's like, watch me. He's trying to be clout chasing, and he runs his car into a Taco Bell or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so they put him on house arrest, and he's like, yo, give me 500,000 likes and I'll cut my my ankle monitor. And he cut the monitor, and he's still making videos and stuff. He's he started off in the East Coast, and now he's in California, trying to get to Mexico.
He's tracking himself pretty much, though.
Exactly.
Like, bro, you're tracking yourself. You know exactly where you are. Right now, hey, what was the one guy, the little rapper dude? Tay-K or something like that, or T.
Oh, Tay-K. Tay-K. Yeah, Tay-K.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Now he's doing 55 years. So what he get? That's Buzz Lightyears.
Yeah,
Buzz Lightyears.
You know, it's weird. Kids are like, when it comes to music like that too, they be like, "Oh, don't worry, man, he'll be out in 12 years." I'm like, "Bro, you won't even be the same person then. You won't even
getting out in 12 years."
I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about rappers in general and stuff. Like the only reason Pooh Shiesty is actually going to be more famous when he gets out, is because they named the mask after him, and people wear the mask. So I mean, you're forever embedded in the culture.
Pooh only gonna have done 4 years though.
But I'm saying you're embedded in the culture.
You know what I mean? And he actually made decent music, and he was a different kind of person. I mean, but there's certain cats who do it. Look at, I say, Bobby Shmurda. Not to get into all that right now, but you know what I mean? It just doesn't work out. But that's 4 years from now, this country won't be the same. I'm gonna
Well,
say that.
no, they're not
much.
going to show Bobby Shmurda the same love, bro. Like even if they say, "Oh, he stood tall," then y'all should have supported him like he stood tall. It's
His
not
music
even about
wasn't
that.
good.
No,
His
it
music
wasn't good.
wasn't
It
good.
wasn't good in the first place. He just had the dance. That's all that it was. It was the dance, and he was cool. He could have been hot then, but then they lock him up. Then he gets out, and you be like, "You grew up."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I only listen to Juvenile Ha for the hook.
I like Juvenile. I got
Juvenile.
that
I
whole
said
entire.
I didn't say Juvenile, the artist. I said Ha, the song Ha. You got rid of me, he huh? You got rid of me, he huh?
But he talking that junk in that song though. He talking that shit in that song. I ain't gonna lie.
It's all about the
He
hook,
talking
bro.
that shit.
You a paper
But,
chaser, got your
yeah,
back on
but
fire.
the hook is
return to
fire
G.
too. But he's talking that in that song. You gotta go listen to it. He talking that talk. Who is this? Michigan U.S. Senate 54. Well, that's a decent sign. How 13% reporting? Michigan's, like I say, man, if she can pull off Pennsylvania, Michigan, you know what I mean? Different situation. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We can. That's when you're starting to get down to where you're like mincing, like you're counting, really counting votes at that point in time as far as like electoral college votes. You can do a 270 type of deal. You can hit that mark. She can squeak this thing out if she hits those states. But
What if all the politics stuff is just like political theater? I mean, it's not, but like, you know how they say, "Oh, football's rigged." Basketball,
Someone said that. You know what I mean? And there could be, I mean, you look at it at times, you could look at it that way. You look at the nomination of Trump in the first place. I'm not going to say that was rigged. I think people voted for him. But what my biggest reason to say that it's not is because, first of all, then why are they trying to stop you from voting? Why are they purging people's voters off of voter rolls? Why are they saying, "Oh, we don't want these people to vote"? For what? What would they do? If I knew it was rigged, I wouldn't care. I'd promote voting to everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to win regardless.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I trying to get you to not vote if that's the case? If it's just a rigged situation.
I mean, look at Venezuela. Like, they were like, "Hey," he's like, "I don't care. I ain't leaving." He's like, "I won."
You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, eh. And then you got to have a lot of people involved in that same system too, who won't tell. You know what I mean? It's like it just takes a lot. Don't get me wrong. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, you look at the 2000 election with George Bush and Al Gore. You know, you look at that election right there. I mean, he won by 522 votes. They kicked off like I don't know how many thousands of black voters off the voter rolls intentionally. They were like, "Hey, use this voter technology to purge the voter rolls of anyone who's not allowed to vote because they have felonies or whatever the case may be." The people told them, "Hey, this might just knock off a bunch of black voters who can actually vote. They're just might knock them off because the system's not perfect. Do it anyways." And it cleared off thousands of people from the voter rolls. And he won by 522 votes, man.
Damn.
So it is not to say that it's not that way, but I don't think so. I think a lot of people use that as an excuse to not vote. Man, it's rigged anyways, man. You just don't want to get up and go vote. Like, you think I felt like getting up early this morning, going all the way over here, signing up to do it, but it was easy and it was worth doing, period.
Yeah.
It was worth doing.
Yeah, I got up. I went to go, it was crazy. I grabbed the pamphlet and I took it back, and I sat down to like fill it out at work, and I realized I grabbed the one from August. It was a primary one. So I was like, So I went to go sit down and vote. Like I said, I saw the people there at the voting place just being goofy. Like, I think they wanted the attention they wanted, but like, I think they got it inside. But
people are taking this as they treat it like it's a cult, treat it like it's a gang thing. Like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm looking at you as a viewpoint.
There was a right wing speaker, and he talks pretty right wing, and he's like, you know what? I just saw the people with the trash bags on and people in the garbage cans, like, saying Trump's garbage. He's like, I realized this is a cult. This is really a cult. He's like,
is, man. They put the patch on their ear when he got shot in the ear. I mean, like, it's crazy.
That's showing solidarity, though. I mean, Nelly had a Band-Aid on for his cousin, or was his brother that was locked up, who everybody was out there wearing Band-Aids.
Listen,
when you believe in something, you go.
I hear what you're saying, but not if you're wearing the hat.
You ain't
you
never
got
put
the
rubber bands on
flag.
your wrists?
Nah, not like that.
Not,
I mean,
not,
maybe
not.
like
But,
one
oh
stretch
yeah,
jump, but nah, not really
yeah,
like that.
yeah. Everyone put a rubber band on. You had that rubber band. You didn't have to show people the money. They just thought you had the money.
But that's different, brother. That's not the same as like wearing the hat, speaking the same. You know what I'm saying? It's just different, man. When you look at a political party, you know what I mean? Like this is politics, brother. I mean, this is not like this isn't your. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, this is my style. Hey, your style is to show yourself as a person who seems to be racist or seems to be, um, that to me is just like that to me gives more of a cultish ring to it. You know what I mean? If this person can't never tell a lie, that seems to give a cultish ring to it. You know?
Yeah. She looked like she liked to party.
Man, you're funny, brother. You're funny.
I'm just saying. I'm not American politics. I don't discriminate.
Yeah,
I like how every time it goes to someone, now it's a black lady doing a sign. Maybe their hands get tired.
I mean, yeah, think about how long you got to do something like that for, man. How hard that is. You know what I mean? Like 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, something like that. That's a lot, man. You talking all these words with your hands, brother. That's a lot. And they ain't stopping talking. They got different people talking all the time. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like you just, you feel me?
Yeah. Here, watch your hands. Watch your hands. Watch this. I pull up at the club VIP, gas tanks on E, but all drinks on me. Wipe me down.
Bro, I'm not laughing at what you're doing right now because I know that's not right to laugh about something like that. I'm not laughing.
It's not though. I'm not laughing. I'm not making fun of nobody.
And listen, it almost looked right though. I ain't gonna lie. It almost looked right. But I'm not going. I'm not laughing with that on that with you because that's right there. It's not funny to people who have to deal with this situation in their life, man. You silly for that one though. I ain't gonna lie. It looked like it was damn near on point though. I can't even say it did. I'm looking at it like,
Yeah,
damn, it's going.
You act like they can hear me. Anyways.
No. You crazy, man. You crazy for real. Let me see.
Let me check those numbers though. It's like crickets.
Let me see.
Oh, that one's still the same. I'm looking for the violence.
There ain't gonna be none. If this, and listen, if it keeps going in this direction, the way I don't think, like I said, last time there was a setup violence. It was setup violence. It was done.
Now they're gonna be like, really? You stole it.
What are you looking for in the hours and days ahead as this vote continues to be tabulated?
Oh, looks like Ted Cruz won.
What's he at? What is it?
Hold on. Okay, so Ted Cruz on that was 25 minutes ago. Let me see the latest. Damn, like Ted Cruz won.
What happened?
No, that's not called. They got Ted Cruz. I don't know if that's a real stat. Let me keep looking. Yeah, it looks like Ted Cruz got reelected. Yep.
Jessica Huseman and Juliette Kayyem, thank you both. We appreciate it. Thank you. And we have another race call.
He won by a good 1 million votes.
The state of Missouri.
I told you Missouri was gonna go Republican. It's normal.
At the moment, Donald Trump with 188 votes, Kamala Harris with 99 votes. And again, that number will continue to shift. Let's check in with Laura Barone Lopez at the Harris election event tonight over at
He said Missouri. So Missouri's that's only 24% of the vote, though.
Lisa, what's the latest? What do you
It's done, bro. What they probably did was count up all the votes from the urban areas or like more suburban urban areas, and they came back and she was winning, but they're like, okay, but you're not winning by so much that it's gonna make sense when these other votes come in.
Iowa.
Suburban counties. They're looking at ones like Douglas. They say that she's running ahead of him in Rockdale. And so that's what they're pointing to right now. And they also say that the rural turnout in Georgia
Oh, are the captions on? Oh, I'm done for.
Just- I don't think our captions are. I think that's for them. They're not. Our captions aren't on. That's just them. You get me? You're look at you, man. You're on a roll now. This
I
is
don't
what
have
we're
to be.
doing.
Look, Jill Stein got 262,000 votes.
I mean, they shouldn't even. I'm like, she's a spoiler vote, man. Period. She's a spoiler vote. I know people who actually were promoting voting for her. I went and listened to her, and I went and listened to her running mate too. And he's a black dude, a professor. I think he's from California or something like that. He's a Muslim dude. I mean, I'm listening to him talk, and he's like, really, man. Just to me, it disappoints because it's like, I get that you guys are alternative to a Democrat, but what you're doing is kind of upsetting the balance of what needs to happen going forward for the vast majority of people who, you know what I mean, who are out here actually struggling. Like, you guys are pretty much like Ross Perot to George Bush Sr. You know what I mean? You're pretty much like, you're just siphoning votes off the Democratic Party that they may need to win the actual election. And you don't really bring anything of substance to the table. I've listened to what he's talking about. It's just crazy to me. They're like, yeah, we want to shut down military bases and do all. I'm like, bro, you understand what half of that stuff is you're talking about does for us? Like,
everybody always complains about, the military got this much money. Yeah, cool. That's why, so we don't get missiles shot at us whenever someone gets mad at us or something.
Hey,
Come on,
they're
now.
like, they're like, they said something about basically they want to dismantle the American empire. I'm like, what? This is, I mean, so it shuts down like racism around the world, right? Just stuff. I get where they're coming from, but I don't agree with it. I'm like, man, listen, you got to come up with a better plan than this, because y'all ain't got a plan. Y'all just kind of willy nilly, almost, sound like what was that? Hippies, pretty much, damn near. Like, I can't go for that. We ain't got time for that. I understand where you're coming from, but that I can't, it's probably not something that I can agree with.
Yeah.
I wonder who won. Nebraska has a split kind of electoral college, the way they do things over there. So one person can win the majority of the state votes, and then there's like a district that has like one electoral college vote. It's the same. I believe it's in either Maine or something like that as well, like Maine or Vermont, one of those places over there. It normally goes Democratic. I wonder if she ended up picking up that one electoral college vote. Wonder what happened with that.
In Nebraska?
It's in Nebraska.
Yeah, so they got District 1. Kamala Harris got 57,000 votes. Donald Trump got 50,000. That's the one she won. That was District 1.
She got that one. She got that one vote then over there.
And she got District. She got District 2. She got this 74% of the vote counted. She has 118,000 votes to his 93,000.
Well, that's probably the state at large, and she's probably not going to win the state at large of Nebraska.
Well,
she's
maybe.
going to win that
one
district. She's going to win that one small. That state's a red state, man.
That doesn't make sense. Why did they blue check mark it?
What?
Because
Nebraska?
there's a place in Nebraska. It's 42% of the vote counted, but they're giving it.
Is it the small little piece of Nebraska? It's a small little district in Nebraska. Like
That's the big one. She's winning. She's winning right now. She has 100. It's district. Doesn't even say it, but she's winning 191 votes to 108. He has 191,000. He has 183,000.
She's not going to pull that one off. That's the state the state at large. Pretty much, she's not going to pull off the whole thing. It's a small district. Which I write this. It's the one where it's like 40 or 50. Where she got 57,000 to 50,000. It's that place right there. She can win that. Did they blue check mark that one?
No, they gave it. It's to him right now.
Which one? 57,000 to 50.
Yeah, actually, both the numbers are the same on both these states, or both these counties in Nebraska. But she's winning. But they check mark. I mean, they gave it to Donald Trump right now, but she's winning by the popular vote.
Because he's going to overtake her. They pretty much counted up the urban areas already, or the suburban urban areas. They counted those up, and those probably went to her, and that's what's reflected in the vote. But then they're going to go through and count up all the other rural areas, and then he's probably going to win those by 75%, 80% margins. Crazy, you know what I mean?
Well, they hired some of the old fake electors are doing it now this year. The ones that are like, some of them being charged with it.
That doesn't have anything to do with the people who are actually counting the votes, though. I mean, it's different.
Yeah, she took all of Colorado. Looks like she's taking all of Iowa too.
We'll see. I mean, right now she's up, but it's still a
Yeah,
small percentage.
26, yeah.
What's the percentage to vote in Iowa?
26%.
Yeah, it's still too close. And she's only up by what, 52%, 53%?
Not even that much. A couple of the districts she's up by about 4%, good 4% margin.
Not even the districts. What is she up by statewide in Iowa? Do you know? Does it say?
Oh, in Iowa, no, it doesn't say on this one.
Okay. But yeah, there. I don't think she's going to win Iowa either. But if she does, that's a decent flip. Even though it's a small flip, this could end up being one of those 270 to 260 or whatever margins. I'm not sure exactly. Forget how many.
And the whole vote of the whole state so far, she's up. It's 2% margin, so it's still really close.
In Iowa.
Let me see if that's the whole state. Yeah, it looks like all of Iowa so far.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. You know what I mean? But like I said, the biggest things right now is going to be Arizona. They're going to be, Georgia. You got North Carolina, but there's Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Where those kind of states go, Pennsylvania especially, that's going to kind of tell you where the election is going to go. If he pulls Pennsylvania out, it's pretty much over. If she pulls it out, she can still pull out a win with this. But she has to hold on to Michigan and Wisconsin. States she shouldn't really even be defending at this point in time. I think that Arizona right now polls should have closed in Arizona right now too. They should at least. It's 8 o'clock over there. They're out. They don't do daylight savings time like a lot of the United States does. So their polls are closed right now. It's 8 o'clock over there. I want to see kind of how that turns out.
In Arizona?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Where they're coming at. I mean, you got to look at in some of these places, they'll have like a Senate race and there where it'll be a Democratic senator who's like a guy who's been winning there for a while. I think that's like they have a guy there who was married to Gabby Giffords. He was a
yeah, I remember she got shot.
He was an astronaut. He's normally been winning. He's won maybe 1 or 2 elections over there. Hold on.
Yeah, they got the same numbers coming out, all the same districts. That's what it did here too in Nebraska. See, 187, 826. It's the same number. Then you come here, it's 57,000. They moved it around. They haven't started counting yet. Okay, that's just their predictions. Look, Cornell West, baby. Look at that. My man got some votes.
Cornell West, huh?
Yeah. Oh, she's taking PA. Oh no, that's a tight race.
Yeah, it's real tight. That's not a good thing. Only thing that can save her is going to be the large urban areas.
Let's see where we at. They did New Hampshire. Utah starting. Utah's going to turn red for sure. Wyoming, it's a pretty close one. That's 3%. They just started counting.
She's gonna take what? There's certain Wyoming's done. I mean, a lot of these places he wins these states, but a lot of these states don't have a lot of electoral votes. You know what I mean? I know it looks bad right now, but it's not bad until you see certain places start to fall.
Yeah.
Like Wyoming has like 2 electoral votes or something like that, man. Literally, like maybe 1. Literally, it's like I think 500,000 people live in Wyoming. And Wyoming's a big ass state too, as far as land size, but that nobody lives there. That's like Tacoma. You know what I'm saying? 2 Tacomas or something.
In one state?
Yeah. I might be wrong as far as the actual how large it is. Might be more like let me see.
They got to get 270, right?
270, yeah. Yeah, it's 584,000 people in Wyoming. So, you know what I mean? Like Seattle's bigger than Wyoming, the city of Seattle.
This guy, Brett Favre, is a nut.
What'd he say?
I'm about to show you. Hold on.
Oh, man. Hold on. What is it? Hopefully it's not something.
Hope I spelled his last name right. Brett Favre. He said, if everybody put God first, this would be the result. If everyone put God first, this would be the result.
Oh, the quarterback, Brett Favre?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't even who listens to Brett Favre.
People that know how to steal money. Let's see where we at. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Yeah, he won Ohio resoundingly. I figured he would, man. And this guy's over here is beating the incumbent senator from Ohio. His name's not Sheldon, I think Sheldon or something like that. He's losing over there too. That's a big loss. That's another seat they'll flip. That's a big flip right there. They can take the Senate with that. They better hope that they can retain at least the House, if anything. Even if you lose the Senate, you keep the House.
It usually just goes back and forth, like, you know, it moves a couple places and it goes back.
If he takes the presidency, keeps the House, and then takes the Senate, it doesn't matter anymore now.
Yeah, it don't
It's
matter
a different
at all.
situation. He can just push through his legislation like it's nothing, and everyone's going to jump on board. They're
Yeah.
pushing through his legislation. This last time they didn't jump on board so quickly, but he's turned. He's gotten rid of you. You look at in the House how they got Mike Johnson in the House right now. He's pretty much because Kevin McCarthy was the guy who left out after the guy before him. You know what I mean? So it's like he's pushed everyone out who he's needed to push out pretty much. He's bullied that whole entire, like not in a negative way, but in a political way. Like he's made his voice heard. Like, hey, don't vote for this bill. I need to run on this. They went with it, and it seems to be working, but we'll see.
I always find it weird when you're online and stuff. People be like, like speaking of Texas randomly. They be like, we need to turn Texas blue this year. This and this and that. Come on, Texas, turn blue. And the people in Texas is like, man, shut the hell up.
Hold on
It's
one
always
second.
people.
Go ahead.
Go
You can
ahead.
talk. No, you can talk. So I'm gonna go grab something real quick.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Man, that guy in the background looked like a flannel Christmas tree. He sound like he moving a body over there. Don't.
All right, that is Cassidy Arena from Nebraska Public Media joining us tonight. Cassidy, thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Well, back here in the panel, I know we've all been digging into some of those voter surveys that have been coming out. More specifically, Amy Walter has been digging in to those. And just so folks know what those are, we also talk about exit polls. This is something different. The Associated Press conducts surveys in the days leading up to the election and on election day with tens of thousands of voters. These are really deep dives. What are you focused on right now?
Well, what I always am interested in is to see, and I talked about this at the very beginning of the show, what is the coalition that each candidate has to put together in order to win a state? And so the easiest thing to do is to look backwards and say, well, how did that candidate do it last time? And how similar could it be this time around? What you find interesting, and we've been talking about this a lot on the panel, is the degree to which Trump has been able to make some inroads with traditionally Democratic voters, especially with Black voters, where he's getting now 17% in Pennsylvania, according to these polls. That's up from 9%. That was Biden was getting 90% of black voters, and so Trump has basically doubled his share of black vote. I think a lot of that is we're going to see is going to come from some major urban areas, say in Philadelphia. But the other interesting thing to me is where white voters are. And I think, wasn't it you who said, I'm going to be watching where white voters go? And the one thing I had been really wondering for Harris is whether she would be able to hold on to the support that Biden had gotten from white non-college voters. Not just can she overperform in the suburbs, but how far can she afford to lose those folks in Scranton and Erie and all those places we talk about? And right now it looks like she's basically hitting where Biden was in the last election in 2020. So Biden got 39%, Trump got 60% in 2020. Where she's overperforming, and this is what has been giving Democrats some hope, is with white college voters. So again, this is 56-41. That is a pretty significant lead there for Harris. That is a group of voters.
Where the fuck this nigga go, bro? Like, fucking
Non-college voters, as Fez knows very well, they make up a bigger proportion of the electorate, but holding on to those
hello?
voters, not losing more of
What
them,
out with you?
and increasing your vote with white college voters, and with white voters being 84% or so of the electorate here, that's going to be the key thing to watch as well. So we can talk. We're going to talk a lot about, especially in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, defections potentially from Latino voters and black voters. But there is a reason that the Harris campaign has talked almost incessantly about the blue wall. These are states that are whiter than those other states in the Sun Belt and out west, and holding those numbers key if she's going to win in a state like Pennsylvania, and quite frankly, in Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
And we putting you on the
Just
spot.
real quick, Beth, I'm sorry. We have one race call to share with everyone. The state of Colorado now goes for Kamala Harris with 10 electoral votes. So let's take a quick look at the electoral map overall. At this
Normal.
point, we've got 109 electoral votes for Kamala Harris to Donald Trump's 198. Again, that's a number that will continue to move over the course of the night.
And another notable win we can report at this hour in the state of Delaware. Sarah McBride has won the lone U.S. House seat. She will now be the first transgender member of Congress. So another moment of history being made with that election for the first district in Delaware. Beth, back to you.
To the point you were going to make.
So taking all of what Amy said, agreeing with all of it, but then
I think Delaware, I think they elected a black senator too, female senator, first one in their state as well.
Does it look like 16 Georgia, or does it look like something even bigger than 2020 Georgia, which was a possibility? I mean, I think last time, correct me if I'm wrong, over 150 million people voted in the presidential election. I don't think we quite yet know what that number is, but if you had an expanded number of people voting in Georgia, in North Carolina, now those margins that Amy was referring to, you know, if Trump found even more rural voters, they would account for people without a college degree.
Man, my kids dipped on me.
What you expect them to do? Yeah.
Where's the violence? Where's the uproar? It ain't kicked in yet. Everyone's just sitting there watching. Shout out to everybody zooming in and out, man. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get deep in here really quick. All right, so check it out. Damn. I got the dragon.
She just
and I got the Ghostbuster.
Yeah, but I don't think we should. But yeah, she just pulled up Colorado. She won Colorado, so I already figured she was going to win Colorado. That's normal.
All right, for sure.
Hold on one second.
Boom.
Approval rating is driven largely by economic concerns. Now, yes, the economy has gotten better in the last few weeks and months based on all the macroeconomic numbers we've seen. But there has been a hangover on inflation. There's been a hangover on just the state of the economy, the direction of the country. And that's largely been shared by voters who are, you know, working class voters who are white, black, and Latino, and many of them younger men, I think, in some of these states. And we'll see if some of these numbers hold.
Hey, I'm gonna try to bring my cousin. Invited me. I know you're right. You want to talk now. Let's see what he got to say.
Of the diploma divide, which I know you've reported on extensively, as Amy's pointing out, it really is a defining feature we're seeing so far. We don't know how much of an impact it's going to make, but how do you look at what we're seeing?
Well, as I think we talked about during the 6 o'clock hour, so many hours ago, what we specifically were looking at in Michigan was that, to look at the Oakland versus Macomb. Oakland, I think it's 51% of the residents with a college degree. It's 27%, 26% in Macomb, right next door. Trump won Macomb, Biden won Oakland. It's clear. I mean, Harris has been campaigning in Oakland, both campaigning in the Detroit area. But Democrats do think, as Amy's been saying, that there is an opportunity for them with specifically white college-educated voters. And it is a complete reversal from where we were several decades ago. I mean, Democrats were the party that represented the union workers, the blue-collar workers. Republicans were the party of the college, the college grads. That's changed. It's moving even more rapidly now in that direction, and Democrats are trying to take advantage of it. To Fez's point a minute ago, it is painful for some Democrats who don't want to say, we're not walking away from blue-collar workers, but hey, if we see an opportunity here, we're going to take advantage of it.
I mean, it's a moral responsibility for both parties. Like, high school educated grads die 8 years younger than college educated grads. They're 5 times more likely to die of opiate addiction. They have more obesity. They obviously earn a lot less. If you look at the social life of high school grads, many reports that they have no friends compared to college grads. They're less likely to go out to be involved in churches or hobbyist organizations.
Yeah, everything so far has been pretty much what, according to plan, except for some of the margins in some of the states. Right now, they're not so, it's not on point all the way. It's kind of showing a trend towards potential Trump victory. It's showing a trend towards that. We'll see, though.
And he did a good job of that. The infrastructure bill, a whole bunch of the spending he did went to basically high school grad Republicans. And he got no credit because of inflation. But I thought he did what he was assigned to do by the country. But so far, the events have not, and I think they will eventually, but they have not yet redounded to the benefit of the Democratic Party.
Why didn't he get credit for that?
Well,
yeah, both of you, actually.
He didn't get credit. They don't know how to explain it. They don't know how to talk about it.
I mean, it's not like they didn't champion what they were doing. I think, we in our profession don't cover it. It's boring. Great, another project in another state. We don't cover it. So that's why I think he doesn't get any credit. And then also, I'm sorry, David, but also when someone like the vice president goes out and campaigns and says, here's all this stuff that we've done and I'm going to continue to do it, she gets criticized for it. Everyone hears the criticism, oh, you're not separating yourself from President Biden, but no one hears what she's saying, and that is exactly what David was talking about, the things that they have done.
If I could just interrupt very quickly, this reminds me of the trip we made to Steubenville, Ohio, about a year ago. It used to be thriving steel town.
What you over there doing, man?
Ended some time ago.
The most.
We spent a lot of time talking to people at a food bank and interviewed. I will never forget. We interviewed a couple. Spent a long time talking to them. He's earning pretty good money. She can't work anymore. They have 2 children. Bottom line is they just don't make enough money to put food on the table. They were not aware that federal money coming in through the infrastructure, through the Inflation Reduction Act, was building a new wing on their high school that was going to focus on STEM, on technical education for high school students, David's point, and that there was other money coming into the community, but they didn't know it. And that gets to the whole question of what's happened to local news media, which is another whole subject we're aware of. But people don't, to your point, they just don't know.
There's nothing deeper, I would say. It's not just policy. because we're having a policy conversation. I agree with a lot of policy. When you get into the art of politics, in order to animate some of these infrastructure projects, what we've done on the IRA, it's important to tell people what you fought against as much as what you fought for. That friction, that contest, that contrast is really critical. And when you get into the economic storytelling, if I asked each of you, tell me who the Democrats are fighting against besides Donald Trump, we got to answer that question. You're taking on Big Pharma, right? Haven't you taken on Big Pharma and delivered? Right. Who are you? Are we taking on big monopolists? Yes, we are. How many of our Democratic candidates are fluent in the lingo of hey, we went out and we expanded unions through project labor agreements. We've made sure that Texans are getting the, and we had to do it despite opposition of this and this and this and this in order to do it. That's what you got to do in the political sphere. After you've delivered policy, you got to animate a contrast. And this is where Trump lives. He's going to do McDonald's. Why is he doing McDonald's? Because it's just a
Also
contrast.
China and immigration.
But Faz, is that a failure of Democrats to adjust to the vernacular of the moment? Is that what it is? That this is the way people need these messages framed now?
I thought that Biden was laying a foundation of an FDR-style Democrat in which you deliver policy. What we're missing is obviously the FDR-style politics, which is to say, I welcome your hatred. I am in some battles with you guys. I am against some battles with the powerful people. And when they start spending money, as crypto people have done, as Elon Musk has done, as some large, powerful actors have done against you, it's your job to animate and tell people, why are they spending so much against me? Who am I taking on? What are the fights? And I think especially when we got into economic discourse, there's a lot of economic framing that gets set by powerful actors in our economy. They have a lot of money, a lobbyist, and the infrastructure to tell you a certain story about corporate profits, about stock buybacks, stock dividends, about what the regulators at the FTC are doing and the CFPB are doing, and they're all bad. It's incumbent upon a Democratic administration willing to take that fight to also animate that in the political sphere.
I'd also say that Democrats have to worry about the shadow part, not the actual candidates or the people who are elected Democrats, but the media, the universities, the foundations. They set the cultural tone for this country. And to me, Biden, it's a test case. Can you win over working class votes just with economic policy? Right. And I think the answer is no. Yeah. That you have to show respect. You have to speak the language. People have to see people like them represented in your institutions, which they do not see in all of our information age institutions. Yeah. And so they, it's a identity. I'm going to vote for people like me. And they look at the elites and they say, well, they're not like me in a million different respects. And that's just a harder hurdle, because it's not a question of Kamala Harris running a better campaign. She ran a pretty good campaign, but everything that's happened over the last 20 years in the culture.
Let's bring in our Stephanie Sy just for a moment and get a picture of what's happening in Arizona. Stephanie's in Phoenix for us. And Steph, I understand you have some information about the vote count in Maricopa County?
We do. We do have initial unofficial results from Maricopa County. But before I get into these numbers, I just want to lay out for voters kind of how this works. At 8 p.m. local time, we got a big drop from Maricopa County. This represents about 55% of the total vote in Maricopa County. So why do we have this count so early? Because a lot of people in Maricopa County vote early. So the numbers I'm about to describe to you involve 1.1 million ballots that have been tabulated. And let's just put those results in perspective statewide. There are about 4.4 million registered voters statewide. Now I'm going to read you the results that we know so far. With 1.1 million ballots tabulated, Vice President Harris has just over 50% of the vote. Mr. Trump has 48%. These results are also reflected statewide. Ms. Harris has a slightly greater lead statewide. That accounts for about a third of total registered voters. I want to talk about the Senate race. We haven't had a chance to talk very much about that from Maricopa County, but there is a competitive Senate race in which the seat for Kyrsten Sinema, who was a Democrat, now an independent, is open. That is a race between Democrat Ruben Gallego, a Marine veteran, and Kari Lake, a former news anchor who also ran for governor in 2022. Gallego, with 1.1 million ballots tabulated in Maricopa County, has a significant lead over Kari Lake with almost 54% to her 44%. That is also reflected that trend in statewide results as of now. That's a 10-point lead. I also want to just point out another race that we're following, and that is in Congressional District 1, where we have a Republican representative, David Schweikert, a longtime incumbent, being challenged by a Democrat named Amish Shah. He's an emergency room doctor. Amish Shah is showing a slight lead over the incumbent, David Schweikert. We also have some information on Proposition 139. Now, this is a referendum that hundreds of thousands of Arizona voters put on a petition to get it on the ballot. It would protect the right for a woman to access abortion in Arizona, where there is a current 15-week restriction without exceptions. In early unofficial results, 63% of voters in Maricopa County have voted yes on Proposition 139. So again, this is the first tranche of results representing about 55% of the total vote, and that's what we have here. We'll expect more results to come in as more ballots are tabulated throughout the night right here at the tabulation center.
Stephanie Sire, thanks to you. And we have another race call to bring you. The District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. has gone for Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the map overall. We've got 112 for Kamala Harris to Donald Trump's 198, a number, again, that is moving throughout the night.
We're, of course, still waiting on race calls in a number of those battleground states. Arizona, where Steph Sy was reporting from, among them. Let's turn now to Lisa Desjardins to take a deeper dive at some of what Stephanie was reporting there. Lisa, over to you.
Hi, lots to talk about. We are getting more and more results in. This is Maricopa County, as you saw on the graphic there, but I want to spend some time talking about the results she gave. This is exactly what Stephanie Sy was talking about, but with rounding. So Trump rounds up to 49, Harris at 51. Let's see historically where these two candidates sit right now. This is a place where at the moment, Harris is outperforming both Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. But of course, it is still very close. The early votes could have favored Democrats. Don't know, but we're gonna have to wait. This is a close race, but right now this is potentially good news for Harris in this key county in Arizona. But as I say, guys, we're getting so many results. There's so much to talk about. And what I see in some of these maps is potential tipping point moments in the election. In Georgia right now, we have 88% of the vote in, Donald Trump up 51 to 48. So I want to look at some of the counties here because two things are happening at once. Harris is doing very well in these counties around Atlanta. Look, there's DeKalb County. Look at how she's doing. She's outperforming Hillary Clinton. That's what she wants to do in this giant population center suburb and there with Atlanta. This is good news for Harris. So why is she behind right now in Georgia? Let's look at some other counties in the rural parts of the state. Here's Donald Trump in Peach County. This is sort of a medium-sized rural county. Look what he's doing. He is not only outperforming last year or 2020 and 2016, but he is outperforming it by a lot with 67%. We are waiting for more results, but what I'm seeing here is rural turnout really showing up in Georgia for former President Trump. Now, there's more to talk about here too, but there's other states we have coming in. Let's take a quick look at where we are in Pennsylvania with the vote. This key state, 55% of the vote. Trump is up 51 to 48, but we do have some big counties to come in still. And let's look at the percentages here. Philadelphia, only 45% of the vote in. This is a place where you see Harris running up the total. There are thousands more votes for her here that have not been counted yet. So even though it's close, there are some big areas still to come in here in Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Wisconsin's Senate race. Also something that I think is important to talk about because look at this, guys. 1 point in Wisconsin. One thing I've noticed here, a lot of you folks know about these swing counties. Look at this, Door County and also Sauk County. These are two counties that voted for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. Look where they are right now. Door County, 76% of the vote. Trump is up. Also, look at this, Sauk County. Trump is up by a lot. Let's compare that historically. Look at how well he's doing there. He's beating his performance in both of these two races. So when I talk about tipping points, this is what I'm talking about. still waiting for half of the vote here, but it's a moment of momentum right now. Could change in Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Notice this Senate race 49-49, essentially. Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent, critical for Democrats to hold on to the Senate. Right now, she barely has a lead. Michigan, the presidential race, dead heat, 49-49. And I want to pay attention, remember those numbers, to the Senate race there. 49 for Alyssa Slotkin, 48 for Mike Rogers. What we're seeing in these races is the Senate candidates, the Democrats are tracking with Kamala Harris. They're not outrunning her, which is what Democrats wanted to do. The one exception is what Stephanie talked about in Arizona, where Ruben Gallego is running ahead of the pack there. Nebraska, guys, hold with me another minute. I promise it's going to be worth it. Nebraska, we see Donald Trump has been declared the winner of the state of Nebraska, but we all know that this one electoral vote here around Omaha is critical. And the most recent results that I saw had Harris 55, excuse my handwriting, my nuns who taught me in Catholic school, and Joe, and we see Trump right here, 44. So she really is on her way to winning this electoral vote. But watch this, because this Senate race in Nebraska, Republican incumbent Deb Fischer, right now down to Dan Osborne, who has never been in politics before, a mechanic. He had never been to Washington before this year. He is not in any party. He doesn't call himself an independent either. He's someone who's running against what he sees as the Washington establishment. And right now he is winning this race. This would not mean an additional Democrat in the U.S. Senate should he pull this out, but it would mean one fewer Republican. So that is something Democrats are praying for as they see problems in these other races. We knew this was going to be an incredibly close and exciting race, and yet we have another potential historic twist that you really couldn't write about. You couldn't imagine it, but this is where we are right now in Nebraska. Back to you.
Lisa Desjardins, I have to say, I think your Catholic school nuns would be very proud of you this evening. You know, one issue we haven't talked about yet, Kevin and Faz, is transgender rights. And I raise it because the Trump campaign and allied entities has spent more than $20 million on TV ads in battlegrounds attacking Kamala Harris on her past stances on transgender rights. Now, this might not be a top priority issue for most voters. In fact, most voters say it's not. But the bet from the Trump campaign seems to be that more people will be swayed in this cultural war issue to vote with them, to see their side of things. Do you think that's a resonant issue that might really penetrate in this race?
I think it is, and I think it was, again, another big part of the Trump playbook and the Republican playbook overall, which is to paint Kamala Harris and Democrats as out of touch with sort of mainstream values, out of touch with out of touch with people on this particular issue, and sort of more representative of a West Coast. You know, you heard it over and over, right? San Francisco liberals are going to take the country in the wrong direction. And it was something that I think is leading to a lot of some of these things, as David pointed out earlier, some of these redder states getting redder. We are seeing a little bit of a clash of political civilizations in some of these areas. And a lot of folks, you know, forget about the economics and forget about the policy issues, the policy details. A lot of these folks feel that Trump and the Republicans speak more strongly to those issues than the Democrats do.
Well, I wouldn't say forget about the economics, because I see them as class-based issues too, in which they're trying to suggest to people that Kamala Harris cares more about this issue than she does about the economy. Right. But part of the message. And if you think of somebody like Dan Osborne, for instance, I've been involved with helping him way back when, and early part of this year, felt strongly that he'd have a good chance, because what's unique about him? Well, obviously he's running as independent, but what's unique about him is this is a guy who led his Kellogg's workers on strike during the midst of the pandemic in 2021, when they felt they had worked worked 70, 80 days straight, never got any pay out of that, never got any raise, and he leads them on strike. They successfully get a wage increase. Then he turns it around and says, I'm going to run for Senate. Everyone knew and understood that Dan Osborne is running because he wants a government to function for working class people. It was the number one thing on everybody's mind. He made sure it was clear. And while I might disagree with you on this thing or that thing, I am a working class candidate. And as we'll see, regardless of outcome, that overperforms. You're going to have a chance. And it should be a recipe, hopefully, to Democrats across this country. You can compete in a place like Kentucky, Tennessee, Montana, whatever it might be, if you have this kind of credibility, this kind of language, this kind of message, this kind of push.
But if he'd had a D after his name, could he have gotten this far?
You know, I don't know.
Even with the message.
So I don't tend to think that you'd have as much of it. You'd have some discounting.
Yeah.
But I still think that kind of a candidate, still with the D next to their name, running with that bona fides of no one will question his credibility and desire to fight for working class people when he gets in the Senate because of where he came from, what he says, what he talks about. Would the D next to his name have limited his ability to talk about some of these other issues is a question. But to their credit, the Democratic Party of Nebraska worked together, and he's now in this position. So, but there's a message there.
Well, did it limit Joe Biden's ability to do that? I mean, Joe Biden was the first president to hit a picket line. This Scranton Joe, working class Joe, is sort of key to his presidential brand. Of course, he's not in the race, but we were talking earlier about the Democrats' inability, as you phrased it, to really make that working class argument.
You know this, Jeff, about me because we did a number of interviews before he dropped out about how I felt about Joe Biden's chances. Obviously, I think he got to a nice place of age and, questions of mental acuity that limited his ability to be effective candidate. But if we were able to rewind the clock 4 or 5 years at that Joe Biden running again, I tended to believe because he had established the basis for himself on this question that you're talking about, the credibility of fighting for working class people, restoring pensions for Teamsters, going to the picket line, fighting for UAW workers, that it would have benefited him and helped translate some of these margins. We'll never get the chance to see that, though.
If I could just interject quickly, I remember interviewing Joe Biden after the 2016 election when he was so upset, frankly, and careful about what he said publicly about Hillary Clinton's campaign and the fact that he thought that she had not reached out enough to working class voters. And he was saying in so many words, this is something my party must do. This is 2016, beginning of 2017. Trump has just been elected just 8 years ago.
Just 8 years ago. I do want to get us back out to the field, check in on one of those key battleground states we have been tracking. Our Miles O'Brien is in Gwinnett County, Georgia, with an update for us. And it's a tour, I understand. Miles, take it away.
What's going on with you?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me good?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you good. I'm over here just eating a little bit, man. Just munching real quick, man. But yeah.
What's this? What little news channel you got this on?
This is PBS right here. They just pretty much just giving all different areas who's won what race, House race, Senate race, where the presidential race is. They're like pointing out the maps, kind of showing trends and stuff like right now. I mean, to be real, right now it's trending towards a Trump victory. It's trending towards that. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing like a lot of maps that were heavier percentage, like went for Joe Biden in 2020, are either are underperforming right now. They're not, because Biden won a lot of states by slim margins. If she's underperforming in a lot more of the suburban, urban areas, and he's performing better there, and then he performs as well, if not better, in the places that he normally in the rural areas, that's a path to a W right there.
Are you surprised?
I told somebody, I said, man, honestly, I felt like there's a good chance that he could win this race. There's a good chance. You look at the people in America. What I've been noticing a lot more than anything else too is a lot of men have really been reluctant to vote for Kamala. Then on top of that, us have been reluctant to vote for Kamala, and but people got reasons why. I want to talk about those reasons why. I don't want to point it out like that or put it on funny stuff like that, because sometimes it's the person has their reasons. This is what it is, and that's how it goes. You know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with just us being. I don't vote for a person because they black. I ain't never did that ever in life. It don't matter if I don't trust. Like that's why didn't I vote for Herman Cain? Then he ran for president. He was black. You know what
That's
I mean? Why
facts.
not vote for Keys? He ran president. Why am I against Byron?
So I
Donald?
mean,
You
I
know?
mean, with that type of, what you're saying is like, I agree with you 110%.
This is. Let me
don't you think it
introduce
was?
you real quick. Let me introduce you real quick. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off, Cut. This is my cousin Dante right here.
What up, Dante?
You know what I'm saying?
How you doing,
This is
sir?
D-Mac. This is
I'm good.
D-Mac
I'm
right
good.
here.
He said I
You
can't eat
know,
with my mic on because you can hear me chomping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
But
Go
no.
ahead.
I was just saying. I mean, everything that you said is factual. I mean, based off your opinion. But I mean, why? My question is, why did Barack Obama feel like it was comfortable to address us as men, like it was our duty to vote for this person?
I mean, I feel like, don't get me wrong. I agree with what you're saying when it comes to that. I don't feel like he should have addressed it that way. Because I don't think Barack feels like he has I won't call it a past because he's a black man. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, Barack he didn't come from the same background a lot of us did. Barack is really not like my co-host says, a foundational black American. You know what I mean? He's not. His dad was from Kenya.
But his wife is.
His wife is, for sure. Don't get me wrong. He moved to be a part of the culture. He moved to learn more about where it came from. So that's what I mean. He's one of us, but I feel like he gets so much respect and love from us too. At the same time, we don't hold his feet to the fire for some of the things that he did do, like killing Gaddafi. To me, that's a big move right there. Why would you,
That was crazy.
Don't get me wrong. I understand, but he also did a lot of other good stuff for us as well too, like just becoming president. That was huge.
Okay, so that you said he's did things for us like becoming president.
That's one thing. Don't get me. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Go ahead though. You know what I mean? That's one thing. That to me, that showed people didn't even believe a black person could become president. Believe that. I heard it from people.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen.
One before ever in history.
But can we both agree that he came out of left field? Because I mean, before he started running for president, I didn't know who Barack Obama was.
Nobody did. Think about it. Think about where we were at when he started to run. We were 8 years deep into a war in Afghanistan and Iraq. No end in sight. The economy's starting to crash a little bit. But we're kind of feeling it, but we're not feeling it. Like we're all in like a weird place. And we're like, we need a change. And he was like, yo, change. That's what he came in with, change. And then we're like, damn.
And he came out like Dolomite.
But
yeah,
you got to remember,
he was doing crossovers. You know what I'm saying? Ripping stages.
He also came in 2004 during Bush versus Kerry. He spoke at the Democratic National Convention. He spoke at that convention, and that was like his presentation to the world. You know what I mean? He did come out of left field, like you said. He did. People didn't really. He wasn't a big, huge public figure, but people knew who he was. He had an anti-war stance. At the same time, he came in. He's a very. If she would be able to speak as well as he does, it would be no contest. But
She do though. They question her because Democrats question everybody. They'd be like, you need to be the perfect person.
He's an orator. She's not an orator. She is not an orator when it comes to just stopping giving speeches. He is an orator. He gives great speeches. He just does.
He's a great speaker. That's what won him the presidency.
She's a litigator. She's a better litigator than she is a person who can get in front of people and just make you feel like there's certain people that can sell you themselves right then and there. You know what I'm saying? She's not one of them. You know what I mean?
And I'm here to tell you that's the reason why she will not win this race.
I mean, that's one of them. I think she did. I think they didn't. I think if she does not win, I think they didn't sell their actual economic achievements the way that they should have. But let me get back to Barack, because I don't want to just say because he was black, that was the only reason why. You get into his first steps in when he's president, he brings in the I think it was the rescue plan where we had to get ourselves out of debt. It was like I forget what it was called. It was like $797 billion we did to get ourselves not out of debt, but out of the hole that George Bush put us in, the financial crisis. Then he comes in, he does healthcare with his plan. He would have done universal. That if we would have had a little bit more people on board, we could have got universal healthcare for all. This is what Obamacare eventually, and once we get past everyone just really getting in our own way, will become. Just like Social Security was only for like widows and stuff like that when Social Security first came out. Eventually, this will become that. Out of 33 developed countries in the world, 32 of them got universal health care. You know the one that don't?
Yeah.
Us. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
man,
You know what
big
I mean?
pharma, big pharma. But you know they, you know,
Us. It's not big pharma. That's us. That's a
but
vote
big,
right there.
but you know who big pharma, who they promote in this election, right? The Democrats.
I mean, but who's the only one who's voted to do anything for healthcare? Who? I mean, they got rid of pre-existing conditions. They made it so that got our people can have $35 insulin from $400 and something dollars. They made it so that
Trump did that first. You know Trump did that first, right?
I don't know about that one. When he did what?
Trump passed that bill first.
You got to show me that.
Hey, Big Pharma's a deadly
You got to show me that one. You got to show me that one. Like I showed you when Trump was sitting there saying, they asked me, said, so what if someone comes out and says something out of left field like, this country was founded off the backs of slaves and off of stolen land. And he was like, well, we'll defund those states, like basically defund the education of those states if they tell the truth about this country's start. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, you brought Dante, you brought that up though. Big Pharma, that's a sleeper right there, because people don't even think about the Big Pharma, and they run a lot of stuff.
They run everything.
Yeah,
I'm telling
you, and that's why you don't tell you like Big Pharma and everybody shuts up because they got all the money.
Yeah,
they get to choose whether you live or die, and so whoever sponsors them. But
Democrats.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have a couple drinks because I'm gonna have to be in top to watch democracy die. I ain't gonna do it on screen.
Okay, when you say democracy,
democracy
die. Can you elaborate on that for me, please?
Yeah. So, with Kamala Harris, we'll still have a chance with democracy continuing. She's not going to use what the Supreme Court gave her to have ultimate power to do whatever she wants to do as a ruler. She'll believe in democracy. Donald Trump is going to be on revenge tour. If I have a choice where it's either I'm going to jail for the rest of my life, or I can win this election and run the world, basically, and then terrorize everyone that's ever had an issue with me, I'm going to go balls to the wall. So he's going to be a dictator. He already said it. He's like, look, man, I'm going to ask Congress if I can do these things. He's like, I don't need their permission because he can just executive order everything. He could be like, hey, I don't, when they start rounding up all the immigrants and stuff, they're going to get some of us too. So I keep telling my man Wes, like, everyone, well, you look like an immigrant. We're just going to bring you on in until we can figure out who you are, just like they do now.
Well, the thing is as far as the immigration and stuff like that, we can all agree that, and I had this conversation with Wes before, that immigration helps the economy.
It does.
Right? I drive trucks for a living. So being out there picking up these produce items like strawberries and lettuce, and you go out here on these farms, I mean, it's a lot of jobs out there that these immigrants do that most Americans probably wouldn't, think about doing, right? It's just the fact that you need to do it and do it correctly. And under the Biden and Harris administration, they just pretty much let these people flow in, right? So when
they had to catch and release back then.
They had to catch and release, right? So it's like when you have countries like Venezuela, Guatemala, just letting people out of their prisons because they're so overpacked, and just say, hey, just go over to America. And, they come over here, they get funded and stuff like that. Where I'm at with it in regards to, because I'll just be honest with you, I grew up raised on the vote blue.
Yeah.
I didn't really know too much about it. No matter what I do, I was told to vote blue, regardless, right? Well, I mean, as I got older and then as I got into my profession, I started doing my research and I started to realize, like, I just feel like the Democrat Party has been enslaving all people for a long time. And they try to get us to, follow their ways. And if we don't follow their ways, case in point, and I just want to bring this up. Tell me.
Yeah, go ahead. I see. I know where you're going with it. I feel it.
Kyrie Irving. Remember the situation with Kyrie Irving?
Yes. Because they just got Kanye first before him.
Kanye, right? So what was they saying? Anti-Semitic.
They told Kyrie checked him. Remember that. He was like, look, I can't be anti-Semitic if I know where I came from. And they were like, wait, no, what you said was He's like, I can't be anti-Semitic. That's what he posted that poster of. It was our history. And they don't want us to know it. And then they started doing blood tests on just random foundational Black Americans out here. They did it, and they have a video of it where the guy was like, "Look, we did his blood test, and he's related to the Hebrews back there." You know what I'm saying? And he's like his family or the priests or whatever back there. And then they let it go. And remember, the Hebrew Israelites, they marched on the stadium.
Oh yeah, they marched. And my thing in the matter is this. I mean, we that's a whole nother topic, right?
Yeah, it is.
But they call these men anti-Semitic for them speaking of their truth. Excuse me. But then they get on national television, and this is the thing that what I dislike about the country that we live in. We are living in a country full of followers, right?
Yeah.
With social media, Instagram, TikTok. I mean, you remember when the doggone Popeye's chicken thing was like, I mean,
yeah, the chicken sandwich.
It was a basic chicken sandwich, but because it was overhyped and it went viral, everybody.
Yeah.
So we living in the country is monkey see, monkey do, right?
And it's a lot of stuff. My bad to interrupt you, but a lot of stuff you see on the internet, like these people are just overhyping and faking it. They're like extra, but everyone in the world is following them, and so it's making our world like that, which is it's awkward to live in.
Propaganda, right? So my thing is how could these politicians get on national television and call this man Hitler, and then people don't deem that anti-Semitic? I mean, you're deeming this person. You're comparing him to a person that terrorized the Jewish community.
He compared himself. He brought this up himself. He said, "I wish I had more generals like Hitler had. Hitler did some really good things." He said this stuff himself. So
Have you ever read the Hitler letter?
What do you mean?
I guess Hitler supposedly had a letter that he wrote in regards to speaking on how they stole God's jewels.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Even Thomas Jefferson, he had remarked on it too. He was like, he's like, what kind of a God is just? Because he knew that the people that they brought over was the lost tribe of Judah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the true Hebrews,
the true people. Because they say what happened was when Egypt collapsed, we all fled to the West Africa. Then when the slave trade came, they're like, hey, either you're going to give us, you're going to come with us, or you're going to find us people. So they got rid of all the people they didn't really know, the smaller tribe.
This isn't me saying that I think that, this is me saying that Hitler, when you look at him, what his politics were, they were politics of hate. They were politics of his people, but hatred of other people. That's just kind of what it was.
No, not hatred of other people, just one people.
No. Look, when Jesse Owens came over to Germany for the Olympics, he treated them the same way. Only person, I think the person who he raced against, I forget who it was, the German who he raced against was the only one that really showed him love. They turned their backs on them when they raced, walked out of the stadium when he won. I mean, this person, I'm not trying to act like they may not have overhyped him because they do have control of the media and the money. I get that.
Who did he condemn, though? Who did Hitler condemn?
He condemned the same people who are right now, who may not be the same people who are right now attacking Gaza. That's who he attacked and he condemned. I'm not, this is not me trying to defend that, but I can't sit back and say that him saying he compared himself to this person who was a dictator, who attacked other countries, who tried to take over the world. That's what he tried to do. He was a murderer. I'm not saying that what King Leopold III was a murderer. He killed more people than Hitler. We should be talking about him. But don't get me wrong. He understands the history of this. He's the same dude who gave Jerusalem back to the Jewish people. This dude is not, man. Trump. I mean, the reason why we're in October 7th happened. Part of the reasons why Jerusalem was supposed to be divided between the Palestinians and the Jews. He went and made Jerusalem the capital of Israel for the Jews. That wasn't supposed to happen. Trump did that. He also took us out of the Iran deal with the nuclear deal with Iran, where they were not supposed to proliferate nuclear weapons or create nuclear weapons. Took us out of that deal, which Obama got us into. Then on top of that, he kills their top general in their army, kills him on foreign soil, then makes a reason up why. Man, you don't do all that, and they tell you we're gonna get you back. Then all of a sudden, their proxies a couple years later attack on October 7th. Come on, man. Like, we gotta look at the facts behind what this is. He created a lot of these problems. He creates havoc, and then he wants to sit back and say there were no wars when I was in office. What wars are we in now? We're not in any wars now, but of his making, there are wars of his making. Like just
what,
like
what wars are those of his making?
I believe October 7th, I'm not saying we're in that. I believe October 7th were of his making. Barack Obama came in as being a black man with the middle name Hussein, last name Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. His father was a Muslim. I believe that the Iranians felt like they could deal with him. This is the first black president in American history. They went and they made the first nuclear deal with him. Soon as Trump got in office, he man, this is a bad deal. We're moving right out of this deal. And then he all of a sudden gives Jerusalem to the Jews. I mean, come on, man. We gotta look at the timeline about things sometimes. Timelines matter.
Let's talk about a hypothetical, right?
Go ahead.
Say Donald Trump wins tonight. What if Joe Biden is like, yeah, we're not going to certify the election. I'm the king now. And he's just like, nah, forget it. Because he has the power to do that. But
Democrats don't do that.
He has the power to do it. And he's old. He just called all of Donald Trump's
only people who does that
follower garbage.
Are who? Only people who doesn't. I mean, in reality, only people who do stuff like that. Yeah, we know who tries to overthrow elections and who don't. Who walks away?
Let's not go there. I mean,
let's go there. Let's go there.
Let's go there. We can honestly say, and I would honestly agree that the way things were handled in that regards to January 6th was we can say, we can give or take, and we can agree to disagree, because there's also facts that Donald Trump offered the Coast Guard or the National Guard for extra security. And what's the girl's name?
No, that's not true. That's not true. She's already debunked that and said that's not true. She
debunked. Hold on, time out. She debunked that how? By saying that it didn't happen. I mean,
She said it didn't. She said she doesn't even. She said she doesn't even have control of that. She doesn't even have control of that.
No, Donald Trump was the only person that had that. He's the only person that had that call that day.
She doesn't run the Capitol.
It was just him. He didn't call him in.
Nancy was the head of the House, right?
The Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House. That Speaker of the House does not control how the Capitol security. She don't run the Capitol.
She don't run the Capitol?
She runs the House of Representatives. That's a legislative branch. That is not anything other than that. That's like saying she run the Army.
Yeah. As soon as she walk out of that building, she ain't important no more.
You feel what I'm saying? I ain't trying to attack, but I'm just saying. You feel me? Like, it's just the real deal. She don't run that. Donald Trump, if he wanted more troops somewhere, he could have did it himself. He's the chief executive. If he wanted military there, I'm telling you a funny thing about January 6th. I knew about January 6th weeks before it happened. A friend of mine told me that was going to happen. I just didn't believe him. Real deal. He was like, man, he ain't about to leave. He ain't about to stop being president. I'm like, man, yeah, right. 'Cause I ain't never seen nobody's not stop being president when they lost. It was you lost, it's over. That's game time. I've never seen that happen.
He said they got the docs. Remember, like we saw. That's why if he goes to Jack Smith got the documentation from the people that work with Donald Trump. He knew by the 12th he had lost. November 12th, and he was like, I ain't leaving.
Man, but I'm bigger than that. Listen, I'm not trying to, listen what I'm saying. Okay, he sends in fake electorates to 7 different states. Like, they have people who go down to certify the votes in each state to certify. They're appointed by the state to go do this. He sent down his own people to 7 different states. He sent his own people in to go certify that he won, which is illegal. That's
the madness now. That's the madness now, because some of those same people are now back to the same job being electors. Now they're official ones. That's what shows you the weakness of Democrats. That's what shows you why we're in this predicament right now. That this person tried to overthrow the United States government, and now he might just win it again.
He's going to win it.
Listen, he's
going to win it.
He's
I think he's the best for the country, man.
Nah, bro, not for us.
Why?
Not for us.
When you say for us.
But go ahead. So why you say why?
Why do you think? Why do you think so? I want to hear it. Yeah.
Like
the reason why I think that Donald Trump is the best for us. And when I describe us, I'm not talking about African American. I'm talking about United States.
Okay.
Because Donald Trump has been the only president that puts Americans first in any and all situations. Now, do he line the pockets of his buddies, his billionaire buddies,
put Americans
by giving them
first?
tax breaks?
Which Americans are we talking about here? That's what we got to talk about. We got to disseminate Americans too. What Americans are he putting first? Are he putting when he's like fire these sons of bitches when he's talking about Colin Kaepernick taking a knee? Is he talking about the Haitians who come here and they're legally here? Is he putting them first when he's talking about that, or is he talking about beautiful great Europe when he talks about Europeans? We have to look at what Americans are he putting first here.
I'm not sitting. The one thing that I don't like that the media put out there in regards to Donald Trump is they pulled a race card, right?
He did it himself. So he does that himself.
He does it himself. Okay, right. So, I mean, I agree to disagree. My thing of the matter is
go ahead.
No, my thing of the matter is when Donald Trump
race card
only color that right there crazy. He already at 210. The only color that matters to Trump is green. Now, one thing that Donald Trump has aligned himself with is with the white supremacy. You know, when he first ran the first time, I mean, I live in Atlanta, and when I tell you they was driving downtown Atlanta, a whole bunch of rednecks, pickup trucks, they had to have been about over 1,000 deep, Trump flags. To me, at that time, I was upset as a black person because I'm like, this Trump flag has been substituted for the Confederate flag. So that, you got these radicals that believe in all these, white onlys and stuff like that. And you know what? He kind of leaned that way because you know what? They gave him what he wanted. They gave him the spot that he wanted.
Well, you go where you're tolerated, not
right.
Not tolerated.
But once he got into office, let's talk about it. I mean, how many convicted felons did he let out of prison? Barack Obama didn't do none of that.
Yeah, he did.
How many
a whole bunch of people.
How many people?
They gave him crap for it because my bad to cut you off because one of them went back into his own neighborhood and got murdered. They're like, "That's what you're releasing."
The first thing that Donald Trump ever even ran off of was called the birther movement. When he told people Barack Obama was not born in this country, so he should not be allowed to be president. You know who else he said that about? Kamala Harris. You know who he ain't.
They still ain't confirmed Barack Obama's birth certificate.
Come on, bro!
I can't believe you said that. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like the first
have
thing
they
you ran
confirmed
off of
it?
was,
Have they confirmed?
You have to give it to be president. You have to give your birth certificate to even become president of the United States.
Was he born in America,
senator, brother?
Was he born in America?
Yeah, he was born in Hawaii.
His mama's American, man. His mama's American.
Yeah,
Hawaii ain't America. Hawaii ain't America now.
Hey, America's called Hawaii fair and square. That's America. Come on now.
Oh my God. Alaska ain't America. Hey, Alaska ain't America either there, right, man? You all say, is Washington America too? It's America. I'll just mess with you. But listen, bro. Like when that's what you push is racism, that's what you're going to get as your base. And now he's getting people who look like us. I definitely talk about that because we're at the bottom of the barrel financially. We got to look at that. We got to look at what a person's policy is going to affect us more. When a person says, I'm going to defund the Department of Education, break it up. Who's that going to hurt? That's going to hurt black kids in black communities. He wants to take that money and put it into private school systems, our public education money that we barely even have enough to give books to. You come from them kind of communities. I do too. I was born over there too. I know how bad it is. You know where we come from. It's like we forgetting sometimes of who these policies are going to hurt more. When they start doing stop and frisk and giving police officers immunity, who's that going to hurt? Let me ask you a question real quick, real talk. In Ohio, do they pull people? I mean, do police officers pull over on the side of the road, hop out on people, and take them to the side of the road, handcuff them, go in their pockets, take them, go on all in their crotch areas, everything else, looking for stuff? Do they do that there on the side of the road?
They have certain unions like the SNUD back in the day that used to do that. Yeah.
Okay, I ain't never seen that in this state over here. Never. I ain't never seen that over here. You know what I mean? When they just hopping out shooting people like that. You know why?
Compared to the state of Washington and Ohio, let's
do you know why? Do you know why they don't do that? Because they would never allow that here in this place.
You know what they're also going to do too? It's like
policing, man.
If you don't know, it's like when he talks about when they say, and I told this to Wes earlier, when they talk about getting rid of the Board of Education or whatever, right? he said it. Donald Trump has come out and said it. He was like, look, he's like, any school that teaches about slavery or Native American history, he said, he was like, we will defund them. So that's going to be gone. So think about it. That's our history, regardless if we like it or not. That's American history. And so
are you basing that off that interview? Because the interview that you showed me, the interview that you showed me was a snippet. I want to say maybe 20 seconds of a conversation. So
you can watch the whole.
I would have to go back and look at the whole clip.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
No.
I'll give you that.
One thing that I've learned is when it comes to the rhetoric, when it comes to the propaganda that the media puts out against this person, I've never seen it before in my life.
He does a lot to himself.
Hear me out. Hear me out now.
I'm hearing you.
He says some of the most outlandish things.
Yes,
during COVID, go ahead, shoot yourself up with
bleach,
with doggone bleach, and all that crap. I'm thinking to myself, like, you know what, bro? Just leave well enough alone. Just shut up. But that's what makes him so likable, because at the end of the day, he's authentic. When you look at these Democrats, that's the reason why they don't like Trump, because he's not a politician. He's a businessman. Everything that he's running on is off his own money. So that's the thing they bring up.
Listen, man, his daddy gave him $400 million. He's went bam. Now, this is not to me to say bankruptcy is a bad thing.
Okay, right.
You know it. He said
bankruptcy is a loophole. Is in the government paying your bills. And guess what? And you can re-up. Come on, man. He ain't the only billionaire.
But man, let's just be real. He's not like he's a great businessman. We sit here and we try to pretend like he is. We go back and look at his projects, man. Go back and look at what he's done. Look at his track record. But the point of it is
how did he run the country? Where were we at the end of Donald Trump's presidency?
In a hole. Yet again, and everybody can blame it on COVID, blame it on this, blame it on that.
You can't even blame. Where were we at? If it was,
we have to agree to disagree, because here's
look at his face. He knows what
here's a point that I'm about to make, that you all you guys going to agree, right?
Yeah.
When Trump left and then Biden came in, to where Trump about to get back in, outside of the inflation, and as far as your gas prices, your food costs, whatever, et cetera, everyday life between me, you, Cuz, West, Mac has been pretty much the same, right? Let's really sit here and have that conversation, because we can sit up here and talk until we blue in the face about these politics, but in real life, I'm just going to be honest with you. Between Trump, Biden, and then maybe Trump or Harris now, my life outside of the cost of things being more hasn't really changed.
I think there's been
everyday life. I still get up and go to work. I still got bills.
That's at all times, though. That's at all times. And we were supposed to be within this 4 years where we've had to raise interest rates in these 4 years, because interest rates were historically low because of the recession that we had in 2008. They kept them low and lowered them even lower under Trump. Made them even lower under Trump. Let me finish. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, other than that, he came into it. He had a good economy off of Barack Obama. He had a good economy, a solid economy.
Off of Barack Obama?
Barack Obama came left with a strong economy. He left him with $500 million deficit. He came into office. The first thing he did was tax cuts for the wealthy, blew the deficit back up with no adjacent spending cuts. That's the only thing he really passed. Then all of a sudden, COVID hits. This dude ran us up into $7 trillion in debt in 4 years. Nobody in the history has ever done that, ever. He really didn't do anything. What did he do? He crashed the economy, like he said. In his last few years, he crashed the economy. What did he really do?
That's, I mean, you can say COVID hit, right? COVID, stuff with COVID was going to hit.
When did Trump come in office? 2020?
No. Trump came in. You're talking about Trump, right?
2016.
Yeah. 2016. No, Trump came in 2017. He came in. 2016 is when you're elected. He came in January 20th, 2016.
2016.
No, 2017. Sorry about that.
2017. And when did COVID was like what?
2020. March 2020.
2019, 2020.
So almost March 2020. He was about 3 years in.
Yeah.
No, COVID came in COVID-19 because it was COVID.
No,
Yeah.
it was March 2020.
That's why it was called
Trust me.
COVID-19 because it was the year
So
that.
yeah.
No,
So
it wasn't called COVID-19 for that. It wasn't that. Trust me, I know for a fact. I remember. I had a business. I know.
Pretty much
Trust me for a fact. Look it up.
COVID came in
first place in
almost
March was-
about halfway between his presidency.
Nah, no, it didn't. It came in almost.
right at
he
the end.
Right at
was
the end?
supposed to. He was running again for. It was 2020. November 2020 is when they would have had another presidential election. It came in basically going into the presidential election term.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
it
the
hit
primaries
at
already
the end of
started everything.
2019.
Could we-
At the
could
end of
we-
2019, yeah.
And look,
Can we-
in March 2020 was when the first states closed down. That's California. Look it up. I know for a
Yeah, in
fact.
February, I did the last show in town before they shut the city
So,
down.
go ahead.
I'm telling you, it's COVID-19. The COVID was hitting in 2019, and they saw it coming. Wait, we got Google. We all
Look it up. They didn't name it COVID-19 because it
I don't
came
need to
in
look it up. You the
19.
one questioning my knowledge.
There's just so many variations of COVID that they call that one in 19. It's not because of the year it came
Okay,
in.
I'll give you
It's
that.
just
It could be
that's
that.
just the truth. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just not trying to. I ain't trying to be funny. It's just
I saw that on the
that's what it
news.
is. You know what I mean? But that's why. But go ahead though. You know what I mean? What you're saying. But basically, he at the end of his presidency. That's why he got so mad. He took it personally and said, "You guys are trying to tank my presidency when this is a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic was happening. People was dying. He was more worried about himself. California had to take it upon themselves in March 2020.
You said people were dying.
Yeah, millions of people died from COVID-19. Millions.
Millions.
How
many people died from the flu?
The numbers have risen.
Not millions like they did during COVID that year.
I think you might want to check on that. More people have died from the flu than COVID-19.
Okay, you go look at 2020 to 2020 or whatever. Just go 1 year. I bet you more people have not died from the flu than died from COVID in that 1 year
Actually,
of COVID.
the flu disappeared during COVID because people,
How ironic.
the flu is spread.
I mean,
the flu is spread through schools. That's how it is. It's people. The kids go to school, they spread it, and everybody gets the flu.
Man, we can sit back and try and do a conspiracy theory like COVID wasn't real. But I know, I mean,
I'm not saying it's not real.
Yeah, that's what we're acting like right now. We're doing a conspiracy thing like how nobody died. People died from COVID. I know people who died from COVID personally.
The
179, 214.
What I'm saying is the effect that COVID caused on this, not just the country, the world. Has a lot to do with the numbers that you guys are bringing up as far as the deficit that Trump.
But when you have a problem at your home or my home, who got to take care of that?
We do.
And can we sit back and make an excuses to why we do or don't take care of it? Or do we got to boss up and be the boss of the home and take care of that problem for whatever it is? Because that's what a president got to do. That's his job. That's like saying Bush is not responsible for 9/11 or he ain't responsible for the financial crisis. You take those two things away, he's a great president. Come on, man.
My thing is, let's just be honest. Biden and Harris, I think they kept people out of work for too long when it came to COVID. Trump would have got us back to work. Trump would have got the economy back going.
He had the chance
to do it, though.
He was in office when all this was going on.
Yeah, he was. He was in office.
Y'all just agreed that the COVID started at the end of his presidency.
COVID started. His end of his presidency would have been January 2021. COVID started.
We were in lockdown.
February 2020.
When did they start to put people back into work?
When did the lockdown end? Didn't the lockdown end in 2021?
We was outside by the end of the year.
We was outside, man. People was outside
in 2021.
People was outside that summer. People was able to go back to work within months. People were starting to open businesses back up within months.
No, sir.
Look it up. Let's look it up. I'm not saying lockdown.
Look it up.
Months. I mean, people wasn't on lockdown for a year, man. I'm not saying some programs wasn't still going for a year, but I mean, some of the programs like extra money for unemployment, stuff like that wasn't still going. But people was going back to work way before that. Way before. We wasn't on lockdown for no year. I don't remember that happening at all. I remember we was back working. I mean, some of the businesses didn't even close down at all.
The lockdown started January 20th.
We had go ahead. The lockdown started
in January 20, 2020.
Yeah, January 20. Yep, January 20.
And then the lockdown ended. Hold on.
Lockdown for where?
COVID. Hold on. Year of COVID.
Let's see, man. I need you all to look that up. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I know for a fact it wasn't until late March. Now, how I know? Because I had a business that had a drive-through. We were able to still stay open, but I closed down. It was March 20th when I closed down because California closed down right before that. That's how I know for a fact when it
Yeah, it
started.
looked like it was most of it between March 11th and March
I already know,
13th.
man. I'm trying to tell y'all. I know this for a fact. I'm not trying to just make it up and say it. You know what I mean? I know. You know, like, but I'm
And
just
the
trying
stay
to.
at home, it depends what state you're in. So if we do Washington, I can tell you exactly
And
what
most
it
of the
was.
red states barely closed down for any amount of time at all.
Washington was
if
February
any.
29th, and then they had you stay at home until March. Looks like March 23rd.
But I'm gonna tell y'all something else too. On top of
Oh
that,
no, May 4th is when they lifted the stay-at-home order. But then you had
that
it was
same
weird.
year,
You
months
went to
later,
bars.
months later.
You went to
Come on,
bars. You
man.
had to sit at the tables, and they had to come around and serve you. You couldn't sit at the bar. You had to be
But
spaced out.
the bigger point of all this is right here is this: is that he failed to lead. You know what they did in China? They closed down everything. They only have 5,000. This is what they tell us. Only have 6,000 cases of people die. Where it started at and the origin of it. He refused to act, and so it blew up.
What's the difference between China and the United States?
I mean, what's the difference if he had the goodwill to be able to do it?
You can still travel to
California
China.
came out.
In
California
China,
came out.
what's the difference between the countries? Though?
They're authoritarian government.
Oh,
But
okay.
let's okay. I like that. That's a good way of putting it. I really like that. I'm gonna tell you. But the difference is here too is that he had the goodwill. The state of California, which is the largest state in the union, it's a blue state. They came out first and said we're closing down. So that means he didn't have to fight because he had the red states. He's a Republican president. They're gonna follow him. So you had the goodwill. This state came out first. If you would have went and handled your business when you were supposed to, you could have contained this problem, but you refused to because you're not a good leader. That's the problem. I know that what I'm saying doesn't matter when he becomes president for 4 more years, but we're going to watch basically the unraveling of America. I know we've watched it a lot, but we're going to watch it happen a lot sooner. He's going to put tariffs on a lot more countries. Some of the tariffs he did worked. Some things that he has are good plans, but he's a bad leader. He thinks too much about himself.
Why are we always waiting on Georgia and PA? That's crazy.
How yeah, that's gonna be the determining factor. PA.
That's crazy. It's late in the night.
That's the
It should
one.
have been done already.
It takes time. You got to count them votes, man.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, and just be, as honest as possible.
All right, yeah.
How has the past 4 years affected you in all facets of your life, financially, emotionally, spiritually, if that's something that you dwell in? Has it been anything as far as under the Harris and Biden administration that really you can really sit and put a finger on, like this has changed since they've been in office?
Well, I mean, I can't really say it's been a continuation of the end of Donald Trump's presidency into the Biden-Harris one, because I look at it like this: we came out of COVID, and I have children, so you know what I'm saying. I was there how they missed that year, that solid year, and how all our lives stopped from that solid year, and we lost a lot. Like, people don't understand it. Like, we had plans, we had lives, we had things we were gonna do before COVID hit, and we all kind of had to our lives we still, like you said, we still had to work, we still had to go do whatever, but our lives changed. The trajectory of everything changed. So I was still adjusting to that. And so I never really got out of that, and I feel like we're still kind of there, you know what I'm saying? Because we're in a whole different new kind of world. So yeah, people were angry. They were like, "Oh, the world's changing under Biden Harris." Yeah, we lost time of our life that we'll never get back. Our kids suffer from that. Our families are suffering from that. And we haven't really addressed it as a nation. You know what I'm saying? We kind of we're trying to pick up like it never happened, but it happened. And so it's just, for me, it's the Biden and Harris stuff. It's been all right. I don't have to see the president every day, but I don't mind, because once again, as a black man, my world didn't change. Life got a little harder, but that's just comes with the territory. So I know.
Let me ask you this: Do you rent? Do you rent or own?
I own.
Okay. So not too much has changed in that regard outside of your property tax, right?
I mean, but let's be real though.
The groceries went up, gas has gone up, but that's naturally supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying?
We also know. Go ahead. We also know that when when home prices went up. Though, when did home prices go up? When did rent go up? When did that happen? I mean, we all know when that happened. Correct? That happened when low interest rates were in, because I was searching for properties at that time too, buying properties, and people were paying 100,000 over asking. So prices of property was basically skyrocketing during that time. Right now, they're starting to settle back down because interest rates have gone up. They lifted interest rates under Biden. That's just what it was cheap money, free money under Trump, under Obama. This is what was going on. Banks had cheap, inexpensive money to lend out, which was unsustainable. That's what creates inflation. When you do stuff, when banks have that much money to put into the market, that's what creates.
What happens?
Okay. When interest rates are low, banks are getting cheap money, basically from the Federal Reserve. They're getting cheap money. They can lend that money out to people. That's why you saw the home prices skyrocket during COVID and everything else. Home prices was going crazy. You remember that, right? When it was like, oh man, this dude paid 100,000 over asking price. This person paid this because they was getting 2%, 3% interest rates. Interest rates have never been that low. We think the interest rates ever gonna go back to 2-3%. That's not gonna happen, man.
Yeah, remember chicken sandwiches were a nickel back in the day. Like that ain't the
that
price
was under Trump. That was under Trump's administration, right?
Absolutely. I mean, under Obama had low interest rates too, but I mean, they gave him low interest rates because they had to because of the 2008 economic crisis. They were supposed to lift interest rates a while ago.
Didn't he bail out? Who did Obama bail out?
The banks and the airlines.
Obama didn't bail out. That was Bush. Bush bailed out the banks.
No.
I'm telling you right now, yes, it was, man.
Hold on. I thought it was the. Was it? It wasn't a car GM in them. It wasn't.
They had to
Obama did the banks
too. But you got to remember that was Bush. Bush did a lot of these.
Bush did the airlines. He did the airlines. Remember, because the Outkast made the song. He's like dedication to the people at the airlines that got laid off.
I'm telling y'all, go look that up though. But it's
who paid for that? Who paid for that?
We did. We eventually have to pay for that. You know what I mean? That's under Bush. That's not under Obama. He ran that into the dirt. That's like saying, okay, so now we're blaming that on Bush, right? He's supposed to take care of that, correct?
Obama had 8 years.
Obama had 8 years. He brought our deficit he walked into office with a $1.3 trillion deficit, which is the deficit for the year. Because the first year any president walks into office, they're living off the last president's budget. Understand? They living off whatever the last president's budget was his last year of his budget is what the new president get. He had a $1.3 trillion deficit. When he left office and gave it to Trump, it was $500 to $600 billion. He cut it in over half. When Trump walked into office, first thing he did was tax cuts for the wealthy. Boom, and blew the deficit right back up to over $1 trillion. He had no plan. His only plan was.
You know what's so crazy that I love about this conversation about the budget? Let's just be honest with you. I mean, because people are they get so about the deficit and all that. How can we have a deficit? How can we have a deficit when we control it? It's we run the banks. They run the banks
because that's not how it worked, though.
So how? I mean, basic economics, right? How is it that y'all can put a
North Carolina?
Cap?
They just gave him North Carolina too just now. That's Trump? A big win. Mm-hmm. We gave it to Trump.
Yeah. How is it that?
Go ahead.
How is it that you can
89% of the vote.
You can put a cap and you can watch how a deficit fluctuates when we are the ones that's printing the money. We own the banks. It's confusing to me.
It's confusing to a lot of people because it's monetary policy. Monetary policy is weird because the Fed is not really a part of the government, even though it's called the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not a part of the federal government. It's a separate entity from the government. They control our monetary policy. They control the printing of our money and what our interest rate looks like. It's a long story, but a long time ago, some rich people used to have to bail America out. They used to go to J.P. Morgan Chase, Julius Pierpont Morgan. They used to go to him and ask for money to borrow money because our government was going to go broke. And so eventually they were like, man, let us just run it. And there was a bunch of rich people that got together and put together a plan to start the Federal Reserve. And that's why you got Federal Reserves all over the world. Every country basically got their own Federal Reserve, except for, I think, Venezuela, I want to say Iran, or maybe North Korea, Iran, and Russia. They won't let them in their country because they understand that it's kind of a weird system. You know what I mean?
Right. I love what y'all got coming. I mean, I love what y'all got going on, man. You know what I mean? Uncommon courtesy, man. I give you the courtesy of because let me try to hear me out. I voted for Barack the first time. I didn't vote for him the second time. I voted for Biden because I felt like the whole situation with Trump was like I said, that I felt like
it's going to get worse.
I don't think it's going to get worse because now what I'm starting to see is
they accept y'all. They accept y'all in now. It's going to get worse, cuz.
No, when I'm the hate that I see towards this man, it's like I've never seen before. My thing is, my thing is if your policies and everything is so great, why wouldn't you just run off of that?
This is what I'm gonna say. Honestly, I feel like they should have ran more off their policies because their policies are way better for the average working man. Period. Plain and simple. You look at what they did in office, the CHIPS Act. You know anything about the CHIPS Act?
No.
That Biden put in? But it's like about $53 billion. It's called a CHIPS Act. It's basically where they basically giving companies money to start creating semiconductor plants here in America, so we can start making our own semiconductor chips. We used to be number one in semiconductor production. We lost it to Taiwan. Taiwan creates 60%, 65% of the world's regular semiconductor chips and like 90% of the world's advanced semiconductor chips. When COVID happened, that's why you couldn't get cars, you couldn't get all the stuff, the inflation stuff. It's called inflation, but it's really, we couldn't get these things because they weren't being made. They closed down all these factories in Taiwan. So now they want to create them here. So even if Taiwan gets invaded by China, we'll still be able to create our own semiconductors. They've created plants all over America, gave up this money for this. Now they've created plants in Arizona. They got some in California. They got some, I think, in the Midwest too. They've given money so we can create these things for ourselves, which are creating 2,500 jobs, which is going to turn into 70,000 jobs just in Arizona off the money that they put out for that. He had over $1 trillion infrastructure bill, which was helping to create our first high-speed rail we have in this country. They could have ran off of what they did. I think the people we're looking at like, man, inflation is so bad, but inflation was really caused by inflation is a lagging indicator. It comes in, inflation doesn't happen. If I create a policy today, I'm not going to create inflation tomorrow. It's off of the money that was already in the system. If there's too much money in the system, that's how you create. It's basically saying that if everyone can go buy a house, the price of houses got to go up. You feel what I'm saying? Because there's not enough supply. That's what inflation is. It doesn't happen because this happened today and this happens tomorrow. Nah, it takes time. Too much money was put in the system. You go put $4 or $5 trillion in the system with COVID. Now everybody got a Louis bag. You remember? Everybody got Louis Vuitton shoes on. Now there's no Louis Vuitton shoes. What I'm gonna do if I got some Louis Vuitton shoes now? I'm about to raise the price of them. That's what that kind of. You understand that's where inflation kind of came from. And then the fact that a lot of factories were closed down for all that time, they had to catch up to production, to demand. Correct? You feel what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that they actually did. They went out and made it so we got $6,000 tax credits, for our kids. They went out and made it so that more kids had health care. They did a lot of stuff, man. They tried to do a law to where basically that everyone can have affordable child care. Okay. I mean, this is the stuff that Democrats did. You know what I mean? Like we got to stop. Look, we just don't know these things. They didn't do a good enough job talking about it.
Is you ready for the big question that I got? And I need answers from both of you gentlemen.
Go ahead.
Joe Biden get up on that when they do their little
debate.
Okay. And he looked it like a fool. Let's just keep it a buck.
Oh, he looked old as hell.
He looked at the senile, right? Absolutely. This is the part that disrupts me the most. Mm-hmm. I probably would have voted blue if the Democrats took it upon themselves to hold some type of convention to where they found the best candidate. They didn't do that. No, hold on. I want to say this because I want to say this. I want to say this. I want to say this because I want your true, honest opinion.
All right, I got you.
What did they do? What's going to bring people to the voting booths? What's going to light the fire under America?
Okay, now
we had Barack Obama, right? I'm 44 years old. First time that we've ever had a black president. I was always told we would never see it in our lifetime, right? So what y'all do now? Y'all give us a woman. I forget, y'all could both help me. At what year was it? The 60s when the women's person was able to vote?
65.
65. Y'all give us a woman, and then y'all give us a black one at that. Oh my God! No. Here we go.
Man, this is crazy. Go ahead.
Superwoman. They give us a phony Wonder Woman, bro, and say and then Barack Obama stands up there and say, "My brothers, if y'all don't vote for her, she look like your mama." Nigga, what?
Real talk though. I mean, Barack Obama can come up and say all that, right? And the thing is, it's true. Like, you know, we can get on Kamala Harris. Yeah, she's not foundationally black. Whatever. She grew up in Oakland. You know what I'm saying? Like,
went to private schools.
You still lived in Oakland. You know what I'm saying? You still went to a HBCU. That means something.
Okay, now
we'll let it.
I'm not taking her black card. My question is it ironic that the Democratic Party was so thirsty to not lose this election that they throw a black woman as the candidate who's not qualified?
Let's look at that's crazy as we say the black woman, because I'm not sure if that's why you said it. I'm not going to leave
I'm not saying no. Listen,
I'm not going to leave that on you.
Let me clean it up.
Why is she not qualified? But let me go through and tell you what my answer to after you're done. Go ahead.
No, let me clean it up.
Crazy, she didn't qualify.
Let me clean it up. I believe the woman is the most blessed and greatest creation that God ever created.
Yeah.
So I don't want to come off as a misogynist. That has nothing to do with it. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is the Democratic Party, they play on this race card.
Oh wow, man, bro. Race card. And listen, let me tell you. Let me say this real quick, because we're gonna go back and
the race card is Barack Obama standing up there telling black men that it's your duty to vote for her because she's black. What if Trump got up there and said, all you white men should vote for me because you're white? They would have been like, he's racist. That would have been a racist comment.
He says a lot of racist stuff. That's not exactly what Barack said, but I agree with you. Let me say something real quick though. Let's go back through and let's do a little bit of history lesson real quick. The first black candidates that ever ran that I know of ran under the Democratic Party as far as for president. Shirley Chisholm, and then Jesse Jackson in '88. Shirley Chisholm in the '70s. Jesse Jackson was a woman.
Donald Trump supported Jesse Jackson in '88.
Okay, and I'm gonna give you that.
He endorsed it. Yeah, he endorsed it.
I'm gonna give you that. Okay, you know, I mean, he's real good at making sure that he stays in front of black. He endorsed Mike Tyson because he needed the help too, so he can come fight his Atlantic City.
But he endorsed Jesse for president, though.
Just like he also endorsed killing the Central Park Five, hanging them. But anyway, he didn't endorse that. He didn't endorse. He said we should be. He didn't say nothing about them. Let me move forward. Yeah. Go ahead, let me move forward. But we know what happened. He made a whole front page article about it or whatever. But anyway, let's move on. 2008. This is what the Democrats have done. 2008, we had our first black president. 2012, we had our first another black president again, right? 2012, 2008, Barack. 2012, Barack. 2016, they ran the first woman who was a major party ticket. That was what's her name? Hillary Clinton. 2016. Let me finish.
In reality, our first black president was Bill, right? 2004, right?
No, I never said that. I don't believe that at all. That was actually 1992. 92.
That's what they were saying.
He was president. But that's people say anything to pander to a person. I would never say that because he ain't black. Period. But anyways,
that's what they were saying.
Well, I wouldn't say nothing like that ever. He ain't black. But let me say this though. You know what I mean? In 2016, they ran Hillary. So that's a woman at the top of the ticket already. In 2020, they ran a woman as vice president, a black woman. In 2024, they ran a black woman as top of the ticket. So the last 5 elections, they've run people of color and marginalized groups. They're showing you like we're showing you inclusiveness in our party. Before that, how many of the Republicans run? How many House of Representatives members before the year 2021 was in the House of Representatives that were black? How many? You don't none. It was none. Zero. There was zero.
That's a great
There was
point.
50-something black people in the House of Representatives that were Democrat. I'm not saying this is not all just strictly about color, but it's about representation. That's what I look at. Because I'm not married to any one of these parties. I'm married to me and my people. That's what I'm married to. That's it. This is all a marriage of convenience when it comes down to it. I just know that where we have power at and where we don't. And he's gonna show you that you have no power in his party. That's what he's going to. She showed you that last time. He didn't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna go where they like me at." He pandered to them to begin with the whole birther movement. That's how he came into politics in the first place. He went straight to the line. He said these are very good people.
How did he affect you the last time as a black man when he was a president?
How did he affect me as a black man? Okay, let's look. He went and put 3 Supreme Court justices in office that are going to be against things for me and my people. You know that most of these abortion bans are in states that are black, that are southern states where most black people live. That's what these abortion bans are. They also said, I'm going to put immunity federal. He's not prosecuting police officers federally because he's making sure his Department of Justice does not do that. He knows Department of Justice does and steps into police precincts and saying, I'm going to investigate this whole precinct for racial injustice or whatever else. Who does that? Democrats
now has 187.
Let's just be honest about where we're heading. This isn't the race car thing. To me, I don't even listen to it. I remember one time I was passing through customs, and I think I was like in Houston or something like that. And this black dude was the one running customs department. I'm like, man, why y'all? I'm looking at every time I go through customs, they ever pull me over in customs. In customs, there's nothing but like 90-something% people of color. I'm like, man, all these people over here that's of non-color, you know what I mean, in this mud, and only people that's in here, 90% of our people are people who are foreigners, who are of color, or people who look like me. Why is that? Oh, don't get in here and play the race card. I mean, this is a black man telling me this. I look at that black man like, oh, you the one. That's good that you the one who said that. And I'm not saying this to you but that's just, hey, it's just certain things, man, that we got to pay attention to and understand. How many people were in Trump's cabinet that were people of color? One. That was Ben Carson. You know what he was? HUD secretary. He wasn't in none of the rooms when real important issues were being discussed. Our representation with him is not a part of that. Let's be real, man.
Did you watch the interview that Donald Trump did with Joe Rogan?
Nah, I don't really listen to him too much.
Right. So I watched it and it was so authentic because Donald Trump got in there and Joe Rogan asked him, like, what is it like? Like that first day, just being in there and just that first 90 days, that first year, Donald Trump kept it so real. He's like, I didn't know what was going on. I was appointing people that I was told fit the position.
And not one of them was a person of color, right?
Okay, but
he ain't stupid. He brought his people in. He brought his people with him.
My thing is that
crazy.
He was given that. I don't
give him a pass for that one, huh?
I'm not voting. You know why? I didn't vote for Trump based off of race. I didn't vote.
Me neither.
Against Kamala against race because at the end of the day, the country that we live in, it's a
multiracial country.
It's always going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that too.
Regardless, I mean, because Biden, the president we got right now, didn't he sign in '94? What was that? The
crime bill. Crime bill, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? This is why I tell you. This is why absolutely. The Democrats have affected a lot of black families in a lot of ways. They also signed the Civil Rights Bill. They also signed the Voting Rights Act. All those things of that nature too. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. This is not to say this is a perfect party. This is not to say this, right? No, this is not. It's not give or take, especially when somebody who's not doing anything for you. What has Republicans done for black people? Tell me that. At all. What have they done? Because when you don't have representation in a room,
I can't say that they've done anything, but I can't say Democrats have done anything either.
I just named some stuff just now. I just named a few things just now.
Outside of,
I just named a few things just now.
What do you think about Trump trying to get rid of the income tax?
I don't think. I don't think he's going to get rid of that because what are we going to be
good though?
How are you going to fund the federal government if you don't have income tax? If you don't have any kind of taxes to come in.
I mean, there is no law. There is no law stating that the federal income tax
is even any taxes should not be.
There is no law that the federal income tax is even legal.
Any taxes are legal. That's of course, but I mean, at the end of the day, what's his plan after that though? Once he says, "I'm going to get rid of this,"
I just want your take on it. Like, if you did it, how would you? I mean.
My take on it is like I feel like he lowered taxes for billionaires and millionaires and billionaires before, and us too, partially. You know what I mean? With he did that before with no plan, and it ran the deficit up even further. So what's your plan after that though? Once you get rid of that, how are you going to fill in the hole? Because when Elon Musk came in, he's about to make Elon Musk like part of his cabinet. Elon Musk says, "I'm gonna cut $2 trillion out the government, out the budget." Where do you think that money coming from? Think it's coming from him? You know what Elon Musk did right before the pandemic, right during the pandemic? Went to Donald Trump and asked the federal government for money because his business was going under. He needed the money to keep his business going, but he wants to cut out $2 trillion out the budget. Where do you think it's coming from? I bet you it ain't coming out of corporations side of the budget. I bet you it's not coming out of defense budget. None of that. So let's just look at it. It's going to come out of our grandmothers. It's going to come out of our mothers. It's going to come out of our kids' budget. That's what it's going to come out of. Let's be real. Why don't we have programs like they have in Minnesota where he's paying for all children to have free lunch and free breakfast at school? Why don't we have that across the country? But you know what I mean? That's Waltz. You know what I mean?
He has what?
Free lunch and free breakfast at schools for all kids. All kids. You know what I mean? Do you disagree with that?
No, I think that's. I mean, do you remember back in the day when? I don't know if you remember.
We had to pay unless you had. We're talking about we can go to the one things to go get the.
Remember they used to come to the hood with the vans and give us the white boxes, man.
That was the summertime. That was the summertime though, not during school time. That was only during the summertime. But who do you think had them programs doing that? You think them was Republican programs?
No, it was Democrat programs.
You know what happened to us when I was under Reagan? We lived in lived down the hill, down the lane. You know what happened to us? They closed down the school down there and bust us out to Boris. Over at Boris, they ain't want us at Boris. It was like 50, 60 of us on that bus. Our bus pulled up on the other side of the road. You know what I mean? Their buses pulled up over here. Ours pulled up over here. They put us in the back of the classroom, treated us different. I didn't get that when I was a kid. I didn't understand it. But that's what happened to us. I remember these programs. I remember these people. Listen, I want you to know something. I'm not against, this is not always about racial things, but it's about this country moving forward. This country is moving forward and it's becoming a more diverse country. We cannot use things that were from the past to create a better future. That's like being Motorola. Motorola didn't know how to change.
Is it becoming more diverse, sir? It's
already been more diverse, man. We just don't know it. We just don't understand that it's been more diverse. In 2010, there became more minority, quote unquote, minority births in this country than there are births of people who are non-minorities. That will never change again. By 2040, 2050, there will be more people who are quote unquote minority in this country than there are people who are not. That will never change. That's going to go in one direction. He wants to get rid of 20-something million immigrants from this country. Has an immigrant ever took your job? A black job, like he's saying? You took your job before? How many immigrants took your job? That's like a Hitler came out saying the Jews are taking all of our stuff over here. It's the same thing.
Oh, they taking
the same thing.
They taking them jobs.
They take the jobs. What jobs are they taking?
Time out. No, hold on. Time out. Hey, D-Mac, are you out there in Washington too as well?
Yeah. I'm out here.
Okay.
Yeah. We live in a different world though, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Y'all we live in a
different world. We live in like what America's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Listen, let me tell you something, cuz, and you know I've been up when I'm up in Seattle, it's just a whole totally different feeling.
Yeah. We live differently up here.
I mean, the people just look at you like, I'll be honest with you, they look at people like you and D-Mac and like they look at you guys like you're superior, right? I'm just being honest. When I
don't know about all that.
But go ahead, I'm gonna let you go. They love
in Canada, they love us. They love us in Canada.
He's giving a true perspective because I'm from Ohio too. I know how different it is in Ohio. Ohio is way more racist overtly. I mean, than here. Here is covert.
Let him cook.
Go ahead.
Let me cook. I'm a truck driver, so I see a lot, right? You go down to California, anywhere. And I don't know about in Washington, but I'm pretty sure when you guys drive around your city, when you see these people doing construction out there on the road, how many of them black and how many of them white?
The ones that black are holding up the flags.
That's it. They standing there, right?
That's it.
Half of the people down here in Atlanta, Georgia, when you see them out there working on the construction, they are Hispanics. Now, I'm not saying that they are here illegally. What I'm saying is these
taking black jobs.
These people are coming in and taking jobs. Period.
No, they're taking jobs people don't want. If there's enough people that want to do that construction and can get those jobs done and do it correctly, they would have those jobs. I mean, no one's coming in here only way somebody can take your job is if you underperform. I mean,
I can tell you, I'm gonna tell you
less.
I'm gonna tell you what they is taking. I've been driving trucks for 10 years.
I knew he was gonna say this right here. I knew he was gonna say this right here too. They come in.
Now this my lane. This my lane.
Yeah.
I've been driving trucks for 10 years. When I first got into trucking, it was predominantly Americans. You had the old white heads, then you had the influx of the black ones, right? And the old white people used to look down at us like, but now when you out there on that road, it ain't nothing but Indian, Hindu, all different kind of races, right?
Yeah.
Come to find out right before COVID, the Biden administration had a program where these people was bringing in their family. They still doing it to this day. The trucking industry is so much in shambles.
What state did they give him?
They gave these immigrants stipends, a $20,000 stipend to come here and get their CDL. Half of them don't even know how to speak English, but they know how to drive a truck. They gave them $20,000.
I'm gonna let you say that. I don't know. I didn't see some evidence of this, man.
I can bring it up for you, right? They gave them a $20,000 stipend, and then half of them are what they call it? They're not completely legal yet. What's that bill that Biden and Harris had to where they just canceled it just recently when they
Hey, hold on. I got to step away really quick, brother, but I want to tell you this. Thank you. I appreciate your service to being a truck driver. My dad was a truck driver after he got out the military. And people don't realize that truck drivers make America run. Because without you guys driving and bringing everything, we wouldn't get nothing. And a lot of people don't respect that and stuff. So I just want to say I appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I'll be back.
All right. Yeah,
but they were living tax free. So everything is when you bring down when you come over here and you give these people the opportunity, and I'm not knocking them. Everybody I believe deserves an opportunity to become something great. But when they drive down the rates and they drive down the living,
you think it's them doing that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think it's them doing that. I think it's brokers doing that. Me personally, I think brokers are driving down. I think brokers had got knocked in the head during COVID. Everybody knocked them in the head cold, and now they paying it back. I'm watching them do it because I'm in the logistics side of this.
The brokers are and the broker transparency that's another thing. But you can sit up here and honestly say and I could just go off of my knowledge.
It's drivers too. It's not just them. It's all drivers doing that, driving down rates, competing with each other.
It's mainly them because when I know my operation costs. But if you're driving up under some type of license to where you're not even paying income tax, you're not paying any tax.
Man, listen, we see now.
They're not paying any tax at that point. They running for $1 a mile.
They paying taxes, man. Sometimes I'm gonna tell you this. I've met some of the coldest people who I've met in this business who understand their costs, know how to fix their own equipment, everything. They can fix their own. I watched them do it. I seen these Russian dudes, man, came in like Ukrainian or something, man. They came mess with me. They fix their own trailers. They fix everything themselves. They do it all by themselves. They came in. They drive with each other. They get how they do it. They'll get each other's trucks.
6 or 7 of them in the truck sometime, man.
They'll get me that. Yeah, because that's what we won't do. They'll do it because we won't do it. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I think she just won Virginia. She just won Virginia. That's big. That's big. Yeah, that's big. Now she can just pull off the other ones that she needs to pull off. It can still happen. It can still happen. I'm not gonna say it's going to happen, but it can still happen. She pulls off Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and gets the rest of the ones she's supposed to get. You can have everything else. It's 270. That's what we're gonna strike, but we're gonna keep focused. Listen, we know because they're it's like they willing to go and live inside of a store. I've watched other races of people go live inside of a store just so that they can. The next store was the next person's store. Then they all went and did the same thing again, work for free. We won't do those things. We got to stop blaming people who are willing to come here and put in the work. They're not coming here. I don't see them begging for money. That be us. on the side of the roads begging for money. They out here trying to work because they want to send money back to their family, back home, build what they're going to build back home. That's what they want to do when they come here. We need immigrants in this country. Like you said earlier, we understand that there's a requirement, but there's also a requirement for fertility rates and everything else. We can get into all that, but I know you to understand that we would have a declining economy. There's places right now that have to make, like South Korea are building like robots basically to take the place of human beings because they have a declining population. They're going to have not enough people to do the work that they need done in the future because their population is declining and it cannot come back from it. The only reason we have a population that is right, it's the truth, man. Countries go to wars about this. We need to really look at that. I'm trying to tell you something.
How did you feel if Kamala became the president? How would she handle the situation that we have in regards to Russia, Ukraine, and Israel?
I think we handling it the right way right now. I think we handle it like a boss should handle it. Russia has lost over 600,000 troops fighting against their next door neighbor.
Their economy is booming right now. You check that.
Their economy is not booming. Their economy. You know what they did? I'm gonna tell you what they did. They saved over $600 billion, knowing that they were about to go to war. They put that money up. You know who used to buy 80% of Russia's natural gas and a lot of their oil? Eastern Europe used to buy that. Now they sanction, they have to sell their stuff for cheaper. If oil's going for 90, they only can sell their stuff for 60 because we got sanctions on them across with everybody. And if they buy their oil from them for that price, so that means China, countries who are their buddies are like, look, I'll buy it from you for like $65, $67 because they know they can beat them. This is what's going on. Their economy's not, it looks like it's doing good because they have a war economy. Their whole economy is built off of war. If they were to break back off that war right now, their economy would collapse. People don't understand that. Listen, what would you rather do? Have Russia in Poland right now where we got to go fight? Or would you rather fund Ukraine and let them beat up on Russia? So, and they got 2 million troops. You already lost 600,000 of them. What does that look like going forward, going to war? You're losing people. You're losing a lot of troops of child rearing age. A lot of your men of actual who can have children, who are your men who you need to kind of run your economy. You're losing them in a war that we don't have any place in. We're just giving y'all weapons. If you a boss, I'm not sending my troops in there. I'm not sending my hitters in here to go do that. I'm gonna let y'all do that. I'm gonna let the country. They got more vested interest. The Ukrainians do in saving their country than anything else. Let me give you weapons. Go ahead. Let me give you a little bit of money, because when it's my turn to have to fight you, you're not gonna have the men, you're not gonna have the, you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna have the money, and you're not gonna have the will to fight me. That's what this is about. Keep on fighting this way. By the end of next year, they said they'll have lost over 1 million troops, man. That's why they got to go get North Koreans right now to help them fight their war. It makes sense for us, man. It's smarter. It's either we're gonna get rid of either bodies or money, pretty much. Which one we want to have? I don't want to give up bodies. I'll give you the money.
I return.
You feel me?
Can I
That's
ask
just
you
me.
a question? Do you believe that Donald Trump causes division in this country?
Yes.
I believe that there's
No.
division already in this country, though.
No, I think it started with. Go ahead, sir. I'll let you answer.
My bad. I know I'm just rambling on and on and on and shit. But listen, I believe there's already been division in this country for a long time. Donald Trump is just a figurehead of what this country is. He is not a bad guy. Like, he just understands he's an opportunist. He's like, damn, if I say birtherism, they love me. If I say let's do away with the Muslim or put a Muslim ban, first thing he did was a Muslim ban in this country, where Muslims could not come into this country, man. We got to stop acting like this dude has not sown racist divisions in this country. He did. I don't want the people from shithole countries coming here. Why don't we have more people, good people from Norway, Finland, and Sweden come here? What do you think that means, man? What are we talking about right now? That's what I'm talking about. I know I'm like this, man. If this country don't see, I want to get rid of Latinos. This person can't be a judge of me because they're a Mexican. They can't be a fair judge, impartial judge to me.
Some people like
they're
that
Mexican.
shit.
This is
Some
what he
people like that
said.
shit.
He understands who he's talking to, and we sitting back acting like it's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like this. If I'm somewhere and I hear a person talk about a person of another race, I'm checking them. You know why? Because they talk about me too. That's why I'm gonna check them. I already know. This just so happens that I'm here right now. That's why you're not saying it about me. I had to be at an airport one time when Trump was president. Two dudes like these towel heads shouldn't even be here talking to two ladies in line. I'm in the airport. I got my headphones on. I had to turn around and check these two dudes, two white dudes. Like, man, if y'all don't stop messing with these two ladies, got the hijab, they got them on. They just sitting there scared. Nobody else is saying nothing. This is during Trump's presidency. I'm in a restaurant. This dude's yelling out, I hate Mexicans, blah, blah, blah. And there's Mexicans working in the back of the restaurant. It's not even a Mexican restaurant. I got to check that, man, because nobody else did. This is what was going on during his presidency. You know how it was going. We got to stop acting like we don't remember.
What about you, Matt?
What up?
What's your opinion?
So what happened was Barack Obama got elected, and a lot of people look like, yo, the America that we know is over. And so he got elected twice, right? But when it came after that, they made Hillary look so bad. America was like, they went all the way right, and they picked Donald Trump. Does he stoke division in America? Of course. That's his whole thing, because he won off that. That's what he does. Look, he's like, I don't care about nobody that don't like me. He's like, I'm focusing on the people that do like me. And the people that do like him, he knows what they don't like. And so he's feeding off that. And he's causing division. Think about it. There's a lot of people. There's people that are going to be in and out if they watch this stream or not. A lot of people don't talk to their family members over this. Families are broken up and split. I'm saying, bro, like people, bro, you would argue, you could argue about religion and still be family.
Cuz I was voting for Trump, he was so mad at me.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, bro, it's like you hear that, you have friends on your Facebooks, your social medias, they're like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, or I'm voting for Kamala Harris, and people are like, why? You know what I'm saying? And it boggles their mind, and families are broken up over this. He has caused division. America is split. America's split. It's so split, it's profitable.
I only say that to bring up this point right here, which led me to, the red side voting for Trump.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go biblical. I'm gonna go biblical. This is in the Bible.
Yeah.
Where'd the Bible come
from?
In
Luke chapter 12, verses 51 through 56. I'm just gonna read. Yeah, I'm gonna read 51 through 56. It says, this is Jesus speaking. It says, do you think I have come to bring peace to the earth? No, I have come to divide the people against each other. From now on, families will be split apart, 3 in favor of me and 2 against, or 2 in favor and 3 against. Father will be divided against son and son against father, mother against daughter and daughter against mother, and mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. Then Jesus turned to the crowd and said, when you see clouds beginning to form in the west, you say, here comes a shower, and you are right. When the south wind blows, you say, today will be a scorcher, and it is. You fools, you know how to interpret the weather signs of the earth and sky, but you don't know how to interpret the present times. That's crazy, right? I bring that up to say, even in the Bible, Jesus says, I come to cause division in this country. But when we just sit up here and we can agree that Donald Trump causes it, we use it as rhetoric.
That's a different time, man. Back then, everybody wore sandals. Nobody lived past the age of 45.
but
I'm just saying, though. Am I lying? Am I lying? 40. You 55. You was an old shaman. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is different times. They didn't have social media back then. You had to etch shit on a stone. I can't wait till this bitch see this text message. She gonna be in her feelings.
That's
crazy. You gotta throw it through her curtains because she ain't got no real windows. Go, Chariot, go.
Do we know that China and Russia both said this is what they said about America? You know what I mean? I know this is we just talking. They're like, we don't have to fire one bullet to break up America. You guys are going to destroy yourselves from within. That's what he's doing. This is exactly what he's bringing to the table.
That's not Trump. That's not Trump. That's us. Okay, I was going to say that's Trump. That's us in general.
All he's doing, he learned how to dig into that. Let me dig into that. That's all he's doing. He's an opportunist, like I said. All he's doing is speaking he's speaking for the people who want to say this right here out their own mouth. That's what he's doing.
Republicans need one more seat to secure Senate control.
They're gonna get that. They're gonna get that. That's a garner. The Democrats had like 20-something seats up for grabs. Republicans only have like 13.
Did they call Virginia for Harris already?
Let me see. I can tell you right now. I just had it open. VA. Virginia is actually, I went for Harris.
Went for Harris. And she can pull off
It's
Arizona.
84% of the vote, and she's up a lot and a lot of these
If
districts.
she
Here, I
can
show you
pull
really
off,
quick.
if she can pull off Pennsylvania and the rest of them,
Well, you know, Virginia was supposed to be red. Yeah, Virginia was
supposed to be red. That's a W right there. That's a W right there.
You know what's crazy though? You know, here, let me show you really quick. You know what's crazy though? That's how the steal comes. That's why you think they're going to think it's a steal, because Donald Trump was up 214 points, and if she comes back and beat him, they're going to be like, "Oh my God, they stole it!" And that's when the violence starts.
But the fact of the matter is, and that's for people who don't understand the electoral college.
No, nobody understands it, bro. People are. It's like watching boxing. Think about it. It's like watching. Hold on. It's like watching boxing. If we all probably watch boxing, so we know it's not always knockouts unless it's certain boxers.
Points.
People come to watch Floyd Mayweather. They think it's going to be a knockout, and it's not, and they're disappointed. You know what I'm saying? These people are like watching this election right now. This is a country changing, a United States nation changing election. A lot of people are watching
world
this.
Changing. It's world changing. It's not just United. This is world changing right here.
So a lot of people are watching this. They're novice. They don't watch this every 4 years. Well, I mean, they probably watched it last year, but
man, when a person says that he wants to pull us out of NATO, what do you think gonna happen to it's like this? If you live somewhere and you got friends of yours that you always hold it down for whenever they got problems, then all of a sudden you got other people like, man, I love the way he hold it down for his partners whenever they got issues. I want to mess with them. Then you stop doing that for your friends. What you
he
gonna
ain't saying he want to pull us out of NATO. He's pretty much telling them he wants them to start paying.
exactly.
But
And I feel him on that. I agree with him on that.
I feel him on that. Yeah,
I feel him on that, bro. We
want our protection.
You.
Give us some money.
We need that money for real.
This is what I'm gonna say at the same time. I'm not saying that he's wrong to tell them to pay their fair share. They should be doing that. He's right about that. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm the type of dude who always gonna be honest when it comes to any of this stuff, anything. 'Cause that's how I am, just as a person. They should pay their fair share. At the same time, though, me personally, I understand the good that comes from us being able to have NATO allies, being able to have bases on all these different places that we got bases at. This is what keeps us safe. This is what keeps us being the boss. Why do you think people care about what happens in American elections? Because we control most of this world. We control a lot of this world right here, period. Don't nobody have bases in North America or South America who are not the countries that are here. There's no Russian bases here. There's no Chinese bases here. We got 800 bases all around the world. 800 outside of this country. You understand what I'm saying? We control shipping lanes. We control everything. That's what we're supposed to do. We ain't supposed to ever capitulate and be like, oh, well, we want to be friends with Russia. We're not friends with them. They don't ever want to be friends with us. We helped break up their whole entire nation. You know what I mean? There was a Russian Confederate. That's what we helped break all that up. What do you think about Ukraine? You think we should be helping Ukraine? And I appreciate you taking the side of this battle that you're taking, because you're on an island by yourself. And you came out here and you came to war, and that's right there, man. To be real with you, you can't do nothing but salute that. Real talk.
Can I pivot?
Yeah, come on.
Let's talk about.
I think she just got New Mexico. Okay, cool.
Let's talk about the fact that the Democrats.
Yep, she got New Mexico.
The fact that the Democrats are, they also picked this candidate because they wanted to use reproductive rights as a focal point.
They used that 2020 though, with Joe Biden.
Well, let's put it in man's perspective, right?
Yeah, let's talk.
Let's say Democrats said, "Hey, from now on, men can't ejaculate unless they're trying to make a baby, and then if you ejaculate or masturbate, and any time between that, you could be jailed." And they're going to test your sperm count every 2 weeks to see if your sperm count is high. Would you agree to that?
That's crazy.
It's so is that being able to control your body, my nigga. It's the same thing.
Let me say this to you.
No.
Do you believe in reproductive rights? Let's start there. Do you believe in reproductive rights? Do you believe that a woman should have a right?
Do I believe in abortion?
Do you believe in reproductive rights? If you want to call it abortion, that's fine. You can call it that.
Here's why.
My bad. The tequila may be hyped.
I believe women have the choice to do anything with their body, right? It's their body.
Anything. You just say anything.
Not anything.
Okay, let's not say anything.
But as far as that, but here's my point. This is my argument. I'm in a relationship.
Ooh, good luck.
I want to have a baby.
Married.
She doesn't
You
want to have
married.
a baby.
Yeah. He's just talking to general.
I'm just talking in general.
Yeah.
I want to have the baby. She doesn't want to have the baby.
Mm-hmm.
She can go abort that baby, and
Nothing you can do about it.
nothing I can do about it
At
now.
all.
And they can deem that whatever, right?
Yeah.
But if she wanted to keep that baby and I didn't want to keep that baby,
You have no say so.
You have no say.
I don't have no say so.
But
That's
okay.
where I feel like the law is wrong.
It's wrong.
I feel as a
yes.
man, as soon as you tell me you pregnant, if I don't want to have nothing to do with you or this child, I should be able to sign over my rights to where child support, all of that can't.
You
come
can never
after.
you can never do it. But you know, it's
I
crazy.
agree.
I talked to Wes about this. He said I was crazy, right? I said, look, men should be able to copyright their sperm. I should be able to choose who gets to use my sperm and who doesn't. Now women will come out and they'll say this. They'll be like, well, once you shoot it out, it's no longer yours, right? I'm like, that's just like saying once there's a life inside of you, you can't kill it.
Let me say this right here. What we're not talking about is the fact that we don't have to go sit up at the doctor and have them take something out of us, bleed, and go through everything that goes on with a person when that happens. I don't just believe that.
I don't feel sorry for that. No, I don't.
Let me finish. I do because I know that's something that's something the person has to live with for their entire life. We have to live.
So
with
does
it.
a man.
We have
So
to
does
live
a
with it.
man.
They
They threatened to send me to jail for $230 and back child support. $230. They said we're gonna lock you up.
Take a license. Take a license.
Suspended so you can't leave the country.
Yeah.
Put levies on you.
Let me finish.
It affects your credit.
Listen, I agree with that. We need a better system of dealing with child support and dealing with the kids and how that works. I understand that, but I'm talking about the actual act that we're talking about here. We don't have to sit in that room with that doctor ourselves and do none of that. We could sit out in wherever we're sitting at or wherever people do and deal with it then. We're not dealing with that emotional distress of that actually happening to them. It's like a person telling you, I know how you feel, and they ain't never had to live with it. But okay, let me go further than that even. You know what I mean? Me personally, reproductive rights are not just women's rights. That's a man's right too. Because what about when a kid's 16 years old and he ends up getting a girl pregnant and both of them decide that, you know what I mean? Hey, he's like, I'm not ready to have a kid. And she's like, okay, I may not be ready either myself. So that's his right too. Not all women take it and say it's just my right alone. It is their right to go and do it or not, but it's also their right to say, hey, can I take your input for it? Because we don't have to deal with the consequences of that. Of whatever happens during that procedure.
I'm saying, look, they need to revamp. They need to revamp the law. I would like that law to be enacted. I like mandatory paternity tests at birth.
Are you
mandatory parenting plans at birth?
So you telling me if this woman aborted my child, that's not going to affect me? Just because it might not affect me.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it does not affect you. I'm not saying that at all. We have to deal with that too, understanding that happened, but we're not having to actually do the act of. Period. We don't have to do that.
I don't think it justifies it though.
I don't think it justifies it either, but I also understand it should be a person's right. We should never do. The worst part about it is when a person say, "I just took away the right to do it, and I wanted to I wanted to do it to give it back to the states. Why don't you just leave it alone? So you ain't got to do it if you don't want to do it. It's up to you. If that person don't want to do it, they don't have to do it.
That's what Trump did. He left it up to the states.
But no, what I'm saying is, so why not just say leave it alone in general, so that if a person wants to do it, they can do it. If they don't want to do it, they don't have to do it. Period. But then what he also did do by leaving it up to the states, you got states like I think it's Mississippi who won't let it on a measure, because you know that every time that has been put on a ballot, it's lost. It's lost on the ballot everywhere. Every red state, everywhere, Ohio, Kansas, and the Republicans lost seats because of it. Everywhere it lost.
Ohio's got Planned Parenthoods all over the place.
That's what I'm saying to you. It lost. Him putting it back to the states when they went and put it on the ballot, the states lost because Ohio they went and moved their legislator voted to have that, to say we're gonna have we're against this, we're gonna shut it down and ban it. They put it on a ballot. The people said, "Nah, we don't want that. We want to have this here." And every state that they put that in on a ballot on, his law that he tried to ban, that he helped put in place, lost. Should have left it alone to begin with, because they got 20 states right now that won't even let people put it on. They're having a hard time putting it on the ballot. Like, oh, you didn't. Mississippi, they told the people, oh, y'all didn't turn in y'all signatures in time to put it on the thing, because they're afraid, because they know what would have happened. It would have got struck down. Just like in Florida, they just struck down their abortion law in Florida just on this ballot alone. They're not playing it. They try. No, what they did was they told them you got to have 60% of the vote. 60%. You got to win 60-40 in order to overturn this abortion ban. Where else do you ever heard something like that at? Except for in the Senate. Yeah, that was 60-40. We need y'all to get 60-40 or 60% of the vote to overturn. They got 57. Man, this is crazy. Come on, man. Let's stop this. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop this, man. That's
I just don't like the. I mean, I just find it ironic that
they should run off.
They're using a woman.
I got a daughter. No, I got a daughter. They used Joe Biden to do it the first time. They used Joe Biden to do it in 2020. Joe Biden ran off of it too.
But here's the thing. They got a woman to do it that don't got no kids, and she's 60.
It don't matter if she got kids or not. That's her choice. It's not her choice to have kids or not. You know that this country, normally a lot of people in this country don't have no kids.
You know what? If I was an interviewer, I would have asked Kamala, have you ever had an abortion? Because why don't you got no kids?
You know what the cold part about it is, this right here, is that's a medical thing right there. And you're not really allowed to get into people's medical backgrounds when it comes to stuff like that. You know what I mean? But to me, that's almost like a man. Like we shouldn't. To me personally, I don't feel like that's my right. To me, of course, I want to have some say so in it. It'd be nice, but I understand why I don't.
Because it takes two, right?
But I understand why I don't.
Without your seed, there is no baby.
But I understand why I don't, because I don't have to sit on that doctor's table and do whatever a woman got to do.
Without your seed,
when it comes time for that, I agree.
Without your seed,
I agree.
There is no child. So,
hey, 100%. I agree 100% what you're saying. I think that we should have way more rights as a man than what we do. I agree with that.
Y'all made everybody leave. I don't want to talk about this shit.
They'll be back. They'll be back. He said, one more Quaalude, they'll love me in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
anytime, you know, the husband and wife, they separate, the mother gets custody. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, because the man has to work, and they know that.
Hey, don't get me wrong. Like, man, that's not always true, because I mean, you got people who got custody of their kids. You know what I'm saying? That's not always real.
I got custody of my kids. I'm just saying. That's why I turned the screen off. They was just here. I was showing them everything. Like, so.
I ain't want to say nothing, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's not all, but I know what you mean. 70,
honestly, you know, all my male friends, we all have custody of our kids. All my guys. All my homies.
Was it willingly, or did you have to go to
No, we went. I showed them how to. I went through court the first time for me, and they were like, bro, and they saw how I won. They're like, how'd you do it? And I just showed them how to fill out the paperwork. Because when you go to court, it's different. The judge is like, okay, sir, we see you work. You have a paycheck. Okay, you have a home. You have the stability to take care of a child. Now, if they look at the mother and she's not working, she's on Section 8 food stamps, they're like, you're putting a burden on the state. So why should you keep custody? And you have to fight your argument. And your argument ain't good enough. Like, well, I should have the kid, this or that. No, ma'am, you're not financially taking care of this kid. Because if the dad dies, then the state's going to have to take on that burden too. So usually they'll give the child to the father, the person that has a job. Though don't let that, they say it's a woman's state everywhere, because when you go through DSHS, through welfare, whoever files first, they're going to hit the dad. So it makes you feel like crap, like you have to fight for your kids. But yeah, it's easy, bro. I'm telling you, all my homies, shout out to them all. We all got our kids.
I didn't have an issue having joint with money. But you know, the point of it is, though,
you got a co-parent. I love a woman that can co-parent. That's the best kind of woman. Like, look, it's crazy how it's crazy how some women hate their kids so much they don't want them to get all the love in the world. You can hate your baby's daddy, but he gonna love your baby. His family's gonna love your baby. You know what I'm saying? Just like your family loves your baby, and you want to hold that back from your baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want you to get all the love in the world.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Well, look, man, what I'm saying really is like this. You know what I mean? That's one issue. They didn't just run off that issue, but that was something they should talk about. It is, because this person came in and said it's like I'm even if women don't want it, I'm gonna protect women. This dude is crazy, man. He's making law, but not only on top of that, let's look at.
Say it again. He said even if they don't want it, I'm gonna do it for them to protect.
Anyways, but bigger than that, he's made sure that he has a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. So whatever he wants to do, Project 2025, that's going to be his agenda. They already showing you everything he's talking about. What I just showed you, the little small clip is exactly what he said. Go watch the whole clip. It all leads right back to exactly what he just. There ain't no way you can misinterpret that.
What is looking like? What is looking like in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, I got you.
I think they up right now in Pennsylvania.
80, yeah, he's up by 2 points
close.
with 85% expected vote so far.
Whew,
19
better
electors. That's
I
close.
don't know.
That's
That's close, but that's 2%.
What about Georgia? What about Georgia?
In Georgia,
He probably spanking in Georgia. I think he up like what?
No, not really.
Ooh, 2%, 93.1%.
Hey, you know that 2% might come in. I might 2. What's the county over there where Atlanta at?
Oh, I got to check it out.
You got Fulton County. You got
what's the big one though?
Fulton is the biggest.
Let's hope they got the 15%
You got Fulton County, and then you got Gwinnett County. Those are the two biggest counties.
Let's go look and see if they got the where that vote's coming from. Let's go see where that vote is coming from. That vote's come from the right places, and then we got to win Michigan and
you can dig in and see the counties too.
Oh yeah, I got you. Boom, we right here.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go see that. Because if we pull them off, it's over.
I got a lot of tabs open. I'm trying. My TV went out last night or this morning. So let's go GA. You see how close that is? That's
what is it? I can't even barely see it. I'm gonna have to pull up the video.
So that's Georgia. Yes, Georgia. Oh, let me see. It's pretty close in these counties. They're only off by 100,000, maybe two. This is like 120,000.
Let's hope
they still ain't counted some of the absentee ballots and some of them Fulton and Gwinnett County.
So the election won't be over tonight. This is gonna go till Friday. Somebody gonna say something.
Hey, I'm gonna be gone by then. I'm trying.
Yeah, I don't like y'all escaping fools. That's why I don't listen to celebrities. That's why I don't listen to people no more. Y'all be like, ain't going away. I'm out. I'm out.
But I ain't leaving the country. I love the country. I love this country so much. I love this country so much.
He's like, I'm in Bermuda. How's it going over there? They rounding y'all up yet? I'm like, I'm drinking a margarita.
Hey, they're about to round up 20 million immigrants, man. He talking about he going to get the ones that are there legally in Springfield, Ohio. He wants to get them Haitians out of here. I can't believe we look at ourselves. This lady said this thing, man, and I ain't gonna say it because it's kind of cold. They just saying they're like, we see how many of us don't like. You know what I mean? Women like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying. I'm like, and I ain't saying you. Because I think you got your own valid points. You got your own financial situations and a whole bunch of other stuff you've already expressed to me offline. I've heard them. But I'm listening to people talk to me like, I'm going for Trump. I'm like, thinking to myself, like, why? What is he bringing to the table that you like? What has he done? He was here for 4 years. He didn't close the border then. He was in office for 4 years. He didn't close the border. He had 4 years to do it. He act like what they trying to pull.
He had him stop. I like what Trump did there on the border. He was like, look, you can't come in here. You gotta wait in Mexico. You gotta wait in Mexico. You gotta wait in Mexico before you can come over here. I like that about him. I was like, that makes sense.
He let 3 million of them. He said he was going to get Mexico. This was a small part of his plan. I'm going to get Mexico to pay for the wall. They ain't pay for nothing. He barely built a few miles of the wall. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do that. He tried to blame. He's like Kamala and what she's done. But he was president 4 years. She was assistant manager. He was manager. Who runs the company? Who runs the store?
Because the assistant manager.
Assistant manager or a manager run the store. What vice president have you ever seen run the country? When we be like, man, where the vice president at? Don't nobody even ask about him. They don't care. Is he out running around, shaking some hands somewhere, taking some pictures somewhere that don't matter? That's what a vice president does. We all know this.
But the thing is, even her as vice president, usually the vice president handles a lot of the
what they do. What they do.
The things overseas. Her policies with the other countries is horrible, bro. Like she don't got no relations. Her relationships with NATO and all those people overseas is horrible, man.
You don't have no policy.
He said if Kamala Harris win the presidency,
who said this?
America is doomed.
Who said that? Elon Musk?
No, Elon Musk. Who cares what Ja Rule has to say at a time like this?
Elon Musk was born in South Africa. He lived there until he was 18 years old. Yeah. He came here illegally to this country, illegally on a student visa, was never a student. He should be kicked out the country. Reality, he came from an apartheid nation. You ever look at the stuff he puts up on X when he talks about black people on X? We don't look at that though, huh? You know why he feel that way? Because he came from a place where there's like 3% of them and they run the whole country of us.
What does
Stop
he put
it,
up?
man.
I be
You know,
on X.
this is
I don't be
crazy.
seeing Elon Musk. I got him blocked though.
Back before Elon was like, oh man, this looks like racism to me. They want black people want this. Or you never remember all them tweets he was putting up for all that time? I know y'all remember him. I know y'all remember him. This is
Damn,
crazy,
they
man. What is we
right
talking about? What is we talking about right now? This is
Hold
crazy,
on,
man.
I got to show you this one. Hold on. They talking about Joy Reid. They saying she looking like RoboCop right now.
Come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
Anyways, all right, we're going back. We're going back.
That's from? You know where that's from? From X. That's
Yes,
from
that's
X
Twitter.
right there.
No, that's how Twitter is. That's how X is. Like,
You know what I mean?
It's a horrible place, and I love it. I love it.
It's not even just a horrible place. He's driven it into the ground intentionally. Y'all act like y'all don't know, man. Look, we gotta look at who this dude really is. He talks a lot about illegal immigrants. He was one. He came and had to beg our country, to bail his company out, and he wants to talk about making cuts of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna cut the government budget by $2 trillion. It's gonna be really hard. It's gonna be really hard at first for some people. Who he talking about? Not him. He ain't talk about him. You know what I mean? We got to start listening, man, what's really going on and acting like we know. Like, man, we didn't came too far just to come this far. So I ain't come this far just to come this far. Period. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what I did, man. I ain't type of dude to be like, man, I'm gonna go ahead. I don't care. I'm doing good. Let me go ahead and forget about the rest of us. I'm not going to. And I ain't just talking about black people. I'm talking about people in general. They don't care about people in general at all. If you ain't got nothing, they don't care about you. Period. They're not making. They not sending them white boxes of lunch boxes in the summertime. They ain't sending those. They ain't doing those. If it's up to the Republicans, they're cutting that program. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm on here looking on X right now, and it's just
hatred, vitriol, negativity.
That's all it was before. I'm just saying, like, that's why I was over there.
Yeah, you know,
it's free entertainment. What's trending right now? Pennsylvania's trending because we're all still waiting on that.
Pennsylvania, bro.
Let me see the latest on X. Now we got to wait and see.
I got all you hear about, man.
Every 4 years, it's always Pennsylvania. Yeah. You know, when on let's see, now it's a different country.
This dude is hella slow. He said, please tell me how the national poll is saying Washington is blue when the numbers from the state show different. We got so he ain't that so I'm gonna stop. I don't say that about him because he just don't know any better.
No, it's Washington. It's Washington. It always turns blue. We Trump out the Eastern Washington every year, and that's why they want to split Washington in half, and they want to call it Liberty because they're tired of us because we dominate them every year.
No, but all he's taking the fact that it's saying Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, 60,000 votes, Donald Trump, 90,000 votes. He don't understand that this is early voting. So most of this voting that they're showing you right now is probably from the counties that he's going to win. So they understand that once Pierce County, King County, all the Puget Sound region come in, Western Washington comes in, it's going to flood that. So these people are starting to believe, oh man, they're cheating. They're saying this happened, they're cheating. They don't see the same things happening sometimes when she's up certain places and they give it to Trump.
Well, no, like I told you, it's going to be
Nebraska, they gave it to Trump.
It's going to be an issue regardless because, like I said, it showed her at 99, he had like 210 or something like that. And it's always like that. Republicans always win right at first. And then it comes down to these last battleground states. It's always like this every year. And a lot of people aren't realizing that. So they're watching it. They're like, oh my God. You were saying that earlier, like, oh, she's about to lose. Da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of early. It was only like 6:30. Now it's 9:20. It's just taking a little too long. When Hillary Clinton lost, we knew right now. Like, it was over.
Yeah, but I'm like, that took a little while too, probably into the night some too. But let me say this. The reason why I said that, though, is because I'm looking at outlying numbers.
It's like Dante said, bro. He's like, ain't nobody care about no Alaska or no Hawaii. Like, they didn't even vote yet. Nobody cares.
I mean, Hawaii already went through for
Kamala.
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Of course.
Why it's only like a few electoral votes. Everybody knew that was going to happen.
Did you see what happened to Hawaii?
Like Alaska is going to go.
You remember what happened to Maui? How they burned the whole city of Maui besides the rich people's homes, and then they just displaced everybody so the rich people can steal their land, just like they've been doing in Hawaii. Hawaii's always going to vote Democrat. They ain't got nothing to do with Republicans.
I'm gonna say, man, I'm just like this.
So what are you gonna do when they come when the police have immunity? What's the plan?
When they come rounding up everybody, hey,
when they can pull you over and kill you for no reason. What's
have you ever
the
had
plan?
them tell you, give me, hey, you fit the description of somebody? Have you ever had them tell you that?
Last time I got
before,
pulled over by the
Dante?
cop. Last time I got pulled over by the cops, bro, I was like, "What'd you pull me over for?" He looked at me in the face. He said, "We'll find something." I said, "Damn."
They ever told you fit the description of somebody before, Dante? You can't hear me? Can you hear me? You probably ain't even listening. I bet you'd have been told that before. I've been told that plenty of times. You fit the description. And now they ain't gonna have to even say that. They're gonna be like, man, we don't believe you're from this country. Let me see your ID. And even then they can act like that. You know what I'm saying? Act like they
They'll
don't
be like,
believe
"Prove
that.
you're an American." I'll be like, "Bro, I paid $8,000 in taxes this month." They'd be like, "Yeah, you live here. Keep going, keep going."
But yeah, man. It's been a very, very good discussion. I can't even complain about it. You know what I mean? The discussion has been good.
Yeah. I mean, we're just waiting on it now. Let me see what it's looking like. She's at 210. He's at 230. It's holding steady. Arizona's looking red. It's a point off, though, so you can't count that. 50% of the vote in Arizona. Let me show you. Yeah, Arizona's at 50%. Nevada, they haven't started counting Nevada. PA's still close. It's leaning towards Donald Trump right now. Michigan, ooh, that's looking bad for him right now, or for her. Not as half the population. That's only 50%. Wisconsin, 4 points up for Trump. That's 79%. And GA, still too close to call. Still too close to call. AP has called the race.
For who?
Oh, nobody yet. It ain't over. I told you, it don't matter. I said, look, if he wins, she's not going to concede.
That's because I'm just. I didn't even know Farrakhan endorsed Trump.
Who did?
Farrakhan.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I put that up. You can share your screen.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. Did you know that, cuz?
I heard him say it. I heard him say it, but I don't be listening to him, man.
Why not? I mean, Farrakhan.
Farrakhan?
He holds some weight now. You can't.
Celebrates.
I don't listen to Farrakhan, man, because at the end of the day, he has his own reasons behind why he picks and chooses the way he picks and chooses to. You know what I mean? Period. He gets paid by different people.
Elaborate. Because he's been somewhat biased based off of who's the president, just off of America.
I know that he's got millions of dollars. He used to get millions from Gaddafi. They used to get millions of dollars, Nation of Islam, from different people like that.
And that
he sees what it is. He's like, let's this man finish burning this country. We can build it back.
It's factual, you know what I mean? And at the same time, you know,
tell me some good things. Tell me some good things about Gaddafi, cousin.
I mean, the reason I like Gaddafi is because he made sure all of his people got free education, free health care. If someone was everything, you know what I'm saying? If someone was so sick, when you got married, when you got married, he gave him a dowry, gave him an apartment, gave him all that stuff. They have free electricity, all that good stuff there. Also, if someone was so sick that the hospital in his country could not treat them, he'd fly them out for free to wherever they needed to go to make sure they was taken care of. They killed that man, and I would never look at Barack the same way. Barack Obama and NATO, they killed that man. You know what I mean? That's why I don't look at him the same way that I look at him. But at the same time, you got to look at for Barack. It's like for who you are versus what you are. Who you are versus what you are. It's the truth. Let me see why. I gave the good side of it. I gave one side of it. You gotta let me tell you the other side of it there. The other side of it is this: we are Americans. If that gold dinar would have taken hold, that would have tanked the dollar. That would have crushed our economy. We'd have basically been relegated to an outside country.
I want to stop you right now. I want to stop you right now because now you're talking about as far as the bias of this country, right? So you're deeming that it was right because
I'm not deeming that it's right.
That because he had a plan in place that would have tanked the American dollar, which would have put us to almost a third world country.
Hey, hold on. I'm
that-
gonna play this. I'm gonna play this video. Is this the one you're talking about from Farrakhan?
Yeah, play it for me. Let me see. That's crazy, cuz.
You got to understand, like we are who we are. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, if we are not Americans, I don't want to speak over. Go ahead.
The norm. You expected a man to be like the other presidents. You wanted him to be more presidential. He's so transparent. You wanted him to put on a suit and act dignified, like the thieves and robbers that dress in suits and tell lies. You wanted him to be like that. And you're angry because he's your reflection.
That's crazy.
That's deep.
He's an anomaly.
Oops. Hold on.
You can't
We're about to
make
listen to
him
4 minutes, 59 seconds, brother.
what you desire.
All right, we can take it off.
So that
I'm
you
just saying
can
it's a
say,
long
"Oh,
time.
that's my
We
president."
listen, though. Go ahead.
We've been watching this forever.
Yeah, we've been on here for hours. So
Yeah, come on, no, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Man, let's listen to this, man.
What did you say, Farrakhan?
This is a very powerful man speaking.
Do you
Regardless
think
of his
God is
views
not
and his
interested
ways
in
and
who
whatever.
is president of the United States of America, especially when it's out of the time of evil? It's in our time now. Mr. Trump.
This is the old one. Nah, they just switched suits on him. I can't even verify that was a solid one. My bad, y'all.
All I'm saying, man, is this right here. At the end of the day, this is our country. If it's anybody's country, like Native Americans, it's black people's country too. Period. We ain't got nowhere else to go. Where are we gonna go? Huh?
Mexico.
We ain't going nowhere. This is us right here. When it boiled down to it, that's just why me personally, I'm like, I understand what he did. I don't agree with what he did, but I understand why he did it. But he really threw that whole country and that whole region into turmoil by doing that, by getting rid of Gaddafi. That's why I don't like it, because I understood that man was changing the world. He was changing what it
good.
I agree. You know what I'm
And,
saying? That's why
and
I
here's
agree.
another thing.
I agree.
What's the other thing? Didn't he look like us? He looked like us.
Looked like us. He loved us. He was making sure African countries was taken care of. He was building. He was trying to put the man. Trust me. I watched
Because when you outside of everything we talking about with America, we know what the motherland is. It ironic that the continent of Africa is the only continent that doesn't need any other continent for any resources, but every other continent needs Africa.
Yeah, and man, trust me. You know how. Hey, you already know.
Is that ironic though? Let's talk about it. That the continent of Africa, not just all the countries that's in it, the continent in itself don't need no outside resources for any other continent. They can live off their own resources, but we need them though. I only bring that up to say, because me and you and man, we born in America. We're Americans, so they deem us African Americans, but when we talking about
Americans, man, period.
Our ancestors, that's what I'm working on, because I'm going over there, man.
When you
I know you talk about you going, you know what I'm saying? That's where you need to go.
I am going, but I can't. I don't want to go by myself. Listen, I got 3 places I already want to go.
Let's roll.
I want to go to. Listen, I want to go to Tanzania. I'm dead serious. I want to go to Tanzania, either Kenya, Ethiopia. That's where I really want to go.
Ethiopia.
That'd be big. That's where I really want to go. It'd be nice to go to Egypt, but that's like last on my list. I want to go to them places. Maybe even.
I want to go to
Nigeria.
Egypt just to
You know
see
what
if
I'm
I get
saying?
closer to the pyramids if they light up. I said what I said. I might be the one. You don't even know.
But real deal, that's where I want to go to Tanzania, because that's where the Serengeti is. You know what I mean? That's where I want to go there, because I want to go and see that the migration of the animals. They have like one of the largest migration of animals you know what I mean, that go through there. And I want to go see that, man. You know what I mean? It's important for me. That's what I'm looking at for my birthday. I think I'm going to go do that. But you got to go for like, me personally, you got to go for like 3 weeks to a month. You really got to go. If you're going to go, you got to go. You can't, it ain't like, because it's going to take you at least a day to get there. 24 hours.
I don't need 3 weeks though.
I need to run around. I need to go here. I'm trying to go 3 different countries.
You need some walking around money.
I need to go. I mean, it ain't gonna cost you much. It ain't like gonna
My
kill
bad.
you.
I was watching The Other Guys last night. You know what I'm saying? It's one of my favorite movies where he's like, Gator wants some walking around money. Gator wants some new shoes. You never seen that movie?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to think about the movie you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg and The Rock and what's his name? Samuel L. Jackson and the police officers or whatever. But like Will Ferrell, all these like beautiful women, like really beautiful women like him. And dude's like, yo, why do all these beautiful women like you? And he's like, man, when I was in college, I had a friend and she used to go on dates and she wanted protection. So she would pay me to protect her. And he's like, man, you was a pimp. He's like, no, I wasn't a pimp. There was this dating service. He's like, then she had more friends and I was protecting them. Then they decided I should change my name and call me Gator. He's like, you had a stable of whores. You ain't never seen that movie?
No, I've never seen
You gotta watch the other. I know it's off topic, bro. You gotta watch that shit. The other guys, if we're still allowed to watch it after this, you know, they banned books.
Sure. I mean, they banned books. They banned all kinds. You ain't heard about that, huh? You ain't heard about in Texas. They made a board. You know what I'm saying? Where they start. They get to dictate which books are factual and which books are fiction. They took a Native American kids book that's a historically factual book and made it fictional. Man, wait till you see what goes on, man. We playing a game that we can't win. They're setting this up for a reason this way. You don't, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to see about it. Now I want to hear everybody try to explain it away. Say, you know what I'm saying? When it's happening. That's what I want to hear them do. I want to hear us all. I got to get you a tag team partner too, man. Somebody who's going here, you know what I'm saying, to make sure you got little backups. I know you got a little backup. I can tell.
I respect his views though, because at least he's coming with. He's not talking crazy like the other people. He's like, yeah, I got facts. I'll fuck with that.
Why you think he came in with us? I look out. I know he can hold his own. I know he know what he talking about. For real. It ain't like somebody who's gonna come in and have a whole bunch of deep fakes and tell us conspiracy theories and all kind of stuff. Because that's what most people who like Trump do. They just conspiracy theories. You should hear them online right now talking about they gonna cheat. It's crazy, bro.
They cheat right now.
You know, I think he's blowing her out in Iowa.
How was he winning and now she winning? You know how they're feeling.
He was blowing her out in Iowa. I think
Iowa. I think he took Iowa. Yeah.
Blew her out there. Now one lady said she was
210, 230. We're waiting on these. What's up with Pennsylvania? They tripping. But I mean, they had so much controversy throughout the year. Yeah.
They got a lot of people to vote for. They're gonna have to go back and count all these votes. They're gonna make them do a recount too after this.
You remember in Georgia, we might not see that today because they told them in some counties they have to count them by hand.
I hope it's Gwinnett and Fulton. They got millions of votes left. I hope they do.
Gwinnett. That's the county I'm in.
I hope they do. I hope that's where the votes is in Pennsylvania. I hope where Pittsburgh is and where Philadelphia is. That's what I hope for. You know what I mean? You give us those ones right there. I don't think we even need those bottom ones right there. I think he can have Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. If we take Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, I think if we take those ones, it's a wrap. We won. If we take those 3, it's over.
Man, I need a new TV.
You feel me? If we take those 3, it's game time. Give us.
So what are y'all gonna do if Kamala wins? Is it gonna be business as usual?
I think it's gonna be better than business as usual if she wins.
Absolutely not. It's gonna be better. Nothing's gonna change, bro.
I mean, the only thing that
everything is still gonna be high.
I think maybe so. What? Okay, so let me ask you this. So we saying inflation is food, right? We're talking about food and gas, right?
Cost of living,
food and gas, more or less. What else? What else is higher, markedly higher?
Child care, rent.
Okay.
That stuff gonna go up though.
Okay, that's perfect. Then let me say this. So food right now, do we know the government don't control food costs, right? Because we live in a capitalist society. So who controls food costs is corporations. You know that this summer when Elizabeth Warren came out and said, hey, we should do some type of caps on food costs, XYZ. You got Amazon Fresh, Walmart, Target, all these companies saying we're coming out, we're going to cut our prices by 30% because they didn't want the government to step in and do food control costs, even though we should be doing that. And what did y'all call that when Kamala said she wanted to do that? Price gouging measures. What did y'all call her for that? A communist. So would you rather them do something or would you rather them not? You know why home prices is high. You remember back in 2020 when all the prices up, when people started buying homes for $100,000 over asking costs. Now I got a mortgage that I got to pay now. What am I going to do? I got to pass that on to the consumer, right? That's why housing prices is higher. You know what I mean? Most of this stuff is price gouging. That reason why prices is higher, because we live in a capitalist society. That's why. It ain't. So if we let these people, the first 4 years, they fix the problems that was put in place. The next 4 years, you can deal with the other problems that you can put in place. That's what happens. You can't do everything in 4 years. They passed a lot of laws in 4 years. Did a lot. Dealt with conflicts, all kind of stuff. You know what I mean? What did Trump
How do you
do?
feel about Dr. Umar?
Oh man, he's kind of like a weirdo to me a little bit, man. I don't know why. He is, man. Like, I ain't about to listen to him tell me nothing. Who am I gonna listen to? I mean, don't get me wrong. He got his own views, and you got to respect whatever it is his view is for him. His
You don't
view
be
ain't
speaking
nothing.
facts?
I mean, about some things, but to me, man, a person who sits back and tells a person what they should do with their life or who they should do this, whatever with, man, I'm not listening to that from nobody. You know what I mean? That dude, I mean, half of them are just I watched him look at some flesh that he talks about that he don't look at. I watched him do it. You know what I mean? I watched him. So he just weird, man. I don't really deal with him like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that it mattered, but what do you think about it?
I mean, some of the things he says, I like the fact that he's pro-black. Some of the things
Man,
he says
how? You know what I'm saying?
outlandish. Some of the things he says outlandish, but he be spitting facts, bro. Brother be spitting facts.
About some stuff he do, you know what I'm saying? But it's easy to say all that, and then at the same time, I heard him saying that why ain't he pro-black when it comes to Kamala Harris?
Because he understands the agenda behind her.
Oh, so is she not black?
I wouldn't say that. It's just
Nah, because she's not a foundational Black American. You know, they feel like, just like how they say the Great Replacement, right? It's the same thing for us. They're bringing in all these immigrants and they're taking our place and they're undermining what we're trying to do. When it comes to reparations, besides California, you have a whole bunch of migrants that can't get no payoff that no way, undermining what we're trying to do. Joy Reid, family, second-generation immigrant. Stephen Smith, second-generation immigrant. Fucking Kaya Sant, immigrant. You know what I'm saying? Academics, immigrant. And these people are dictating. Think about academics. He posted about Chicago murder. He's from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have first generation immigrants that are coming in and they're replacing us with them. And then they're also undermining what we're trying to do. They're trying to erase us here.
Now, I mean, I don't know. I won't say that. You saying I think that some of them have a bad agenda. You know what I mean? Like you're saying they do. You look at like Vivek Ramaswamy. You know what I mean?
That dude's weird.
Yeah, he is. But you know who Vivek Ramaswamy is? Tay?
Yeah.
You might not know who he is. But yeah, so like people like him, I understand what you mean by that, but I don't know about fully just to replace us. You know what I mean? I feel like they may not be a part of what we want to get done. They're not on board with what we see. They look at us and they tell us that, basically, we should just shut up and work pretty much. That's what they look at us as, but they don't understand the history of this country. They haven't been around long enough to really have to deal with that. But it's going to be hard to replace us, because we've been here for a very long time. We're an integral part of this society.
So wait, play that forward for me. What does that conversation look like in Republican circles if former President Trump loses? What is that conversation for who leads going forward?
We bet not. Hey, we bet not strike any of that or any of them like that too. We bet not get them.
Let me see what's going on here. AP poll. Minor slowing down. My kids came back and messed it up.
Profile of the party and even primaries on are you a Trump guy or are you a Reagan guy or an establishment guy or a Romney guy? And that
Nothing else has moved. Nevada's still sitting there.
It's gonna be a minute before anything really moves, man. I think.
That should have knocked off. I need to go get a TV. I'm here though.
It's gonna be I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like it don't look good. It's never good to be behind, but this is where they're gonna be mad if she do come back and win any of these places right here.
Yeah, they'll be like, she cheated. Like off tops. Where's he at? Anybody on Truth Social?
I don't even got that. She about to win California.
California's over. She already got that.
I think, did they already give it to her?
Yeah, she already got that.
They already put that out. She said 210 with Cali then. Okay.
Yeah. Because she won Cali, that's this game over.
Hey, Mac, how could I if I could share what's on my screen?
Yeah, let me see.
How does that work?
When he added you in there, he should have been able to let you do it.
So I look on my thing where it says
present. You see where it presents, right? Click on presents, go to share screen. Go to share screen, and then you want to share whatever dialogue you got in there, or whatever screen you want to show. And Dante, it's DMAC, it's French.
DMAC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it from the bottom of a McDonald's fry box.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
I can't see it. Yeah, I can see it over. I don't see nothing.
Add the stage.
There you go.
I'm add you to the stage.
There we go.
Okay. Check this out. Listen, this Umar, this is his take, and it's real short.
Let's hear it.
Promises on the campaign
Go ahead, make it big.
You also have no way to know if she's going to deliver until she's elected.
You are absolutely right. So what promise did she make
Umar.
to black people so far on the campaign trail?
You're right. She hasn't made one that I've seen, and
All
I
right,
could
then.
be wrong. I
And
don't
she
know.
ain't gonna
policy.
make one.
So, but you said she hasn't made one, and
Not
so
to my knowledge,
right.
unless you heard something.
I haven't heard anything.
Kamala's mistake is she tried to use the Barack Obama racial identity strategy. Problem is, the people who were 16 when Obama became president, they 31, 32 now. And they not as gullible as their parents and grandparents. They want more than your color of skin as a reason to vote. See, this whole issue about Kamala being East Indian and not African would not even be an issue, Loon, if she didn't lead with racial identity as the primary reason for why you should vote for her. See, when Steve Harvey kept saying she's a black woman, why y'all don't want to see a black woman win? When DL and Ricky and Roland, when all them Negroes start saying y'all should want to see a black woman in office, and that's the only thing y'all giving us is the color of her skin, naturally people gonna say, well, time out, because I seen her mom. That lady clearly ain't black. When I look at the dad, he look a little cooley-ish. So let's dig into this a little bit. In other words, black people would have never even dug into her ancestry, bro, if she would have gave us something other to look forward
you to.
to.
said she did that
Donald
to
Trump
herself.
never said he was black. Joe Biden never said he was black. Bill Clinton never said he was black. You understand? So why introduce this if you know it's not authentic? You know why she introduced it? Because she had no intention of leading with policies. This is gonna be.
That's crazy.
They're saying Trump's taking Georgia.
He might.
But they calling it for him?
Yeah, CNN just predicted Georgia for Trump.
Projected.
He's ahead 118K, and there's only 100K ballots left. But it's too close for decisions. Yeah.
That's a wrap. You can't. The numbers ain't the math. Won't math. You know what I'm saying? To say there's only 100,000 ballots left.
And he's up 118. I mean, even if she got all 100, he's still gonna get by 18.
Still gonna get that one. Hey, listen, she can have that one. Y'all, like I said, they can have Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. If she pulls the other three out that she need to pull out, it's game time. It all hinges on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, PA.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She pulled them three out. How many electoral votes those three got? Let me see.
We're going to start singing Negro Spiritual, Sweet Low, Sweet Chariot. Coming forth to carry me home. We're going to really be in a nation of white supremacy again, like full on out.
19.
Yeah, he went in PA too as it stands.
15. 10. Yeah.
It ain't looking good for the home team.
She's behind in all. Like it looks like she's behind in all three of the blue wall states.
Yep, she's behind in everything. But that's also Twitter. I mean, there's only so much you can believe on there.
I'm looking at this map right here. It don't look too good.
Jasmine Crockett's been reelected to represent Texas' 30th congressional district in the U.S. House.
That's gonna happen. I mean, Arizona close too, though.
More
Really?
rhetoric. I got some more rhetoric, cuz. I got some more rhetoric.
What you got?
I got some more rhetoric. Can y'all see that? Do you got to put it up or?
I got you. Hold on. There you
I
go.
just want to play this. I just want to play this little snippet.
Now do your thing.
America of black with brown migrants. Are we sure we want that? But I'm going to be honest, Art, no matter how you look at it, when you look at Donald Trump wanting to give the police complete immunity, police can never be held responsible again for criminally neglect behavior while carrying out their officer duties. We can't swallow that. Donald Trump will basically make Black America a police state if he gives them complete immunity. At the same time, you got the Democrats taking care of every other group in America but Black people. You can't win, Art. And when Negroes say, who do we vote for? The lesser of the two evils. Which one is the lesser of the two? Which one is lesser? I can't tell which one is lesser. They're both bad. They're both bad. We know Kamala Harris don't like Black men because she made her whole career locking them up. She's married to a white man. And let me say this, Art.
This is crazy, man. I can't believe this guy just did this.
Party. I'm going to tell you why. To white America, Kamala Harris to them is Barack Obama with a female's face. Even though Obama has not endorsed her. And I'm going to be honest with you, Art, that could be politically motivated. Barack Obama may publicly be saying he doesn't endorse VP Kamala Harris for president of the United States, so it doesn't appear to the American people that she will simply be Barack Obama's puppet on strings. In other words, that could be a chess move. I'm going to tell the American public I don't support her, so it doesn't look like I'm the one making all the decisions, when the truth of the matter is a Kamala Harris White House might be a Barack Obama White House wearing a skirt.
Speaking of Kamala, right? How do you feel about her? Because I know you made a comment earlier saying that she don't claim her Black side.
House nigga, just like Barack Obama, they do what they need to do to stay close to the white power structure. She made a career locking up Black people. This is the same woman who went on international television, Art, let me remind you, about a year or two ago and said America is not a racist country. You want me to go vote for a so-called Black woman who went on international television and told the world that America is not a racist country? She spit in the face of the family of Trayvon Martin. She spit in the face of the family of Breonna Taylor. She spit in the face of the family of Michael Brown, Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Amir Locke, Dante. We can go on and on. Tamir Rice, all the Africans murdered by police, which are state-sanctioned executions. Let us be clear. The police are agents of the state. When the police kills a black person, that is a state-sponsored execution. And in response to all this racism, the execution of George Floyd, this part-time black woman says America is not racist. And when I say part-time, Art, I'm not poking fun at her because she's being mixed race. I want to be clear. I'm poking fun at her because she can rarely be found speaking up for black people. My issue ain't her being mixed race. Nobody's responsible for how they come into this world. My issue with her is not identifying with her people. I remember another interview I saw with Kamala Harris, Art, and she said, somebody asked her, what are y'all going to do for black people? And she said, we can't pass laws just for black people. She said this, we can't do things just for black.
She did say that.
That's what she said was, she says, I'm not going to pass laws only on just like I say, I'm not going to pass a law only for black people because whatever I do for black people is for all people. Helps all people is what she said. Go listen to her. It was a setup question because what they want to do is paint you out to be a person who's only for reparations and whatever else. First, when I first heard her say, I didn't understand her until I listened to her. I was like, man, that's a cold answer because whatever I do for black Americans will help all Americans. That's the answer. Y'all just people don't want to hear that part.
What about her admitting that America wasn't racist country?
What you
she got to say that. She can't be like America's a racist country and then white fear comes in.
What votes to use? Okay, on top of that, he tried to.
She got to say that, Matt. Oh, she got to say that.
She got to say that. She can't come out militant. I keep telling Wes all the time. I was like, I hope if she wins, she comes out with an afro.
Listen, this is what I'm gonna say about the other part of it. Then
no, I mean,
she
like,
you know what it is. She also made the second chance law in I don't know if he's still on here or not. You still on here, cuz?
Yeah, I'm on.
He looked like he froze for a minute.
Actually, she made the second chance law in California where people where it gave people who went to prison a chance people who got in trouble a chance to not go to prison. People don't listen to none of that stuff. She came, I put it on my page. You saw the stuff she was talking about when she was younger. This was back in 2004, 2000. When she went to Howard University. Her sister went to Stanford. We got to quit playing and playing this. So dude right here, man, is really, he had a school.
He's talking facts now.
He's saying he had a school for black people that he got funding for black people.
Nah, you know why he had a school? You know what happened? Doctor, I'll tell you about that. Dr. Umar, he has the school. It's for black kids, right? The thing that threw it back is that he tried to hire black contractors and black electricians and everything to come fix the school for him, and they ripped him off. They played him. So he was like, dang, I had to go get the white people to help me do it. And that's why it's so far behind.
Who said that? He said that, or was it true?
No, he said it. Yeah, it's true.
He said that, or was it true?
He said it.
You understand what I'm saying? What he say is what he say.
Yo, I want to say this though. When you thought Dante was frozen, he's a master of that. When he'd be on FaceTime with the ladies, they'd be like, ask him a hard question. He'd be like,
Hold on, cuz. Can I finish playing this video? Because I want to hear. I want to hear him cook. Because your reaction is hilarious.
It's true.
Your reaction is hilarious because it's like he's spitting. He is talking.
Well, Kamala Harris, can I ask you a question, Madam Vice President? If the Democratic Party can't do anything just for black people, why did y'all pass a law only for Asians? Why did y'all pass a law only for Native Americans? Why did y'all pass a law only for transgenders? Why did y'all pass a law only for LGBTQs? Why did y'all pass a law only for immigrants? If you can't do anything just for black people, this is what she said. It came out of her mouth. If you can't do anything just for black people, how was it possible for you and President Biden to do all these other things for specific ethnic groups in this country from whose benefit no other group can take anything from? Complete contradiction.
Let me say this. So he's talking about hate crime bills. He's talking about hate crime bills. This is the same thing D-Mac said before. I don't care about a hate crime bill. Give me reparations. I don't care about a hate crime bill. Is that what black people want? Anti-lynching bills, stuff like that? Is that what we want?
That Emmett Till bill still ain't been passed. How long ago was that brought up?
I think there is I think there is an anti-lynching bill, something like that has been.
No.
But
the Emmett Till bill is still up and it ain't been passed yet.
Bigger than that, though. What bill do we want? What's bigger than Emmett Till? I mean, I'm just me personally. I'm not going to say anything's bigger than Emmett Till because that would be just, disrespectful to his family. But what I am going to say is, I don't know nobody, me personally, not saying we haven't in our history, but I don't know anybody who got lynched. Me personally. Not one. But I do know a lot of black people.
Umar's take on reparations is, how do you hand out reparations when the majority of the people that's in this country, ancestors who actually went through these things, are dead and gone? How should we benefit? That's the reason why they haven't gave us reparations. And then
what I'm saying is, so what do you want then? I think there's a way to do it. I've already kind of, but I think there's a way to do it. I'm not saying
give back some of the land.
I'm not. Yeah, that too. But I'm not saying like I think there's a way to do it without having a solution to what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's 100% correct, but I do have a way of getting that done. But what do black people want? What do you think black people want?
I can't answer that question. I can tell you, I can tell you what I want.
Tell me that.
What I want as a black man is for everybody that looks like me to start to understand the importance that we have, not just in this country, but in this world. Right? So I don't know the exact numbers, but the black community is the biggest consumers in this country.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just take the money that we spend on Gucci and Louis Vuitton and goddamn Dior and got doggone liquor and weave, and marijuana and all that kind of stuff.
Whoa, not the weed now. Oh, they gave him Georgia.
No, I said
that's a little like it's over.
I said weave, the weave.
That boy, he did 24 points to win.
So when you take all that, and if we could take that money that we spend in that and then conduct some of the things that Umar's talking about, like black schools, I feel like we need to bring Black Wall Street back. I don't think that white America got the balls to come burning down like they did back in the day. Because all hell,
well, they do, but they're gonna have the stronger resistance. They ain't back in the day where they could just do whatever they wanted to. Like there will be we got guns too,
and that's
anger,
my point.
and a lot of hate and anger,
and that's my point. So it's like they're not the way they do it is they do it within. They tear us down within. They have us kill each other. That's why they promote all this drill rap.
I know, I get it. I'm just like,
so what I want as a black man, I want us to start to stand up and understand our place. And I'm not saying, I'm not a racist, but as far as my opinion, I honestly, truly believe that we are God's people. We are God's sin, and that's for anybody with color, but mainly the African culture. You know what I'm saying? The melanin. Between me and you, man, we too black, you know what I'm saying? We dark, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We stand out in that sun, and people don't understand, when you stand out in the sun, we really like solar panels. We stand out in that sun, we take in that power, man. You watch Dragon Ball Z, I'm not sure it's like that gives us power. You understand? But the thing is we was raised, oh man, it's hot outside. I want to go sit up in the air. But then when you sit up in that AC, then your muscles start aching, your joints start aching. Like we ain't made for that, man. We made to be out there in that sun. You see what I mean? So to answer your question, what I just want us as a community of people to start understanding where we stand in place. And it starts not just in the political, it starts in the churches and it starts in the community, man. You feel what I mean? Because there's a lot of major black churches out here that's making millions and millions of dollars, have the opportunity to create jobs for black people. Let's get our own hospitals. Let's get our own banks. Like when you go, I don't know what it is like in Washington, but in Atlanta, Ohio, when you go into the hood, who own the hair stores? Who own the liquor stores? All these foreigners, man, we don't own nothing. So when it comes to reparations, give us, maybe if we can start getting that land, we can start building on top of it. And then, you know what I'm saying, we can move from there.
I got you. It makes sense. It makes sense. That's just the biggest thing right there. I think that a lot of times we hear people talk about what people haven't done for us, but at the same time, I don't think we've ever asked for anything. You know what I mean? Like we're not that kind of people. And then you also got to understand. But you need to be. Everybody else is asking for something.
We're also the most forgiving ethnic group in the world. We forgive and we forget. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you ask, it's like how dare, and I'll just be honest with you, I feel like that's hereditary. It's passed down from all the way back into slavery. You see what I'm saying? How dare you ask for something, you know?
You know what I think really is that we don't know how to get what it is that we want. There's a way in this country that you go about getting what you want. There's a way that you look at certain races of people. They put together lobby groups. They lobby for what they want. They know how to move the needle, because then they're not asking. They already cooked it into the books. They've already set it up already. They already got the votes to get what they want. We don't even go about it that way. We vote one way thinking that they're going to give us what we want, but we never asked for anything. We never demanded anything from them at all.
But
it's not just a vote. It's also about giving the money to make sure now, because just because you put a president in, a president can't give you nothing. You need the House, you need the Senate, you know what I mean, to actually vote on these things to give you what you want. So now you got to make sure you counting votes too at the same time. We don't do none of that at all.
They put so much in front of us, cuz, and I just be honest with you, a part of me voting for Trump this time was because I just wanted to be ornery. I wanted to be different. They've been putting it in our face as long as we can remember, man. Y'all like the movie The Matrix?
Yeah.
It's starting to come into fruition when he asks, you want the red pill or you want the blue pill? And who are we voting for? Red or blue?
You know what I mean? I feel like at the end of the day, man.
What reality?
You got to realize too, there's a lot of people too that are Democrats, and they look at it like, they have that option where they can vote for whoever they want to, because it's not really going to affect them, especially men, like white men. It's not going to affect them at all. They don't care. They're like, my life's not going to change. My bills might be a little higher, but
where there's a will, there's a way. But that's like that for us right now. That's what I'm saying. Regardless of who the president is, I'm going to walk out that door, get in that truck, and go to work. And guess what? Ain't nothing going to change.
Yeah, some lady asked me that one time. I was driving the buses or whatever, and she was like, Donald Trump won. She's like, aren't you scared? Aren't you worried? I work in the environmental agency. He's going to shut us down. But aren't you scared? You're a person of color. And I said, ma'am, I've been black all my life. This ain't nothing new. It's a different threat every week. It's like a different season of America we got to live through. Like
every time you walk out the house,
who's trying to kill me now?
Every time you walk out the house.
Every time. I could never
I
come
think
home.
it just get to it it's getting to they're just going to take more and more things away that we're not going to be able to get back. That's what's going to end up happening. You cut the Department of Education. You cut different other things, like, you know what I'm saying? Like now you want to cut, like, what's it called? The environmental agencies now. So now instead of Flint being a problem where Flint was before a problem, before they changed out all the pipes, those same things happen in poor communities. That's going to happen anyways, but it's not going to be tracked or detected, or nobody's going to really care about it. There's just stuff that's going to start happening that we'll see that we think that it doesn't affect us, but it does. Because it may not affect you personally at first, but it's going to affect somebody that we know. You know what I mean? When somebody get pulled, go ahead.
Now, I think my perspective in a lot of this, bro, because is when the tax bracket changed. When I reached a certain level in the tax bracket to where I would start to realize what it's all about when it comes to this money, and it's all about the money game. And one thing about me, I've never been infatuated with money. I like it, you know what I mean? I know I need it, but I'm still that person that ride down the street and see a homeless person and I get that ball in my throat because I feel sorry for them, not knowing their circumstance, but just wondering what drove them to that place. So to know that we got people in our country can say it could be by choice struggling like that, but then y'all sending off millions and billions of dollars to help a country with a war that has nothing to do with us. I'm just sorry, man. That it just doesn't sit with me like that, bro. I don't. When it comes to Trump, I feel like Trump care more about, regardless if it's black, white, Hispanics. Trump care about.
Or were there not homeless people when he was
American
around?
People.
There wasn't no homeless people when Trump was around.
No, I'm not
What did
saying
he do
that.
for the homeless? I know I was just saying, but what did he do for the homeless? What did he do for anybody?
I'm not
asking that
saying.
question.
I'm not saying what he did. I can't answer that question because I don't have it in front of me. What he did personally for a certain group. But as I sit and watch these past 4 years and watch the Biden and Kamala administration take care of others before
I just
they
told you
even,
for us. I just was spelling out what they did for us, what they brought to the table for us. I'll spell it out.
PPP and unemployment, like you like, bro.
PPP came about under Trump, but
that came up under Biden. That came up under
Trump. That came up
what,
under
what
Trump.
about what about the unemployment? And like, it's still some people
That came up under Trump. You know what I mean? But they're not collecting that extra 600. But you know who passed those laws were Democrats. Because Trump didn't want to pass those laws. You know that same $1,200
Yeah, the
check that he
PPP loans.
gave,
They had to do two of them. My bad. They had the first one because all the rich people he fired the person that did the regulations for it, and so all the people that had money took it, and so they had to do a second one, and that's when the black community got in there. Was like, hey, or everybody. There's tons of people. I'm not just gonna blame black folks or whatever, but there's tons of people that were in there.
But no. You're right, because guess what? Here's what the PPP and all them loans was. It was money laundering at its finest by the American government. It was money laundering by the American government. What we're going to do, the economy is so bad because we had to shut it down because of this COVID. What we're going to do is we're going to flood the economy with money. Because most likely people like us of color or just people middle class, you give them $10,000, they don't know what to do with it. They about to go buy an outfit. They about to go to the liquor store. They about to give it right back to them. So to me, that whole PPP, everything, because when you look back at it, some big with Jay-Z, they said Jay-Z took out. I mean, at the end of the day, did Jay-Z need it? Probably not, but he like, shit, it's there. Let me get some of that.
Yeah, as a business owner, you're entitled to it. You know what I'm saying? You were entitled to that.
Right. But what I'm saying is did he need it? Probably not. And then after he took it, he wrote it off, and they wrote it off. Now he don't owe nothing back. It's money laundering at its finest, bro. And it's right under our nose. And when I say under our nose, I'm talking about the American people. You see what I mean? The fact that the Democrats want to get out here and preach about this man he's against democracy. Y'all doing some foul shit as well. That's just, we don't really see it because at the end of the day, some of our educational levels just ain't up to par to understand what's really going on. Like what Donald Trump say, she was talking about him and his taxes. She said, shit, fix the loopholes and then I file my taxes.
And this is what I was going to say earlier too. Like, even if you look at people's, when people say that, they look at the taxes they pay, the tax code is written so that it doesn't matter if a Republican or a Democrat's in office. There's always a way for you to be able to write your taxes off and make sure that you're not paying taxes. So that's regardless of how much money we making, there's always a way to make money off of tax, especially when you have assets and your own stuff. Say you own property.
Maybe they need to put that in school.
You know what I'm saying? Really, all you got to do is have a good tax preparer at the same time too, a good tax attorney or however you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like,
these things should be taught in school. These things should be taught in school because let's just be honest. I feel college should be free. I tell my kids, you want to go to college? Okay, that's fine. College ain't for everybody. I feel like college is setting you up to be an employee. I want my kids to be entrepreneurs. I want them to control their own fate. You see what I'm saying? Going to college, you starting off in debt. Boom, I'm a convicted felon. CDL. I went to school for 3 weeks, got my CDL. I put myself in a position to where I don't have that much debt. Going into some of these colleges, man, these people getting 4-6 years degrees, they $80,000 in debt. When they gonna pay that off?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's how it is, though.
You start behind the 8 ball, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel it. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it go, though, you know, when it comes to just the way the country is ran. But, you know, I think college works for some. College don't work for all, like you said. Really. That's how it go.
To me, it's just a piece of paper to say, oh, you know, I completed something.
Depending on what you go in there for. You know what I mean? There's some things you go up in there for that's going to get you paid, though.
You have workers and then you have bosses.
I remember we had this conversation. You know what I'm saying?
You a boss, man. You a boss, man. So you can never understand the other side, man. As far as the perspective.
I do though, because I look at it like I would promote being a worker to become a boss. You know what I mean? A lot of times that's what it takes. Be a worker, because that don't mean you're not a boss because you're a worker. That don't mean you're not a boss. Yeah, I mean, I think it worked for the majority because most of the people, I mean, most bosses had to be a worker to become a boss. Most people just don't get to walk into being a boss. That don't happen.
It's
you know
a
what I'm saying?
mindset. Yeah,
you don't get to walk into being your own employer. Most of the time, you got to start building up some capital from somewhere so you can have that to be able to, start your business or whatever you got to do. So, and me personally, I mean, when it comes to young people, I always tell them, go get a job, work for, you know what I'm saying? Go get a work, and then you can start buying real estate. That's the best way to do it. Really trying to own your own business is really the hard way to go about things. In reality, because most people who own their own business make less than the employees. To be real, they bring home less overall. You know what I mean? So it's an easier method.
Look like he pulling away.
Like
he up a couple of points in Pennsylvania now.
Mm-hmm.
They got 94. What did it say? 94% of expected.
Mm-hmm. They ain't looking too good.
If he win PA, it's over with.
It's over.
Is there a possibility that we can know if he win tonight?
I don't think so, but it may be.
Because, I mean, they say 94%. I mean, it's only 6% in. He's up 3 points.
And he only up like really 1 point, 2 points maybe. You know what I'm saying? A swing of 1 point, he goes down, you know what I'm saying? One or so point, it'll swing the entire way. It just looked like 3 points.
Hey, man, I love this platform y'all got going on, man. I appreciate the opportunity to come out and voice my opinions. You know what I'm saying? We should do this
more often. You got to get on here more often, especially now that your guy might be in the White House. Your guy might be in the White House here.
Hey, I'm looking for the telephone call. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for that cabinet seat. You know what I mean? I might be that one. But no,
this is your guy right here. You got to ride this one out. Eric, thick or thin, whatever he go with, this is what you with now. You know what I'm saying? If he do it.
Oh yeah, and I'm ready for whatever you got. But my vote came on spiritual, man, more than I allow my flesh to get put that to the side, and I went more spiritual with it, man. This is what God was telling me that as far as his what he wanted for the people, man, and then I just had to follow, man.
I can't wait to see this play out, man. However it's gonna play out between the two of them, he become president. Y'all got to stand on this. Y'all got to stand on this. However it go, and I don't want to hear, you know what I'm saying? Hey,
I don't think it's that much. It's not going to be that much on it, cuz. It's not going to be that much for you to really have to really put on him. Like, it's going to be a lot of change. I bet you. What's the price of gas up there right now?
I don't even know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know for sure. Like maybe $4 or something like that.
That's crazy. That because I mean that just lets your place. You don't even know what the price of gallon of gas is.
Like $4 or something.
You don't worry about stuff like that. Like I
probably don't drive that much. I probably don't drive that much. You know what I'm saying? Like honestly, I don't drive that much.
Hey, where D-Mac at? Hey, D-Mac, he's like, man, just fill it up.
No, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I just don't drive a lot like that. Real deal, I don't.
You know what I'm saying? My wife when it filled up my car the other day, she's like, bro, it costs $55 because I put premium in mine. It's $55 to fill your car. I'm like, yeah, you just want to ride around everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But I only say that to say, I mean, you know, when the gas prices is low and the food prices is low to where I can put some money aside for those vacations with the family, or even, you know what I'm saying, things for my kids for the future, towards my 401k, however you want to see fit. Those little things matter, man. So for the next 4 years, if Donald Trump can get in and kind of manipulate that to where the next 4 years I could probably save up anywhere between 50 to 100, that's a win for me, man. That's a win, because right now I go into that grocery store, boy. I walk up out of there shaking my head every time. Like, man,
I don't know, groceries is high, you know what I'm saying? But we, like I said, that's not something that the government controls at all.
And I don't get food stamps.
I'm not saying that, but you know, that's a code. Yeah, me neither. But at the end of the day, they don't control that. The government don't control how much a person sells their product for. They don't control that. You know what I mean?
They control as far as the price gouging. They gotta say so over that.
No, they don't. They don't even have a price gouging. They have a price gouging if there's like a natural disaster. That's it.
Here's the thing. Once Trump win, that after that first year, when stuff start to go down and the prices start to, because you can watch the market. I don't know if you into trading. Have you been watching the market?
The market's already was above.
It's tied. No.
It's ever been. No. It's already been doing that.
No. People have been buying these past 2 weeks. You know, I'm into the crypto. They have been buying.
The market was already breaking records, man. Under Biden, it was breaking records. It never eclipsed 40,000 before in history. It eclipsed that under Biden. Look it up.
Just pay attention.
Look it up.
The stocks is booming.
Man, the stocks have been booming.
Because they know
already been happening.
They know who's coming in.
This was before he even got in office. The stocks was already booming.
They know who's coming in.
I'm not gonna let you put on a dude who
it's a money grab. It's a money grab. It's time to get it.
Everybody already said that if Trump becomes president, sell. Not immediately, but sell. They know what he's gonna come in.
No, you got to get it.
Republicans are not good for the economy.
2 years. You got to give it 2 years. You got to hold on.
I mean, even a year or two from now, if food prices go down, it's not because of Trump. It's not. We both know that. It's not because of Trump. It's because of what this country was already supposed to be in a recession. Over this last 4 years, we were supposed to have a recession. We didn't. We were growing. We're a stronger economy than anyone else in the world during this last 4 years. Even other countries was going into recession. We didn't. Now, I mean, it was good politics is what got us here. He had a price raise in the interest rates. That means banks was lending less money. Interest rates on housing. Most people get their wealth from their house. And most people could take out and refinance money from their house to get extra money to do other things. They couldn't do that with higher interest rates. They couldn't do that kind of stuff.
Under Biden.
Because it wasn't Biden. It's not. Interest rates are not on the president. Interest rates are on the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve run interest rates. They say whether it's going to be a hike or a lowering or if it stay the same.
Who signs off on them, though?
Don't nobody sign off on them. They determine that. The Fed is separate. It's not a part of the government. The Federal Reserve is not a part of the government. It's 14 banks ran by their own top heads of their banks, and they run that. We get to appoint a Fed chairman. You know what I mean? But that's just a person who counts the votes. That's it. This just makes it look like we have some say-so on what the Fed says. We don't. You know, we have a Treasury Department. That's the U.S. Treasury. You got the Federal Reserve. They run all monetary policy for the country. It's different. I mean, we're gonna see, man. It's gonna look good, but it ain't. He's gonna come in and put these tariffs in. He talk about doing these tariffs gonna drive prices up through the roof. But they're gonna pass that cost on to us
more than what it is now.
Man, listen, if he's talking about putting 20-30% tariffs on products. If you put a tariff, if I charge you more for something, who are you going to pass that cost on to? All right. We're going to see what it is. This is what he's talking about coming in and doing off the rip with everybody.
It's It's still early where y'all at, man.
It's late over there. I know you've been up on. I'm about to sign off too, man. I got to go
20
ahead.
minutes.
You feel me?
I'm gonna bow out gracefully.
And I appreciate you.
the
I appreciate you
opportunity.
pulling up with us, man. Definitely.
For sure. Listen,
Let's figure it out.
don't let this be the last time. I hope I didn't scare you, man.
Oh, come on, man. You said scare me, man.
I hope
on,
D Matt,
man.
you know what I mean? Because next time, this time I came, this is my first. I wanted my first impression to be authentic. So I didn't come with the pressure, and I didn't come with the homework, and I didn't come with, you know what I'm saying?
You did your thing, though. You did your thing.
Yeah, I came with the intellect of my own, but I want to come, more, inclined next time to where I can, be more.
No, you did your thing, man. You definitely did your thing.
On my points. But
we appreciate you pulling up on us too, man. Real deal.
It was a courtesy. You see what I'm saying? For you guys to have me on here, man. And I appreciate you. I love what you're doing, and keep it going, Chris.
Off top. I'm gonna see you in a minute. We're gonna have you on here more often. Off top.
Man. All right, peace, man. I love you.
I love you too, cuz.
All right, yeah.
All right, peace.
Remember the Blue Dog Democrats?
Yeah, remember
that was the thing.
So that if this really were a big movement, I think this is what we're going to find as we go through these individual congressional districts in the suburban areas. So part of the reason Democrats are doing well in New York and flip those 2 seats, those are in suburban, sort of Biden-friendly territory. Long Island, though, these races are a lot closer as Long Island is going further and further right. We'll see what happens in, I'm trying to think about Nebraska. They haven't called yet, I don't think, for the Bacon seat, but that's another place that you have a Republican holding on in a very blue urban area. Can he outrun Trump? Has always been. He's been able to do it in the past, and this is a bigger margin than he's had.
There is an argument that that closed primaries contribute to this growing, worsening partisanship in Congress. That, of course, it encourages candidates on the far right to run in the Republican primary, and the farther left to run in the Democratic primary. And it's part of this whole argument right now about moving to more open primaries, but it's not having much.
Well, we'll see, because in Nevada, the other thing that's on the ballot is a ranked choice voting, which only a couple of states have, Maine and Alaska. Colorado may have it as well, but in Nevada, it would be it would have a pretty big impact. We've never seen it in a state of that size. I mean, Alaska is obviously a big state, but it is not the population-wise, certainly not what Nevada is.
Let's go to our William Brangham, who's in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. William, we should say that a TV network, Fox, has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. The Associated Press, however, says that several 100,000 ballots are left to be counted, and a flip is still possible if most of what's left to count is advance vote. Give us a sense of what's happening in the room, and bring us up to speed on your reporting.
If you had gone to me 45 seconds ago when Fox News made that call, I wouldn't have been able to hear a single word you said, because this room erupted with as loud of a cheer, a raucous, ongoing chanted USA, USA, as we have heard all night long. Because if in fact that turns out to be the case, and we should say, as you did, AP has not called it, and that's what we at the NewsHour go by as our metric. But Fox News, which is what is playing here in this room, Fox News called Pennsylvania, and this place erupted, because if that went forward, Trump is within 3 electoral votes of winning. So incredible jubilation here in the room, with the real sense that tonight, even though many people have been told that maybe we won't know the results, many people here are starting to feel that tonight could be officially the thing that pushes Donald Trump back to the White House.
William, I'm not sure if you can see what we're seeing or hear any of this. There appear to be some high-profile guests kind of being ushered into the room. We can't quite make out who they are, but I wonder if you've heard anything from the campaign about when any campaign official or even former President Trump himself may come out to speak and address the crowd?
We don't know. I can see the crowd that you're talking about. I can see them. There were some seats up near the stage that had been blocked off and reserved all evening long. And it clearly does seem as if some of those people are being escorted in. From my vantage point, I can't see who that is. We know we are expecting the Speaker of the House to come at some point. We've seen several senators, many congressmen. We also know that the Trump motorcade is here any minute now. They have also put up the teleprompters, which is often a sign that the president is about to speak soon, and they've parted the blue curtains over there on both sides of the stage. So we expect to see the former president any minute.
Or William Brigham in West Palm Beach, Florida. William, thank you. Let's bring it back to the panel. Kevin, your takeaways.
Well, I'm surprised they have a teleprompter. I would have thought that I would have thought that Donald Trump would be coming out tonight and speaking without one, because he, if you look at the last 2 weeks, he wasn't exactly on message discipline. And I think
He still might.
What's that?
He still might go off the telephone.
I think he will. But I think clearly you're seeing the emotion and the enthusiasm from the Trump folks. I think they increasingly feel like this is trending in the right direction for them, and that they're going to be able to declare official victory pretty shortly. But we'll still see where we are on the House, I guess, until tomorrow.
Beth?
Yeah, I was tracking some of those House races too, alongside Amy, and I think Becca Cook not going to pull it out. She was 10
In Wisconsin.
Yeah, she was about 10,000 points behind. So, looking at the places where you could have seen House Democratic pickups, they haven't quite materialized at the rate at this hour that we would have hoped for. Not to say that we know definitely what the outcome will be, but had hoped that it'd be a little bit cleaner at this point about the House. And given that it isn't, the fears of a potential trifecta for Trump are very much, if you were playing that game that everyone always likes to talk about, would you rather be us or them? Right now, obviously, you'd rather be Trump.
David and Jonathan, of course, we should reiterate here that only Fox has called Pennsylvania for former President Trump. The Associated Press has not. Therefore, we have not. No other network has. But when you look at the blue wall, Harris needs to run the blue wall to get to 270.
She needs to find a lot of votes. She's down by 3 and down by 6 in Michigan, which is kind of surprising, though there's some of the big Democratic counties are still out there. So that'll tighten. But down by 4 in Wisconsin. If you had told me that the gap in Wisconsin and Minnesota would be the same, I would have been surprised, because Minnesota is a pretty Democratic state. And so it's just, there's not much more you can say, but there's a prevailing wind in this campaign, and the wind is touching pretty much everyone.
Prevailing wind, which I hope shifts. She has to win the blue wall. And it is my fervent hope that Fox, that call by the other network, it's 1:30 in the morning. I can't even think anymore. But it is my hope that the AP will flip that.
Fox was premature.
That Fox was premature, and that she hangs on.
And if she doesn't, we could be looking at it. Sounds like we're saying a Republican White House, Senate, House.
The House is going to be really
Supreme
hard
Court.
because we've got, between California and Oregon and Washington, there's so many races out west and Nebraska. So it does feel a little bit too early. I haven't been able to look at all the math, but it's probably right now that the Democrats are up 1 and overall, but they're probably going to lose at least 1 in Michigan, if not 2, and so that will even it back out. And
So it is 1:30 in the morning. This is not the
is.
time for me to be probing for deep, thoughtful conversation, and yet here we are.
And yet here we are.
Only because, and between everyone here, there is so much incredible experience and knowledge that if we just pull back the lens a little bit, because this election cycle has been one for the ages already, and we still aren't able to say who won it. Judy, if I can start with you, just to kind of reflect back on, I was just thinking on some of the big stories we've covered. There was 2 assassination attempts against one of the candidates. There was a change at the top of the Democratic ticket.
There was a debate at the end of June that left everyone stunned. There were people who predicted that the incumbent president was not at the top of his game at this point in his career, but watching that debate, there's no question it left everyone with, I think, big questions about whether he should remain on the ticket. And we saw what happened. It took a few weeks. But you're right. And then the vice president, who had, frankly, people had not thought through what was going to happen. People did not expect that debate to go the way it did. So think about from the end of July until November the 4th, now the 5th. Where are we? The 5th?
It's now the
I have
6th.
no idea
It's now
what
the
day it
6th.
is. The 6th, I'm
Yes.
sorry. A lot's happened. Yeah, a lot's happened.
Well, one thing
It's
that
head spinning.
also happened.
I'm leaving something out.
Well, so
So many things.
if Trump were to win, one of the major things that I heard from working class people on July 13th, assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And it had an effect that I don't think was fully appreciated by people in more the elites, but I felt and heard it and saw it on the ground of those who were worried about democracy at risk. What that assassination attempt did for some is this guy is running and wants it so bad. He's doing something for this country. Fight. He wouldn't be putting himself on the line if not for the fact that he wanted to do something for America. And I think in the psychology, particularly of working class voters, I think it had a bigger effect than we may even know of just what it meant for them to see.
And that photograph of him with the blood on the side of his face,
Yeah.
that one photographer captured, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember his name, but that
And
could
I can't tell you how many
connect the
Republicans, right, said after they saw those images, and again, it was an entirely different race because Biden was still in the race then, said it was over, that the race was over, essentially, that this was the defining moment of, Trump returning. And so like that had a huge impact. I can't help but think, though, I know we're being premature about it earlier, we were joking about it earlier, but we are 48 hours away from 2026 starting already. And everybody trying to take the lessons from this campaign and immediately turn it into the next move on how to either sort of learn from this and then return to power. But I also can't help but think, and we still have a lot to learn about what the state of the sort of the balance of power in the Congress is going to be, and whether or not Trump is going to be able to pull us out. But we're still an incredibly divided country, and that does not change at all just because of the results tonight. And so much of this is going to again be relitigated throughout the next couple of months, and trying to pull the country together around a big agenda. We have big challenges around not only in the country, around the globe. So much of that work is going to be incredibly challenging over the next.
I would hope that we'd pause before starting 2026. Donald Trump right now, with all the votes that have cast or been counted so far, he's at 51.2%. So this is not an electoral college issue if it stays this way. Right. And so, my response to any election, no matter who gets it, if your team lost, your instinct is to start blaming the voters. And it's always useful to, in my view, the voters are not always wise, but they're usually sensible. They know their own lives. They make sensible calls. And so instead of rushing to blame them for this or that, just humbly, like, what are they trying to tell us here? And usually there's a valuable lesson in there. And, my instinct is always, well, whatever my priors were confirmed by this election.
Yeah.
But it is necessary to take some time.
I would agree, but I think the reality also is that first we're going to see there's going to be some recriminations from this. I mean, there's going to be so much second guessing.
As there is after any
campaign,
right?
Yeah. I mean, and that's going to be a very real part of the raw teachings of what some of the judgment that we saw tonight, and that's just very real, I think, right now. And I can tell you it's happening already in campaigns.
Let's go to our Laura Barone Lopez, who, as I understand it, is outside of what the Harris campaign election night headquarters used to be. She's joining us from a parking lot. Is that okay? Oh, actually, no, Laura, you're still there. You're still there. So bring us up to speed.
I'm still here.
Okay. So bring us up to speed.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, Jeff, the yard, which is where the election night event for Harris had been set up, has entirely cleared out because after Cedric Richmond said that the vice president was not going to be speaking tonight, people just started streaming out. She is expected to speak here tomorrow to address her supporters. That's what Cedric Richmond said. I mean, look, the campaign has gone almost entirely quiet at this point. The vice president called a lid. Her pool did, so we aren't getting much from her vice presidential office side, and the campaign has not been sending really any more updates in terms of what they're watching closely. The last that we had heard from them, from my sources inside the campaign, was that, again, they are just laser focused on whether or not the turnout in those major urban areas, in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, are going to reach the numbers that they thought. They had said that they were overperforming 2020 turnout there, and that they had hoped that that would ultimately mean that that could put her over the top in those states. And again, they are still holding out hope for Nevada, Jeff.
All right, Laura Barone Lopez, our thanks to you. Lisa Desjardins, you are tracking the latest in the House races.
Yes.
What are you seeing?
Yes. It's getting interesting. I mean, it's been interesting. What am I talking about? It's remaining very interesting. All right, this is how the Associated Press looks at these races. Right now, they have a net no change, even though we know we've had some Democratic pickups. And one of the reasons for that, when I look at the data, is because they've given 2 North Carolina districts, which were picked up in redistricting, to the Republicans. So that's something we've sort of factored in. But technically on the math, this is where we are right now, 187, 163. Let's look at some of these calls that are important. First of all, here we go in New York. This District 19, Josh Riley, you all mentioned this. This is a Democratic pickup, as we said. Now, here's a race we're watching closely. This is that Long Island race here. And Laura Gillen, the Democrat, still remains ahead with 98%. That looks like it's close, but really 51-49 in a district like this, that's a healthy margin with 98%. But again, the Associated Press has not called this. They still see a potential path for the incumbent, Anthony D'Esposito. Now, I'm watching this race as well. Henry Cuellar, the Democrat in Texas, 28th district. He was indicted in May on bribery charges, but here he is right now with 88% of the vote, keeping his seat at the moment, 52%. This would be a Democratic hold. This is something that Republicans had hoped to pick up. Right now, they're not in reach of it. And here's that Nebraska district you mentioned, Amy. Tony Vargas, the Democrat, right now ahead, but just barely. Look at that, by 0.2 percentage points, fewer than 1,000 votes there. This is going to be a tough race to call, I predict. We'll see how it goes with the remaining 9% that's left. All right, let's talk about Nevada. This might be a little bit of a surprise. Susie Lee, she is a professional campaigner. She is good. I followed her on the campaign trail 2 years ago. She's great in her district. But right now, she's in a pretty close race with 84% of the expected vote in. This is Clark County by and large. So we're seeing some of what Kamala Harris is facing in her district as well. Now, of course, she could eke this out. She's ahead right now, but this is a race we're watching. This is a little bit more competitive than I expected at this time. So right now, we just have these 2 New York districts. New York, we've got a +1. We've got another New York. We've got another +1. My messy handwriting. How many races do we have left? Oh, about like 48 that we're still waiting on. So, we really don't know what's going to happen in the House. One more House race. Amish Shah is winning here in Arizona over Dave Schweikert, but we're still waiting for a lot of votes in Arizona. Let's take a look at the Senate race there. Kari Lake, someone you guys have been talking about tonight. Right now, Ruben Gallegos still holding that 6-point lead, but we're waiting for a lot of votes. I think we've hit this plateau for the moment of when we'll be getting votes in from Arizona. And then that brings us, of course, to the Arizona Senate race. Boy, this is sure close. Look at that. Just 1 percentage point between Harris and Trump. And why not? I'm going to take a look at Pennsylvania because it's really what we're talking about, what everyone's looking at. Right now, 93% of the expected vote in. Harris is behind by 3 points. And we've been spending a lot of time talking about where votes are or are not coming in. right now, Philadelphia County, this is 95% expected vote. And I remind you, this is with Trump up overall by 3 points. That's not good news for Harris. This is where she's going to be getting most of her remaining votes. Still 5% out. That's thousands of votes. But her ability to close the gap here, which, by the way, let's look at the number. She has to find now 200,000 votes roughly in Pennsylvania in order to win back the state. That's going to be difficult, but the AP has not called this race. That means they do see it as mathematically possible.
And Lisa, can we talk about the Senate for a second?
Yeah.
And mainly with Republicans taking control of the Senate, the next big election is on November 13th. The two Johns, Texas
That's right.
Senator John Cornyn and the GOP, Senate GOP whip John Thune, are running against each other to replace Mitch McConnell as the Senate Republican leader and effectively majority leader. How is that race shaping up? Because the two of them have been crisscrossing the country, pouring millions of dollars into Senate Republican coffers.
That's right. And I will say it is almost the opposite of what we've seen as on the presidential level. These are two men who've worked together for a long time. They are not just in public, but behind the scenes being careful to be polite to one another. I haven't seen any elbows thrown yet, but I think as we get closer, they realize the importance of the job that they have. And as we know, Republican Senate majority leaders tend to stay in that job for a long time. So this is the opportunity for both of these men to advance. They may not get another opportunity like this in their career. So it's going to get intense. And I think regardless of the outcome of the presidential election, former President Trump will have something to say about it. So we're going to watch these two men as they contour or not to former President Trump and what he's saying and how they aim to work with him or perhaps, I don't know, ingratiate him as we've seen from others before.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you. Kevin, what are you watching for in that race? I think it was Lisa Murkowski who said to a reporter, either one of the Johns would be great.
Or you can just say, you know who I'm for? I'm for John. So you get away with having to answer any specifics. Look, I think both really good, strong leaders, both well-liked, both would be great at the job. I think one of the interesting things is which one of them will be able to curry more favor or has a history of currying a better favorable profile with Trump. That'll be key. I think the edge there would have been with Cornyn. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I think one of the things that I remember from working on Capitol Hill, too, is right when you think all of these external factors play a bigger role, it really does come to the relationships that each one of these senators has with the members of their conference.
Yeah, and Steve Daines took his name out, right, of the mix. That was my I was always curious to see if he would run for this, because the more success you have as the head of one of the campaign committees, your colleagues like to reward that. But
That's the way it is sometimes. It's still a tie race, y'all. Still can't call it.
He was also an institutionalist. He got very strongly in the role of that job, and I think that's a lot of institutional knowledge that is going to be leaving the position.
Exactly the point I was going to make. I was working for the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid at that point, seeing Mitch McConnell understand how to work the Senate. If you look at Donald Trump's first term in the first 2 years, how did he get these 3 Supreme Court nominations through? It's Mitch McConnell. How did he get a judicial nomination through? It was Mitch McConnell. How did he get a tax cut bill through? It was Mitch McConnell. And it was his ability to know and understand how you schedule votes when you force these things through. I do think that this decision will be a big one that I have no doubt that Trump will determine essentially for the Republican Party who's going to be the Senate Majority Leader.
Denying the Democrats their choice for the Supreme Court twice. The book that I think, Jeff, you
That's right, Michael Tackett of the Associated Press.
Among other things, it's clear that he's not a fan of Donald Trump. He's been very careful about how he's handled it, but he said some pretty tough tough things about the former president.
And Tackett reports in his book that McConnell viewed it as a strategic misstep not to lead Republicans to convict Donald Trump in the first impeachment case that he faced.
I think our William Brangham is back with us now. He's been down in West Palm Beach, Florida with the Trump campaign. William has been giving us the latest on the ground there. William, tell us about what's happening in the room now.
Everyone is waiting on tenterhooks at this point for the former president to show up. This room is at maximum capacity. Everyone is pressed up against the stage behind me. The Secret Service was just out a few moments ago, opening the curtains, preparing what seemed to be a possible route onto the stage and into this audience. But this crowd is as eager to see him and to hear what he has to say as anyone. Again, they all are under the impression here, because Fox News called Pennsylvania, which the AP and thus the NewsHour has not called, that Donald Trump is all but certain to be the next president of the United States. That is not what other journalistic organizations have called. Whether or not that happens soon, we still do not know. But everyone here is under the impression that they are about to hear from the next president of the United States.
And William, give us a sense, if you can, because you're there, you've watched people coming in and the crowd grow. Obviously, this is West Palm Beach, Florida, but give us a sense of who's in the room. How would you describe this crowd of folks who have gathered here among his biggest supporters there?
I talked to as many people as I could about who is here. Hang on just one second. The cheers have been coming so fast and furiously, Amna. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something
Well,
critical.
William, if you don't mind, I'll interrupt you here just to share a bit of news, which is that Fox, and only Fox, this one network, has declared former President Trump the winner. Associated Press has not called it, therefore we are not calling it. No other network has called that, but that may have been what triggered this response we're seeing now.
I don't know if you can hear that behind me through this microphone, but that is now what is on the screen behind me on Fox News, on these two massive screens here in the room. Fox News has just declared that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. And this audience is reacting as you would expect. These are the diehard of the diehard, the people who have volunteered for him, who have worked for him, who have been donors to him, who believe fervently, according to many people that I've spoken with, that some people have even said that he is ordained to have been this man at this moment in time. And they are now, again, no one came here really thinking that this would happen this evening. They all hoped that it would, but now it seems like for many of them, their dreams are coming true.
And William, just a level set for our audience. I know you're fighting a lot of noise in the room there, but it's coming up on 2 o'clock here on the East Coast. Only one network, Fox, has now said that former President Trump has won the presidential election. The Associated Press has not called this race. There are still a number of key battleground states they have yet to call. No other network has called it at this point, but that is the reaction you're reporting on there in the room, correct?
That's exactly right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fox News has just called the presidency, just only Fox News, nobody else. Their timestamped at 10:50 p.m. They're calling it for Donald Trump. Now, is this true? We don't know.
Our broadcast this evening, it may turn out to be that way. But thus far, it has not been declared that. As Laura was reporting, the Harris campaign certainly believes that they have maybe the most infinitesimal chance, but a chance still, that they could eke out some final victory and get some of those remaining blue wall states. But according to everyone in this room, that ship has passed. Trump is the next president.
And William, has there been any word from the Trump campaign in the last 10 minutes or so?
No, I've reached out to all of them to find out if is the former president even in the building? How confident are they that this is actually what is happening? And they have gone radio silent. I think they're all probably backstage preparing for what they hope to be this grand entrance that he is about to make.
All right, William Brangham, stay with us. We'll come back to you shortly, I'm sure, there in Florida. Let's bring it back to the panel now. Kevin, kick us off here. We're in a very unique position here, we should stress, in which a number of people, maybe millions who are watching Fox, believe that this presidential race is over. We have not called that yet because Associated Press has not called it. No other network has called it. There are still a number of key states to be called, but what are your thoughts at this moment?
Well, I think all of the folks at the Trump rally are sort of going off of the information that they're getting from their main source of news, but they're also looking at the trend lines that they're seeing in all these other states that these numbers come in, and they feel confident that this is going to keep going in the right direction. I also think they probably feel a tremendous sense of vindication. So many of these supporters of Trump have felt written off, and they already have a lot of apprehension about mainstream media calls anyway, and they also a lot of apprehension about public polls, and a lot of apprehension and criticism of those who counted Trump out. So in many ways, I think what you're seeing there from folks at the rally is a sense of validation.
One point I'd just make, literally this morning, when Trump was speaking, as he was, I think after he voted, he attacked Fox News. He said Fox News should be ashamed of themselves. They aren't pro-Trump at all, was his quote. And I think part of what you're seeing, Fox News seeing a little bit of the writing on the wall, wanting to ingratiate themselves back over with Trump and be the first one to call it for him, tells you a little bit about how the conservative ecosystem might work under Donald Trump.
We have another race call to make. Donald Trump has picked up the 2nd congressional district in Maine that comes with 1 electoral vote. Amy?
I love the 2nd congressional district of Maine. It's beautiful. I think it's the largest. Yeah, it's the entire northern part of the state. Acadia National Park is in there. You've got western Maine. It's beautiful. Yeah, a lot of that. This is going to be a fascinating, both Omaha, the Nebraska 2nd congressional district, and Maine's 2nd congressional district are unicorns. You've got a moderate Republican sitting in Omaha, and you've got a conservative Democrat sitting up in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Both of them are hanging on by a thread right now. But when we talk about why our system is so polarized and why people are so frustrated that we don't have more consensus, or why we're not seeing bigger swings between elections on the House side, it's because of how difficult it is. Even for these two candidates, you can like them, dislike them, but they are trying to be they're more representative of their community than the national party would be. But it is very hard now to separate yourself from that, and that's where we end up.
I see Lisa Desjardins has taken up her post by the super screen, which tells me we're about to learn something.
Just in this
Lisa?
moment, I think it's an important moment to understand the math here of where we are with the Maine 2nd district. The county, I also share great love for that place on this earth, where we're at. So Trump, 248 electoral votes. Now, a state that we will not get results in anytime in the next half hour is Alaska, but it is assumed that those 3 electoral votes will go for Donald Trump. So let's just put that in there. That puts him at 251. Then you have, if Pennsylvania goes with its 19, that's it. Kamala Harris can win everywhere else, Arizona, Nevada, everywhere else, Michigan, Wisconsin, and that's it. So I just want to stress to our viewers the importance of watching that state. And undoubtedly, it's one reason that the AP is being so careful. Having interviewed them, I know that they spend even more time as the stakes get higher, looking through everything. They do the opposite of rushing once they get closer to these important calls. As for Pennsylvania itself, where are we? Still 94% of the electoral expect to vote, and we're still at about 200. We've gotten a few thousand votes in, not very much since I last talked to you, but still Kamala Harris has to find 200,000 votes in this state, and really there are not a lot of spots where she can go. As I said, in Philadelphia, she's still got 95% of the vote in. There we go. Chester County, 86%. All these places where she gets great margins are closing. There's not a lot of votes left for her.
Lisa Desjardins, thank you for that update. As always, facts and math, that's how we follow this race. David and Jonathan, your thoughts at this point, as it looks like we could potentially hear from former President Trump soon. Of course, if he does come out on that stage where we know our William Brangham is reporting, we will bring that to you live. But here we are on the cusp of not being able to officially report the results of this presidential election, but it looks like millions of Americans believing it's already over.
Well, I expected Trump to declare victory tonight, no matter what. But I didn't expect that he'd have some cause to do so. But we're in the normal Trump world where, I think a normal candidate would wait for all the networks to endorse, but he doesn't play by those kind of rules. So it's welcome to the future.
Jonathan?
Well, I come to elections with a sense of humility simply because, polls don't vote, people vote. And so in elections, we finally get to hear what the American people have to say. And I've come to this election with an open mind, and I want to know what the American people have to say. What was it, 6 hours ago, I was mystified by what was going on. And now I can't help but think that if this election seems to be, if it proves out that the millions of people who are watching Fox News, if that ends up being the case, then I can't help but wonder if the American people have given up on democracy simply because of what he's told us, what he wants to do, simply because of what the Supreme Court decided in terms of immunity. I mean, he has said he wants to go after his political enemies. I am your retribution. If indeed what Fox is reporting, if that ends up being true and ends up being the case, then this conversation about who we are as a country, I was going to say will pop off in earnest, but I think we will have an answer, especially because I'm looking over your shoulder. Right now, Donald Trump has 51.2% of total votes. 51.2.
Judy,
Which is better than he had in the previous two. Was it 48%? Is that right?
Last time a Republican got 50 was
Just a couple things. Number one, this is not where we thought we would be. I think many of us thought this election could go on for a day or two or three longer. As David just said, here we are. We could be knowing the result within hours. The second thing is someone, maybe I'm the only one here who was sitting on an anchor desk in 2000 and I happened to be at CNN at the time, and we had a lot of company. All the networks called Florida for Bush, and then for Gore, or Gore and then Bush, and then the country for Bush, Gore, and then it went back, and then Gore did the remarkable thing of conceding, and then 15 minutes later or 40 minutes later called Bush back and retracted the concession. So we're not quite at that level of uncertainty, but I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting. I think I learned from that painful experience that it's better just to let the voters speak and see what happens. And we're going to know soon enough. I mean, we see where the arrows are pointing, but we don't know yet.
Well, the way that those arrows are pointing, David, you made this point earlier, that the long period of the liberal ascendancy in our politics appears to be over for at least right now, because you could argue that even the Democrats were shifting rightward in their approach to major issues like immigration and crime.
Yeah. So there are obviously going to be major differences between the two parties, but there are some similarities. So we were going to have a tighter border policy. We already had that under Biden. We were going to have industrial policy, and we are going to have industrial policy. We had that under Biden. There are a lot of Republicans, including J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Josh Hawley, who want to have some form of industrial policy. The Biden administration, to a surprising degree, continued the reshoring, the crackdown on China, the decoupling of our economies. So that will continue. And so what happens when you get a new political era, it's not like the two parties agree, but the Overton window shifts. And so what had been, whether it was Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, that's over here, and we've moved a little over here. And so if Trump does go on to win, that'll be one of the big takeaways for me.
Amy Walter, think back with me to the 6 o'clock hour when we were all younger people and better hydrated.
Oh my God.
But we had this conversation about what we would learn tonight. We're all looking to answer the biggest question we cannot yet answer, which is who has won this presidential election. But you also talked about what we learn about this country, about where we are and how we're viewing this moment. We have a lot more information now than we did back then. What are you taking away?
Well, this realignment question that has been, going into the Substack debates, but it's been beyond that. I mean, this was really as we were wondering, how you put a winning coalition together. Every time you gain someone, is it coming at the risk of losing another group of voters? And so Trump didn't do better with women, and Trump didn't do better with college-educated voters, and Trump didn't find any more success in the suburbs, but of some of these key areas. But what he did do was he expanded his coalition with these voters we've been talking about a lot, whether it's Latino voters or Black voters or younger voters. And those matter too, especially when white college voters make up a small percent overall of the electorate. It's a growing share of the electorate, but it is by no means a majority of the electorate. And so if you're trying to get your coalition by holding on, I mean, that was always a question, could she hold on to enough of the Biden crew that turned out in 2020? And it looks like she did. And this is what's interesting. If you look at, again, in the exits, did you, for people who voted in 2020, I think she won them by 3 points or something. But among the people who didn't vote in 2020, they were tied. So that suggests that the new people who came into the system were not coming in as an anti-Trump vote, which I think a lot of Democrats were hoping. If there were going to be new people into this process, it's because they're going to look at Donald Trump and say, we can't have more of that. Instead, there were an equal number of people. Somebody said, we can't go that way. And then the other 48% who said, yeah, I like the fact that he's going to shake things up.
Bess, how does that fundamentally upend the rules of politics such that Democrats know them and have known them?
Well, I want to be, as David mentioned earlier, be humble about learning and challenging our own assumptions. So one of the assumptions for a lot of Democrats was the gender gap would work to their advantage. To a degree it didn't, but it did. But, if you think of it, the Biden win in 2020 and then the midterm wins in 2022, I felt that the Democratic brand led by him was starting to give the permission slip of Democrats to overperform him. That because you had a working class focused Democratic Party that now Fetterman wins and you run through, not to run through all the 2022 wins, but you have a bunch of outperformance of him. That's a mark of a leader that, raises all boats. I think the challenge here is I feel like we lost some of our working class appeal on the margins. Again, we're just talking about these margins, and that margin means everything when you lose, 2 or 3% in a lot of these poor places. And we got to go back to the drawing board of having that as the front and center question of a class appeal that speaks to working class voters for the Democratic brand, because I think it's gettable. I'm not in this place, there are Trump people that have given up on democracy. I tend to think that they want a democracy to function and they need a Democratic Party that speaks to them.
Just want to share with viewers, we put up this live shot now from inside Trump headquarters, where both our William Brangham has reported, and it seems as if the crowd there is eagerly anticipating the arrival of former President Trump. If and when that happens, we will, of course, bring that to you live. Lisa Desjardins is back over at the super screen with Pennsylvania up on the wall. So let's take a look.
Yeah, we can't forget about the U.S. Senate, and there are some interesting numbers coming in. This is in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey is still behind 1 point. Dave McCormick with 94% of the expected vote in. Now, this is the difference here, about 85,000 votes. So Bob Casey is doing better than Kamala Harris here. This is a number that he can make up. Of course, we know that because the AP hasn't called the race. Probably not in Philadelphia, where most of the vote is in, but maybe in some of these collar counties where he is winning by large majorities. Still, it's a large amount that he has to overcome at the moment. How about in Wisconsin? Tammy Baldwin also behind. She is now behind more than 2 points in this race, so we're going to watch that. How about Nevada? We haven't talked about this Senate race at all, but guys, look at what's going on here. Sam Brown, the challenger, Jackie Rosen, the incumbent. This is exactly what's happening. These are the exact totals. It rounds up for my board here, but he's at 47.9. She's at 47.6. Incredibly close, just 2,500 votes separating these two candidates right now. And we do see a place for Rosen to do better in Clark County. So we'll keep watching this.
These are thanks to you. Amy Walter, is there any place where Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020?
I was just trying to look at that because when I look at, and again, I'm not going into this county level data, just looking at every one of the states.
And as you're looking, I should
yes.
say, we have the live shot up of the podium there.
Okay.
We expect Donald Trump to come out and address his supporters literally any minute now.
Just to see that, you know, this looks a lot more like what we saw in 2016 than what we saw in 2020 in terms of states that we consider pretty blue: New Hampshire, Minnesota, you know, Virginia, places that Biden won by really big numbers that you kind of assumed would follow suit if at the very beginning of this conversation when David was talking about blues getting bluer and reds getting redder. But in this case, there wasn't enough of the blue getting bluer, even in blue states.
And we should say that Fox was first to call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So too are ABC, NBC, and CBS. We here at the NewsHour are not, because the Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Kevin?
So, you know, moments like this always eventually lead to a bit of a reshuffling of the power structure inside both parties. And I can't help but think that that's going to happen here, or at least an attempt to reshift some of those power structures. And I can't help but think, I'm wondering, what is...
Y'all, we're going to keep track of this. If anything changes, we will post this. It's just running late. It's looking like we're not going to get the votes out of Pennsylvania. I mean,
the lessons that are going to be taken from this and what they need to be...
it looks like Pennsylvania is 94.8% in at the end of this stream. Yeah, it's not looking good. Not looking good. Well, we'll keep you up to date, man. It's Uncommon Courtesy, our live stream. Thank you all for tuning in.